Well, good morning to the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We are live with you for day 3, and excitingly, today is race day. This is the big one. My name's Kev Harris, and I'll be running around the paddock catching up with some of the drivers and the great people that make this event exactly what it is. And I'm pleased to say in commentary we have Johnny Green waiting to go, but standing alongside me, race car driver and motorsport broadcaster, the legend that is Mr. Adam Andretti. Adam, great to see you, pal. We're the luckiest guys in town. It's race day, and we're here, and we're loving it.
Thanks, Kev. Absolutely. It's race day. The fog is getting burned off here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. We're in good shape. We're going to have ourselves a heck of a time here today. And race day, this is what we do this all for. This is what the last 2 days were for, is to get prepped for this day. The mechanics, the drivers, everyone involved. This is when the paddock is going to get its most crowded. The energy is going to be at full lift, and I'm just so excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, we are absolutely buzzing here. We got Dick Sissage on the track announcer. That guy's been doing this for over 60 years. It sounds fantastic down here in the paddock. And the amazing thing is, the racers that are here this weekend, they're not necessarily pro car drivers. They're just gentlemen and ladies who own these vehicles. They're going to get the same buzz that you get when you go out there on track.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, the stories they're going to tell tonight at dinner and at the hotel and around the bar are so similar to the stories that we tell after race day. It's going to be about how, oh, I was catching you at the end of that one, or I missed the braking zone there or else I'd have got you, or man, we were wearing out the tires. It's going to be all those same conversations, and that's what makes an event like this so magical.
Yeah, it really is a magical event. This year, the organisers have put on a hell of a show. It's going to be, well, they're going to be queuing down the road just to get in here. We got in here nice and early, and as Adam said, there was a mist and a fog that you get here at Laguna Seca. It is starting to lift. So I think what we're going to do, without further ado, Johnny Green, the effervescent Englishman, is waiting to start commentating on the first one of the weekend. It's 1955 to 1961 sports cars over under 2,000 cc's. So without further ado, let's head up to the commentary. Johnny, what you got for us?
Thanks, Kev. Thanks, Adam. Well, all I can tell you is that classic fog and mist that is always the case here in Monterey and at Laguna Seca. We're up in the hills above Monterey, and what generally happens is that fog rolls in the morning, especially up here in the hills, and in about, well, you'd be surprised, in about 20 minutes it may well all be gone. It can come in and stay in for a while, but generally speaking, and the drone gives us a good illustration, it sits here in this little Laguna Seca, dry lake, and as you can see, the pit lane, it's starting to brighten up just a little bit, but we'll be racing, don't you worry, and I'll be joined once again by Adam Andretti. So what is the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, you ask? Well, it's an annual event held every year here at the WeatherTech Raceway of Laguna Seca, and it's been held since 1974. Here's what we've got coming up this Saturday, and we start, as we heard earlier, with 1955 to 1961 sports racing cars. Group 4A follows that with his 47 to 55, and that includes sports racing and GT cars. And then we move on at about 9:15 local Pacific time to a GT, GTX, AGT, AAGT, and GTU cars. Well, mouthful, isn't it? 1973 to 1981 FIA IMSA as well. So that is then followed by cars over 2,500 cc, and then we've got the IndyCars. That is going to be interesting. If you haven't seen an exhibition or a race of IndyCars, of classic IndyCars from 63 to 78, look forward to that. We've got the ragtime races also coming up later in the day, later in the day, and I've got a full afternoon as well. We'll have a lunch break after the Trans Am from 66 to 72, and you could argue that the great Pony Wars started here. So we've got a big collection of Ford here as well. We'll talk more about that. But as you can see, they are warming up the engines down in the paddock for our first group, Group 1A. Cars from 1955 to 1961. I'm joined once again by Adam Andretti here in the booth. We've had a lovely couple of days learning a little bit about what's going on down here. But we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get into the action as we get them on track. Join us in a moment.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced, while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track. The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1955 to 1961 Sports Racing Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you?
In British Racing Green. Next in burgundy and silver, the Elva Mark 6, 1962 from Glen Ellen, California.
So they're lining up. And as you can see, a big group, this very big group. And we've got over some 400 cars here. The event cancelled in 2020 because of COVID, but we're delighted to say we're on and running. So Laguna Seca, you've heard about it, we've talked about it, you've seen it. We're going to see it from lots of different angles. So why don't we take a closer look at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca circuit. And Adam Andretti, a man who's been here many a time, both racing and teaching. Tell us about it, Adam. It's an interesting place to be.
It is. This is a list of a track. This is a track that everyone loves. As you drive down the front straightaway here, you're going to come through turn 1, usually easy flat in anything you're in, into the Andretti hairpin, hard braking, turn number 2. Turn 3 is a 90-degree right-hander leading into 4 and 5. Important corners here. Leading 6 up the Ray Hall straightaway, all the way up the hill to the world-famous corkscrew, dropping down 59 feet into Wayne Rainey, the left-hander, down the hill to the right-hander, turn 10. Hard braking zone into 11. Great passing opportunity. Bringing it into the finish line to cover our 2.23 miles here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yes, and they've been doing that over the decades. Like I said, this historic event began with Steve Earle back in 1974, and it's just gone from strength to strength. Now it's almost a 2-week event with Concours d'Elegance, right through from Pebble Beach, you name it, and so many people of different walks of life, but enthusiasts all to celebrate the motor car and motor racing, full stop. It's absolutely fantastic and glorious, and when that fog rises, you'll see the California sunshine.
Exactly, and this is the butterfly time, right? We're going out, we're getting temperature in the tires, we're gridded up. For the first time this weekend, we're sitting on a grid, and we're here getting ready to go actual racing door to door into the Andretti hairpin.
Well, let me throw that one at you. It's cooler than it has been. The fog's down; it keeps it cool. Would you be a bit more nervous this morning about about being out there with cold tires at the moment?
Honestly, not really. These cars are going to be breathing very well, and HSR did a great job of that. They didn't line you up in a session that you weren't going to be racing in, right? I mean, these cars, this Group 1A, has been around this time of day for the last 2 days. Okay. So the mechanics, as far as the ones that are tuning the carburetors, they might have made a little bit of an air pressure adjustment, given a little bit more air pressure since the tires may not come up to temp as quick, considering we have a considerable amount more cloud cover here than we've had the last 2 days. Great point there, but I think they're going to get plenty of pace laps to get some temperature in the tires. They certainly are, moving the cars around a lot to scrub that. And you can see them bedding the brakes in. Getting heat in the brakes is so important to building temperature in the tire. Doing that internally is probably the most effective way to do that. What a sight watching them come 2x2 down that corkscrew, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. And just my dad called up and said, he was watching yesterday, and he said, so, are they going to race? And I said, yeah, they're going to race. I said, you want to bet your bottom dollar they're going to race. And I love the fact that we take a museum, put it out on the track, and we race them hard.
Absolutely. This is like setting the Mona Lisa in front of a kid with a box of crowns and saying, hey, check it out. But no, it's fantastic to watch. As I can't stay seated. As they're coming around turn 11 here to come get this green as they approach it here for the folks at home. Wherever you're at in the world, welcome. This is exciting. We are kicking off the racing today here.
Here we go. It's the 2021 reunion, and we are reunited for the first race of the weekend. 1955 to 1961, the roar past our commentary position as they dive into action over the crest and down towards Andretti hairpin for the first time.
Spencer Trenery down to the inside there in that number 60. That's a Cooper Monaco, but getting taken on the outside.
Well, nice clean start by everybody, and good to see. And it's going to be cool. It's going to be a little bit iffy out there at the moment with tire temperatures, but they're already pushing hard at the start of this one.
Absolutely. You can see using up there through turn 3 and the entrance to turn 4. This top group of 3 cars right here, led by the Cooper Porsche, that is, of Cameron Healy.
Yep.
Leading up in front there. Nimble little car. It's this is what, I mean, honestly, a track like this, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, built for a car like that. He'll probably get eaten up pretty good by the bigger car behind.
Yeah, but Spencer Trenery just there in the number 60, the white and blue, then Gregory Meyer, Joey Bourgelard right behind him. One entry that didn't make it, and I don't know if he's going to get out. It was the number 18, if you're wondering. 1957 Lotus 11 in the British Racing Green. Timothy Scopes at the wheel, but sadly I saw it parked up in the pit lane. Let's hope he gets out, but I think he has already.
No, they've actually retired. It looks like they're retiring the car back to the paddock, which is unfortunate. You know, you work so hard. Everyone works so hard the weekend to get it going, and to have that mechanically not get you going to the start of the race, that is a shame. It puts a bit of a damper on their weekend, but that's not what the weekend is totally all about. So they didn't get to go make their laps on the race day, but we've seen that car making plenty of laps all weekend.
Trenery going very wide as we complete our first lap of the 2021 Rolex Monterey Reunion.
For those of you that think that anything is being left on the table here, you don't have to look any further than the way that they raced out of turn 11.
Trenery trying to move around the outside.
Trying to copy the move, that was done on him the lap before. It was on the lap there, Cameron went around the outside and held the momentum of that little Porsche. We're in this technical session that really kind of moves away, and it's that long straightaway on the front straightaway is when Spencer really closes that gap quite quickly.
Well, we'll have all the angles covered here at Laguna. You can look at the miles per hour, just over 107 miles an hour for the leaders as they battle toe-to-toe at the moment, and the top 5 pulling away with the number 84 of the Sadler Mark IV of Gregory Meyer at the wheel just behind. He's bringing this lead group. There he is in the blue stripe number 84. There he is. And then there's a little gap to this little battle going on here, and that's the 66 of, it's that beautiful Rob Walton driving the Tipo 61.
Love the seating position of that. It looks so comfortable and modern, very laid back, low, keeping that center of gravity low in that car. Really a neat package as it comes down the corkscrew right here. That blue and white car right in front of you. The red number 11 being represented, that's a Lola Mark I with John Hill behind the wheel there, making its way through the rainy curve.
And Adam, make no mistake, it's tough in a modern-day car to get down correctly out of that corkscrew. It's even harder in one of these.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, there's such a challenge here for everything, right? The tire is narrow, the brakes. Most of these cars are dealing with a drum brake in this era,
right?
Or the early iterations of a disc brake. So again, not as efficient as what we have now, but. It's amazing. I said it all weekend long. Oh, a little tail happy coming out of there. And I said it all weekend long. Not only were the men and women that strapped into these cars so brave in the era that they raced in, these men and women here this weekend equally as brave to come out here and put these on exhibition and try these as hard as hard. Dorsey made a great point here. When they rebuild the engines with modern parts inside, and the tire technology, the compounds are better now, even though that we build them to the same shape as the classic tire that it originally raced on. The compounds are better, so these cars are cornering better. They're definitely got a little bit of horsepower. The fuels are better. Gunnar was also up here talking about that yesterday. So these cars are actually being exercised arguably harder than when they raced, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question about it. We're watching this second group at the moment, and leading that group is the number 9. That's the Devon SS of Nicholas Colonna at the wheel. Got his nice helmet on, very period. And just behind him, the 91, the Cooper Monaco, Fred Burke at the wheel.
You see a lot of those Devon SSs built by Bill Devon, is known as one of the most famous American specials of the late 50s racing area. This is one of only 15 of those Devon SSs built.
Is it really?
Yeah, and Devon, the Devon brand actually has a decent presence within the different run groups here.
Down the corkscrew they come, and the third in this group is that all-white.
Such a great shot.
1957, yeah. Here's the 126. Is that the 126?
That is the 126.
That's the Lola Mark I.
Yep, that's Michael Khalil behind the wheel of that. Again, it's what a perfect car for a nimble little.
There's a beautiful little machine. Look at that. It looks like a bullet, doesn't it? The number
does.
42. That's the Lotus 11 in all silver.
So far ahead of its time. So far
Yeah,
ahead
it
of its
really
time.
does look space age for the era, doesn't it?
Yes. It's, I mean, smiling at us as it's coming towards us. It's a fun car to look at. I bet it's an equally fun car to drive. That number 7, that's Jonathan Faber in the Maserati T61. You got the likes of Sterling Moss, Dan Gurney, Carroll Shelby drove that very car.
Well, Sterling, in his time, and may he rest in peace, a wonderful man, was a big proponent of this event over the years. And we had Sir Sterling here many a time, and we miss him. But I'm sure he's looking down on us.
Oh, we've lost so many great racers here. Honestly, the racing up in heaven's got to be amazing right now. I got to say, because it's there's so many special people that have departed us here recently, and you know, we miss you all, and definitely the impact that you made on this wonderful sport that we love. That 34 car. Right there, that is a Porsche 550A. Races Central South America and the Caribbean from 58 to 60. So I'm a little jealous of actually the life that Porsche got to live in, the part of the country it got to live it in.
And just through shot there, that was the 1958 Porsche 550A. Tommy Trabou at the wheel. And if you don't recognize these drivers, we'll introduce you to them along the way. Kev's in the paddock most of the day. It's still fairly misty out there, isn't it?
That's a pretty good fog. You know, that is obviously the corkscrew will be the last place that the fog will lift. You're going to see, you know, for the drivers, it's not as dramatic for us. You know, that was a longer range camera shot, and that's how we see it disappear. But for the drivers, I can assure you that their visibility is quite good. HSR would not have sent this first group out if it wasn't a safe course for them to go out on.
In fact, the fog is still quite heavy on the top of the hill. No surprise there, because it's lifting. But here in front of us, here on pit lane, it's gone.
Yes,
completely.
Yes, absolutely it is. Good race down here to turn number 11. Going around the outside is that 272 Lotus 17 of Nick Grewal. Great side-by-side racing. Look at the respect.
Keeps his foot in and takes the position. Nicely done.
And you know how I feel about those in the period helmets and everything, Jonathan. I love that.
Yeah.
The open face with the scarf on, and I just it's like going into a time capsule.
So we continue with our Group 1A. First race of the weekend as we look at the Lister Corvette, the blue and white of David Swig. A long time comer to the Monterey Historics and many other historic events, David.
Yeah,
he'll be in a few different cars this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. He definitely makes his rounds. Drives quite a few cars, drives them all very well. Holds a nice, pretty wheel there as they go through turn number 4 there, heading to turn 5. One of the faster areas of the track, as you can see, that's why they put the speed trap up on top of the Mother's Polished Wax Cleaners Bridge. 108 miles an hour is definitely a serious approach to turn 5.
Yeah, if you had any doubt that they're racing.
Right. I mean, this is really when you get the grip between your race. We're looking at right around 8 minutes, so more than halfway done with this race.
And that's the Sadler Mayer Special, that 41. A good-looking car. I love that blue.
And Nicholas Price, another one that's going to be driving quite a few cars out here with us today, and way to shake the cobwebs off in the morning. Better than a cup of coffee, some would say, to get out there.
Some would say that, yes. And if you're tuning in for the first time, we'll be on all day, pretty much non-stop. We have a lunch break midway through, but we'll be pretty much wall-to-wall, and obviously on YouTube, Facebook Live. We're on the Goodwood TV channel, YouTube, and same with Sky F1. So we welcome our viewers from all around the world.
This is our lead group starting to navigate themselves around some of the slower traffic, which I'm sure can be awfully tricky here, but doing a great job of it. I know that Dorsey and the sheriff in charge there's got a close look on how this racing is going down, because as we get into the live traffic, this is when, sure, we saw a lot of respect when racing for position, but sometimes, you know, with the live traffic, you'll tend to get a little less patient, want to make your room around, want to make your way around, but we're seeing some very, very good driving already early this morning, which is very encouraging for the rest of the day.
Yes, and this was, 55 was the sort of transition from the Pebble Beach Forest races, effectively, the road races that were held at Pebble Beach since 1950. And then in 1956, they decided that it was getting a little too fast and a little too dangerous. And so they had this purpose-built track as the checkered flag is out. And we have finished our first race of the day. You've got to be quick on the checkered flags here. You never know.
They were snappy on that checker
Were
flag. The Cooper Porsche of Cameron Healy brings home the victory. They're in race number one
he
of
led
the morning.
all the way, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He led from flag to flag. He took the lead on the outside, on the outside in there, so making us all proud in the Andretti family, doing it in style. But what a great drive. Really enjoyed watching that race. A way to kick us off for the day. Good, clean racing all the way around. Just really proud of this group. Well done.
Great stuff. Well, perfect start to the day. We'll get the fog
You
blown
couldn't
off
have
in
asked.
a moment.
And honestly, we noticed that here at Laguna. It's Darrell Waltrip would talk about it, right? He would talk the cyclone effect, that there'd be rain all around the NASCAR track, but for some way, there miraculously would be there. And he always had the theory that, the cars running around were moving enough air that it kind of pushed the weather system
Create
away.
their own biosphere,
So you see a little bit of that here, too. Once we get cars running, that's why they put the Ferraris out on the fog. As Dorsey was telling us, the Ferraris are out there, you just can't see them. But just getting cars out there moving, if you could get them out there moving safely, it will push that fog off of the surface.
So, confirmation of the result. Cameron Healy with an excellent Cooper Pooper. Cooper Pooper, 9:53. And Spencer Terreni and Gregory Meyer in the Sadler Mark IV in third. Joey Beaujolad in fourth place. Rob Walton, John Hill, and Gunnar Jeanette. We'll see him in action in many cars today. In seventh place, Nicholas Colonna in eighth. Fred Burke in that Cooper Monaco from 1962 in ninth position. And Steve Sannett wheeling that Lotus 11 Le Mans.
And for the fans that weren't here yesterday to listen to Gunnar talk about that Porsche he just got done driving in this first event, that has got a 1.9 liter V8 fixed to the back of that 911. So it's a wonderful car. It's a really neat history. And if you didn't catch that, I would highly suggest looking into the archives to find that touch from Gunnar, because I'm not going to sit here and be able to do it justice.
Well, let's head down now to the paddock. Kev's going to be wandering around all day long and finding us some juicy stories, and I'm sure he's already got one. Down to you, Kev.
Well, thanks, guys. Down here once again, my great pals in the ragtime races, and I had a lot of fun with this man yesterday, Corky Coker. Corky, we had a blast when we did the pit stop yesterday.
We had a great time, Kevin. We tore apart a car. We had all the controversy going down, and it was just a blast. You're a great fun guy.
I'm lucked out this weekend. We mentioned this car, and interestingly, this is the Marmon Wasp, 1911, first Indianapolis 500 winner. But this is the only replica here. This is a replica.
Right.
Everything else is legit.
All the rest of these cars are original cars. There's some that had airplane engines that were originally in airplanes, but they were original race cars, and they kind of upgraded. That's kind of what you do in racing anyway. Is any way you can upgrade to beat the next guy, you're pretty well off.
And a quick word about this car. First ever Indianapolis 500 winner. Am I right in saying 1911?
1911. Marmon Wasp, Series 32. It was driven by a guy named Ray Haroon. This is the first use of a rear view mirror on any automobile in the 1911 Indy 500.
That's fantastic, and I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a single seater. They would have had to have had two seats because you needed a mechanic, a spotter, basically.
Yeah, that's right. That's what the riding mechanician did, Kevin.
Yeah.
They would kind of look, and they would also make sure that you had pressure in your gas tank, and they would look to see if somebody was overcoming you.
Yeah.
And it was a big job. Yeah. But then it was also dangerous because he had to move his weight and that sort of thing, and there were guys that just fell out, and then the other guys behind them had to dodge them. It was amazing. It was great fun.
A wild time, and I tell you what, when I'm done with this weekend here, I'm going to go straight to the internet and start researching, see if I can find some video of some of these things.
Yeah.
But let's just spin it around.
Sure.
Come around this side, Corky. There's an original Lozier here. So
That's right.
This is the actual car. This is
1911 also. Wow. This car was driven by a guy named Ralph Mulford. This is a second place winner at Indy 500, 1911. And there was a big controversy between this car and that car. There's a controversy that said this car had to do another lap, so it actually won, but Ray Haroon was actually awarded the winner. It's a fun car. It's a big 4-cylinder made in Plattsburgh, New York. It has also a riding mechanician. It's an amazing car.
It really is, and it's an incredible condition. And we were chatting before as well, and I know when your guys restore these, and you've done a lot of this yourself, you've got a museum there in Chattanooga.
Right.
When you do these restorations, you're looking for genuine parts. You're not just going to put anything on it. You've got to find the real thing somewhere.
Find the real thing. This is an original set of headlamps. Ralph Mulford drove this car from Detroit, Michigan down to the racetrack, raced, and then drove it back, so he had to have headlights in order to see on the road.
Great story. Walk and talk, Corky, because look, the guys are working here. This is all going on. If you're gonna run these cars, then gentlemen need to make sure they're running sweet. It's, you know, there's a lot of work goes into it.
There's a lot of work, and you also have to maintain them and do some carburation. You've got to set the time. You know, this is Ted Davis's 1911 Franklin, which is an amazing original car. This has not been restored. Now, Ted is an amazing mechanic and a machinist, and he can do just about anything. I think he's working on the radiator right now. Just kidding, this is an air-cooled car. This is a Franklin air-cooled car. But Ted is an amazing mechanic, and he and his daughter are out on this racetrack. It's a father-daughter deal and having a great time.
Oh, yeah, I saw them getting ready to go out yesterday. Well, you know, you're squeezed up in there, the pair of you. You get nice and friendly with your mechanic when you're racing these things. But it's just brilliant seeing all the piston heads here as well. Timing, getting the timing for that engine to fire.
And the rocker arms are just slinging, going up and down, and it's amazing. It's an amazing car, and you know, to have one in the original patina that's never been painted, and it's on wooden frame rails. These are wooden frame rails, Kevin.
Yeah, I saw those yesterday. It's almost like you've got these big, long sort of tuba-fours or whatever they are running the full length of the car, and that's just incredible. But I mean, just a shout out to the Ragtime Racers and Brian, who organises all of you guys, because you know, if people go to a car show and they hear that Ragtime Racers are on the bill, they've got to show up. Brian does a great job, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He has a foundation. So if you feel the need, you know, it's the Blaine Racing Foundation in Visalia, California. He supports this, keeping the dream alive with these vintage race cars. So it's an amazing, fun thing that Ryan does.
Corky, thanks ever so much. You're here all weekend. We're having a blast down here, Johnny and Adam, with the Ragtime Racers. The 1911 is the only replica. Everything else is real, and they're taking them racing. It's back to you.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research, and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
And you look at those and see, gee, how would you like to go 89?
Great stuff, no question about it. Good stuff, Kev, and he'll be in the paddock all day today, but a great way to start there with Corky. He's good value, isn't he? And I just love the Ragtime guys. I don't care that Marmon is a replica. I know that everybody wants to emphasize the fact that everything else is original, but just to have a replica of that first 500 winner with that mirror, so significant.
It's incredible. No, it really is. I agree with you. You don't need to have the real one here would be unrealistic.
Yes.
You know, so
and they wouldn't let it out of the museum.
No, to see that there as a great replica is awesome.
So we turn our attention now to our next group, which is called 47 to 55. And just to put it in perspective, well, what was going on in 55? Well, the president was Eisenhower. Richard Nixon was vice president. How about that?
That's interesting, yeah.
And Disneyland was opened in California for the first time.
Yeah, it had to go through that whole process again because of COVID, didn't it? The whole reopening process. So they got to kind of relive the 50s last year. Reopened, but yeah, it's always interesting to know where we were in time, you know, back then, and you know, the era of these cars, or you know, the earliest version we have is a 1949 Baldwin, or then a 1949 Jaguar Parkinson Special. So some really good iterations there, all the way up to, like you said, 1956. the Denzel 1500 International Sport by Tommy Trabue out there driving. So a lot of good versions out there to go take a look at here.
And literally the only modern things that you're looking at will be the helmets, the belts, the gloves, and the overalls.
Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. And even then, some of the
Some of them do period.
Yeah, some of the helmets are period. I mean, they're to a Snell safety rating, but it's a period open face helmet, which is great. Double thumbs up. If you were questioning if these folks were ready for race day, they're ready for race
look
day.
at that. Look at the dials.
The gauges.
Love it. The gauges are excellent.
He's got a speedometer in there to keep him, keep him
Which
honest.
is rare, that back then.
It is. Very rare.
Didn't care about the speed.
No.
I don't think you'd see much through that mirror or get much protection from the wind. But hey, doesn't matter. You're having fun. Wind in your hair in the 1951 Baldwin Special Roadster.
Such a beautifully polished and well-kept machine. That polished aluminum, all aluminum bodywork on that. Just an absolute beautiful, beautiful rendition of that. Side pipes coming out, you know, that screams that classic look. And helmets passed inspection.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And as is tradition in historic racing, all the stickers, the fire extinguisher there to your right.
It's fun to see the choke knob.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, I forgot about those.
Right.
Pull the choke knob in. Yeah.
They, you know, this is.
But don't forget to push it back in, or you'll be revving high for a while.
Yeah, that's a beautiful part about what we witnessed down here. I mean, one of my favorite things about the weekend, Jonathan, has been watching these mechanics tune the carburetors, tune these. You know, that's part of taking the step back in time. You get to see him out on track, but to see him, the process to get him out on track is equally spectacular.
You know, there's a bunch of kids out there, there's a bunch of millennials going, "What's a choke knob?"
Right. Well, go get involved in your STEM education, and you'll find out.
Yeah,
you'll absolutely find out. We need the next generation to step up and want to be a part of this, so that these beautiful works of art can continue on a racetrack.
So he doesn't want to even see out the front. He's got all his stickers on the front.
I love how even back then, see the arrow on the mirror, on the outside mirror was the mirror was covered with some bodywork so that it didn't reach such a rough spot. There's a basic car right there. I mean, super basic.
Street Special Manning.
Nothing but stuffing a V8 onto some tubular steel and put a little drive line in it. Let's go see what it'll do.
Now, we did have somebody question why they tape the headlights up.
So they tape the headlights up so that if any debris were to get hit those, you know, these are period correct, so that the headlights are glass. So it is, if the headlight were to get hit, not that they couldn't replace the headlight because they would have to, but it keeps the shattered glass from going out on track and then in turn puncturing a tire and having a bigger failure. So they do require all those headlights to be taped up if you have the fog lamps to be taped up, unless you're running, you know, a more modern car that has the Lexan, or, you know, like a Porsche 962, for example, would have the Lexan headlights, you know, so taped up. But these older cars, because they are glass, you'll see that cross tape across the lights up front.
So here we go, heading out.
17th on the starting grid on the inside of the 9th row.
Beautiful sight here from high above on the drone. And just to remind you, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1947 to 1955 sports racing and GT Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you?
Number 1. And on the 10th row, the number 114 from Jean-Pierre Moleris from Beaverton, Oregon.
WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. And as I said, look, no fog on the front, is there? It's gone. And I bet you when we get to Big Tom at the top of the hill, Tom Thumb, he'll be up there, and he'll be able to put his thumb in the air and tell us whether there's fog or not as we hit the top of the corkscrew, but I think it's clearing, and Adam's preening out the window. What's going on out there?
Sticking my head out the window there, Jonathan, and I see a pretty clear corkscrew at the top of the hill. Looks nice and clear. We're gridded up here on pit road and rolling out for our pace lap. They'll get one pace lap. They're going to come around. They're going to get the green the first time by, so they'll immediately get out there, start warming up their tires. I do see some sticker tires on the number 55. That's the MGTD green. Got Caden Maroof in that. Going out there on a fresh set of skins.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, we did some research yesterday because I said, how do they do the tires, Adam? We said, let's go find out.
Right, yeah.
Peter Krause Racing, and they bring 1,200 tires from 4 different manufacturers. No mean feat.
No, not at all. And if you didn't get your tires ordered in plenty of time with the challenges of COVID and stuff, you showed up here and you might be, in a position like in that A.J. Watson Roadster, that's 15-year-old tires are on that car because they could not get. Now, the thing that you have going for you and why you would be able to do that on a car like that and maybe not necessarily on a street car is that is a museum piece. So they've kept petroleum on the tire so the tire didn't get dry rotted.
Right.
They've kept air in the tire so it never had that deformation at any point. So the tires were just as well kept to the car the whole time.
How
so
long
that's why you
will they
can have
last?
faith.
If you do all that protection, how long could you?
It's hard saying.
Yeah.
It's a total
Suppose
judgment
it depends
call.
on
But
the humidity and where you keep it. Yeah.
well, of course it does. And so for the mechanics that Tom Malloy has, they were certainly did a durometer on the tire. I'm sure they did all kinds of X-ray testing and things of that sort to make sure, because you don't just send an A.J. Watson special out there around Laguna Seca unless you're pretty confident that it's going to come home.
And the Lexus safety car leading them round here, and the Lexus have a big role to play here, of course, at Laguna.
They are. They're second only to WeatherTech as far as a partner here at Laguna Seca Raceway. So they run the Lexus Performance Driving School here. So if you're looking to get laps around this wonderful racetrack, you have that opportunity by going and signing up for Lexus Performance Driving School.
That's one of my favorite cars, James Older, in that XK120 OTS from 1952.
That's the new Old English White, not to be confused with the old English White.
Right. Okay, good.
It's the new.
Well, it is. It's slightly brighter white, isn't it?
It is.
Whereas the Old English is a sort of creamier, darker.
I'm going to take your word for it.
No, yeah, no,
yes,
it is.
I will,
I
and
promise you.
I do. I trust.
I know my Old English. I did Chaucer at school.
Well, I love the British history I get on the way to and from the racetrack with both you and Kev.
What are you saying?
No, I love it.
We're old.
I love it. Well, the country's old.
It is.
You know, we're babies compared to what England is. You know,
200 years.
That's nothing. You have soccer rivalries that are a lot older than us.
that is actually true. I've slept in beds older than America.
Okay, they're rounding up and they're getting gridded up here to come around turn 11. Pace car is off.
Yep.
Staring down this bridge here, just before the bridge is where they're going to get their green flag. Jonathan, call it.
Group 4A, 1947 to 1955, sports racing and GTs. Up the hill at Laguna Seca for the first time of our second race of the day, the Rolex Reunion in action here for 2021. Good clean start into the Andretti hairpin. Lovely shot.
It is. I've seen video footage of that, and I mean, the pictures we're bringing to you home, it makes you feel like you're here. Like anything else, there's nothing like being here. We're on lap 1 of 9.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, is it, to get dialed in?
No, it's not. But you know that they do get 2 races a day here. So this is only their first race in the afternoon. They go through the whole cycle again, Jonathan. So if there's a group that you're really enjoying this morning, make sure you tune in this afternoon for it. We would love to have you out here for the whole coverage. Nice dive bomb. Looking to the inside there. Turn number 5.
So give me a bit of tactics. Laguna Seca, where do you make your overtakes? Top of the hill?
Yeah, top of the hill. You know, I'm sure I didn't sit in on any of the drivers' meetings that the sheriff, Dorsey Schrader, had held in session, but I'm guessing, and Steve DeBrecht, Stevie D as we know him, I'm guessing that they discourage passes going into the corkscrew just because of how hairy that can get up there.
Yeah.
I would say our passing zones are certainly the Andretti hairpin, certainly turn 11.
Yep.
Those would be your 2 key passing zones for sure.
Yeah, I would agree.
But the corkscrew, I would be guessing, knowing Dorsey like I do and Steve DeBrecht, that they're asking our competitors go single file through there.
Yeah. In 9th place, William Rookledge. He's been in action a lot of the weekend. Currently in 9th at the moment as the leaders. A group of 4 cars just away, well, almost 5 cars. Yes, it is 5 cars in that group. Leading the way and pulling away as they start their second lap. Just over 100 miles an hour down the main straight and down towards that Andretti hairpin. And as you say,
oh no. So that's dumping oil, I think.
Yeah. No, well.
He looked pretty like he was sliding around getting into there.
A big moment then for the 25, the Tatum GMC Special.
Was that brake lock up or was that smoke?
I'm just wondering if it was just brakes, yeah.
Because I haven't seen it do it again, so that'd be good. I mean, we don't want any kind of mechanicals like that going on. I tell you, that Jaguar, the 1949 Jaguar Parkinson Special,
yeah, nice,
with John Bunball behind it, and he's leading this race. I mean, that thing is just hooked up. I mean, the acceleration as he came off of turn 10 was just something special, special to see. This was built in 1951 at International Motors, Los Angeles, for the late Don Parkinson.
Okay.
So that's where the name, the park from. Body was sketched by then teenaged Robert Cumberford, Automobile Magazine.
Gosh,
so
a teenager designing cars.
Yeah.
What next?
No, I know, right? And then the body was constructed by the late Marvin Fall. Mr. Fall undertook the restoration in the mid-1970s, but his failing health prevented the completion of this car. So a lot of wonderful history to come about this. It's a 3.8 liter car now. So that explains that wonderful acceleration that's getting off of that turn 11.
A couple of Jaguars in our second group. The lead group is well ahead of this second group that we're watching of 4 cars. Almost 5. Will be in a moment. Up the hill they go.
Yeah, this is such a broad stretch of power and weight ratio and things of that you are definitely seeing a huge separation. Might be one of our largest group separations of the day. Only time will tell, but still just a blast to watch them hug these vehicles around.
See that white Jaguar there? I know I mentioned it before, but James Alder, he's from Reno, Nevada, and he's a perennial comer to any historic event. If he smells a historic event, he's there. But here's the best part. He drives the car himself. He doesn't put it on a trailer. He doesn't pack it up. He doesn't air freight it.
It's one of my favorite stories of all of this.
Wind and rain, goggles on, open seat. There it is. Love it.
Yeah,
number 33.
And he's been doing this
for a long
time. I mean, since 1982, he has been driving that car. So, folks, I've been alive since 1979. So almost as long as I've been alive, that man has been going around and driving that car.
And that car's in better condition than you.
Well, without a doubt. And I'll tell you, that car probably gets more invested in it than me in a year or two.
There you go.
but nonetheless, spirit, it shows that's the absolute spirit of what we do here, because that's what the racers did back then. The racers drove their race cars to the track.
Yeah, exactly. That is the real true
Yeah.
spirit, isn't it? Because back in the day, back in the 50s, that was you didn't have a race car and a home car. That was your car.
Yeah, and the first person with an open trailer, man, boy, they were the cream of the crop, weren't they?
Yeah.
Wow, they took it to the next level, and then from the open trailers came the enclosed trailers, and then from that, now we have the traveling garage mahals that we have now the day. 4 or 5 semi trailers hooked together with engineering staff, and I mean all the things it takes to a race car to go run. It's fun to take a trip back in time with this class and just enjoy the simplicity of the motorsport.
Now, I know you've been doing your research on the 1953 number 14 that's coming up, and that's the Sayata. And we had a bit of a laugh about this car here yesterday because we looked it up. No information.
There's none. You can't find any. I looked up the place, the source for all of us to go, Mr. Google. My cousin Google.
Yep.
And my cousin Google didn't even have an answer for me. No, he didn't even have an answer for me.
But I bet you, knowing the historians out there, I bet you Paul Tarsi will know the answer to that. He'll let me know.
Somebody will. Look at how beautiful the fog is lifted in that shot. It shows you how it's moved on from the racing surface, and we have beautiful sunshine beating down on this wonderful race circuit.
And Super Matt giving us some fantastic overhead shots of the rainy curve from high above. And I'm enjoying seeing Laguna in a quite different way in race trim from the drones. I know a lot of people are using drones now, but it's really nice to see Laguna. We had a lot of comments on the internet last night just talking about how that angle is so different and so new for so many people, myself included. Oh, for sure. And a drone is only as good as its pilots. Right. And we have 2 of the best. I truly think that in the business. Hats off to the 2 pilots we have out there doing their job and giving us the great shots, and the whole crew. Yep. Just a fabulous time and really enjoyable. It's been making it fun up here in the booth for sure, bringing all the action to us. Well, one of those pilots we had to steal from the Mars rover. He was due to fly the Mars rover again, and we brought him back. Oh, that's even better. Yeah. So the 77C that's running up the hill there, the Baldwin Mercury Special. Robert Manson behind the wheel of that, getting a nice climb into the corkscrew. Through goes the 15, that Manning again, the 1952. So like I said, a spread of 47 to 55. Oh, big smoke show. Ooh. That's that looks like... That's not fog. No, that is a car that pulled off and into the paddock here. So that is definitely somebody that knew that they were having an issue and made sure that they caught clear. Yeah, as long as he hasn't thrown anything on the track, that's all we care about at this point. We obviously want to care about the car as well, but...
We're about halfway through our second race of the day. Blake Tatum's chasing down. Rob Manson in third place. Skip Streets in fourth. And Don Pepperdine in that number 77 in fifth place. Stuart Hansen behind him.
That's an interesting car, too, that 49 Baldwin Mercury Special. That was built right here in Santa Barbara, California. Okay. So as you find out, a lot of, as doing the research and learning the history, so many of the cars at the Rolex Monterey Historics Reunion this weekend this is where they began their life. This is a reunion in more than one way, in the sense that they started their life here racing, and they're continuing their lives here 60 years later, 60, 70 years later.
Well, and also the perfect storm. You've got the weather of California. You've got, without being funny, the wealth to import foreign cars, which they did, and sold them from dealerships, which is how sponsorship began, kind of thing.
Right.
Then they built Sears Point and Riverside, and you've got Laguna, and from there on in, you've suddenly got some really good tracks, a lot of great cars, the Americans fiddling and doing their own specials as well, but a lot of imported European cars, and so off went the racing here. And this part of California being very much the hot spot for racing.
Robert Manson, you see him having his hands full.
Yeah.
Hands full with that Manning Street Special. That yellow and the aluminum. I mean, he came. What we love, and we mentioned this yesterday, didn't we? When we get in those shots, and it's almost inside the cockpit, and you see him working the wheel. It's like watching the old footage of Sir Sterling Moss.
Yes.
Working that big wooden wheel, or Fangio, working that big wooden wheel, the Mercedes coming through there.
And by the way, if you're interested, go back and look up Fangio or Sterling, and look up sort of onboards, because believe it or not, they did strap cameras in the 50s to those cars, and you really do see those big wheels and how they had to muscle them, and how much adjustment they did each and every corner.
Exciting pass for the lead in turn one. Exciting pass for the lead there. We had the 25 Tatum GMC Special. Again, Robert, I don't think that it was Robert Manson. All I know is Robert Manson behind the wheel of that. So that's, lead and used traffic as a pick.
Nice.
Notice that?
I like it. Yep.
Took the lead with 6 of 9 laps complete here with Group 4A.
Well, you're listening to current Trans Am driver Adam Andretti. Almost a winner. He doesn't want me to remind him of it. Last week in Nashville, but doing a great job with the three-dimensional services team. And he'll be in action again at Watkins Glen. And, of course, yes, if you're asking and wondering, he is part of that royalty that is the Andretti American race family. I asked him yesterday, is there an Andretti that doesn't race? And he said, nope.
We all race at one point or another, whether we're taking a risk on a racetrack or getting to and from the racetrack. But we love the sport. The sport's been great to us, and the people of the sport. It's our extended family.
Yeah.
And we feel the most comfortable at the racetrack. Well,
you've lived it.
Yeah, you
were born into it.
Yeah, we always just seem to be the happiest at the racetrack. My dad. The second you would drive into any racetrack, I mean, you would just see his face turn into a light that he always had a light in his face, but, at the racetrack just brought it differently. And you see the same in my Uncle Mario, and I hope I carry that same thing too, because I have an absolute love and passion for the sport.
I often get a surprised look when people tell you that Mario had a twin brother, because Aldo was kind of in the background a lot, wasn't he?
He was.
He raced himself, but not as much.
Yeah, he was. He had to retire early because of injury. There was a very dangerous sport early on, and it was luck. It was a numbers game, and Mario. I tell you, the ones that survived the era were rather clean, like AJ Foyt, Alan Bobby Unser, but even they lost a brother, Jerry.
Yes, they did.
It was a cruel sport in those days, and my dad got some of the cruelty of it, unfortunately, with injury. And that pushed him into an early retirement. But as far as support, you couldn't find better support than that man. You couldn't have found a bigger fan of my Uncle Mario's, of my brother John's, my cousin Michael, Marco, myself, my nephew Jared. The list goes on. No matter what we did, you wouldn't have found a bigger fan and supporter than my dad. It was never, oh man, I missed out, or oh poor me. No, never you got that out of my dad. He was proud that he got to do what he did, but even more proud that we were able to carry on that tradition.
And it's true of the historic guys you're seeing out here. They may not be as famous, but there's a lot of generational racers, father and son, out here today. The family tradition of going racing together
continues to this day.
For sure, we had one up here yesterday with Gunnar Jeanette.
Yes.
You know, his father Kevin, a legendary engineer, crew chief mechanic. Wow, it's getting feisty out there.
It is. Laps coming down, they're getting quicker.
Oh, he wheels that. I mean, that Manning Street Special is looks like a handful and just an absolute blast to drive. But back to the family, you know, the Jeanettes and the Andrettis, we go back so far, as Gunnar and I talked about yesterday. We couldn't even remember, because I think it was before our first memory that Gunnar and I were probably playing with Matchbox cars and racing each other. So, you know, it is a family sport in so many ways. We love the families to come out here. The enthusiasm of the children that we've seen out here this weekend, for those that have brought their families out, we encourage it. This is an absolute 100% family. You will enjoy it as a family. It brings you closer as a family. It gives you something to talk about for years to come. It's not just about living in the moment. It's about what you're going to have and the experience and how it's going to carry out for the rest of your days. Because these are serious impact weekends. These are visual impacts, things that, honestly, as a youth, when you come see something like this, it's stuff you'll never forget.
See that all red at the back of this group from Matt shot here on the drone, that Curtis 1953 500S Dodge. There it is.
It's a neat looking car. I say it all the time. I mean, I don't think any of these, I don't find a single car here. You know, it's you said it yesterday as we were walking through the paddock, Johnny. I'll take any of them.
Yeah, I know.
I'll just take any of them. I mean, and it looks like we have an exhaust failure there on the 29 car as it was heading up the hill. That's a Triumph TR2, David Nelson. That's unlike a British car to lose any parts.
No.
I just totally unlike
I said sarcasm in your voice, Mr. Andretti.
No, it's amazing that
Lucas parts never broke.
What these cars go through and how they actually
British
manage
Leyland,
to make it. Yeah.
Unflappable.
Unflappable. I love it.
A broken down MG never happened.
But it's wonderful shots overhead here to turn 10, rushing into turn 11. Looks like we got a little over-under move with the red and white car that I can't specifically pick out from the distance what that is, but it's going to be a good race for sure.
Yeah, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of the final lap as they cross the strip one more time. And still over 100 miles an hour averaging across that line. As we see that Curtis in full
They're
action.
being given the one to go. This is our final lap.
That's still smoke in there in the paddock. Whatever that is, it's not well. Whoa, lovely. Nicely done.
Nicely done.
They're tightening up, aren't they?
This is real racing here. I know Dorsey's got a close eye on it, but they're racing clean. At the same time, you know, they're giving each other plenty of room. But that was a nice outside move on the approach to turn number 3 there.
You've been mentioning Mario Andretti. I love the quote. If everything seems under control, you're not going fast enough.
Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it? Yeah, he's full of he's got great quotes out there, and that is definitely.
Does he sit at the breakfast table and start to just think of something?
Well, it's funny when you're Mario Andretti, isn't everything a quote?
Yes, but so.
You know, it's the same thing with Sir Sterling Moss. You know, how many quotes do you see of his out there? He's got amazing quotes, and I love too is. Now in the modern era we're in, there's apps for that, right? There's a quote app. You can get a quote of the day app.
Yep.
And it's quotes from influential figures from all over the world, whether it be athletes, world leaders, whatever the case may be. And Mario's on there plenty, and so is Sir Sterling. And wow,
I'll tell you, these two have had a great little ding-dong battle.
They absolutely have.
15's trying everything in the book to get past him.
We need to remind them they have a race this afternoon.
Yes, that we do. So final lap, our second group, Group 4A, 1947 to 1955 sports racing and GT cars. Very much the beginnings of California racing. Here comes your winner to take the checkered flag in style. And across the line, 92 miles an hour.
John Budenbaum taking the checkered flag, led that thing from flag to flag, had a great race. And that Parkinson Special Jaguar, doing a phenomenal job. We'll get a rundown here for you in just a little bit, a nice little official rundown as they're doing the cool downs. Such an important aspect of this vintage racing is a proper cool down lap once exercising these cars, especially in a race condition, making sure that you can get it cooled down to proper temperature so you're not heat soaking things as they come in. Things of that sort.
And a look at the results. Blake Tatum with the win. Funnily enough, in the Tatum GMC Special. John Buddebaum in second place in the Jaguar Parkinson Special. Manson in the Curtis 500. We saw Skip Streets in the Manning Street Special. We've got some themes going on. Streets to Streets. And then Don Pepperdine in fifth place in the 49 Baldwin. Stuart Hansen 6. Gregor Magnussen in the Porsche 356 from 1954. Seventh place, Lars Mamstead in eighth. William Rookledge in ninth position in the Jaguar XK122 there, eighth and ninth. And Johnny Mott in 10th position in the Allard from 1950, that K2 version. Okay, yep. Yep.
And they were very, very successful, but they were brutes to drive.
All right, let's head down to the paddock and once again join Kev Harris, who's probably got the best of the best down there.
Well, how about this for history? I'm stood here in amongst the Ford display, and you probably don't need telling, but in 1964, Ford invented a car. They came out with a car. They wanted a sporty 2+2 that people could afford, the Ford Mustang. They hoped to sell 100,000 in the first year. Well, on day one, they sold 22,000, and the rest is history. And well over 50 years later, we are still here with that Mustang mark in the form of the Mach-E, and we got the Mach-E GT right here. And I have Jim Owens, who's the Mach-E brand manager and Mustang brand manager, to talk all about it. And Jim, well, firstly, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. What a great vehicle, and what a way to celebrate it at this event.
Well, thank you for having us here. And as we said, over 55 years of Mustang being there. April, World's Fair, 1964, come out with a 65 model year, and now in 2021 we're celebrating this beautiful vehicle as well as the internal combustion engine Mach 1.
Yeah, I mean the Mach 1 is just across the way there. You got to come and see that high-tech, high-performance vehicle. Behind us we've got racing Mustangs from Parnelli Jones and others, and then in amongst all of it, we are now carrying on the Mustang mark with the Mach-E, and this is the Mach-E GT. Not many people in the UK, for our UK audience, will have seen this, but tell us about this one, because this raises Mach-E to another level.
To another complete level, and ties it back into what Mustang made so famous.
Yeah.
If you think about it, and you talked about in 64, when we came out with the Mustang, it was about changing perceptions of how people drove. And this Mustang Mach-E GT will change perceptions of what people think of an electric vehicle. And what better way to do it than with that pony right on the front. Now this car is exceptional. 480 horsepower. More than 600 pound-feet of torque. That is the same horsepower as my internal combustion engine Mach 1. 0 to 60 in the mid-threes. So when you talk about Mustang performance, this Mach-E GT hits it in spades. I mean, it is unbelievable. We've been taking people around in hot laps here at Laguna Seca in it, and our professional driver is out there. It has Magnaride suspension, Pirelli P0 tires, and that unbelievable 4-piston Brembo braking system that makes this car not only great to drive, but fun on a performance vehicle that ties originally to the Mustang.
I absolutely love this, and for anyone who's watching and who's a little bit skeptical about electric vehicles, thinking, and there's so many guys who obviously love the internal combustion engine, it's a great thing. But panic not, the future is in safe hands as far as electricity is concerned.
If you think about it, Carroll Shelby back in the day didn't sit there and say, my name's Carroll Shelby and electronic performance is my business. Yeah. What he said was, performance is his business. And as technology evolves, it doesn't matter what the powertrain is, as long as you can make that car perform better. And this Mach-E GT performance package does that. Someplace Carroll is looking down on us and saying, I wish I had a chance to drive that one. Because the way it handles, that Magnaride suspension is literally set up in unbridled mode to actually give you that ride and handling that you would expect out of a Mustang internal combustion engine.
Yeah, freedom, progress, and a touch of rebellion is what they said about this car back in the day, and that touch of rebellion is right there. In the US, it's unbridled mode. In the UK, we've got it down as untamed. But on the drive modes in the vehicle, they're hit unbridled, hit untamed, and it is a blast, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's unbelievable. And including in that, what we would do is have the unbridled or untamed mode in yours that extends it. So you hit the button for extend if you're going to be out there driving it aggressively. Like when we're out here on the track with the Mach 1s and the GT500s, we put that in the unbridled mode and the extend mode, which allows that computer and this wonderful technology to make that vehicle perform better on the track.
Yeah, phenomenal. And you know, if you are down here this weekend, you come and speak to Jim, and come and if you're lucky enough to get out, and I know you're doing a few hot laps, this is the car you want to be in. I tell you not. You know, we've got the kind of extended range all-wheel drive model, just to kind of place it in the range, and then the GT sits above that. And this is the one that some of our European audience might not have seen so much of.
Just released it, just got okay to buy in it, and quite frankly, when you say the all-wheel drive, it has that all-wheel drive that is available on the base Mach-E. The Mach-E GT kind of makes it feel like the torque vectoring that you would have gotten out of the old Focus RS. So what that means is when you're going into an apex of a turn on this vehicle, you can actually go wider and deeper and be able to get that torque, that intelligence to get you out of that turn faster, which is just the key to Mustang, right? That is what Mustang's done all along, and this is a great addition to the Mustang family.
Jim, it's been an absolute blast. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
If you are down here at Monterey this weekend, come and see him. Parnelli Jones car's sitting right behind, in front the Mach-E GT. It just does not get any better. We're going to take a short break and catch our breath. I'm going to ask Jim if I can jump in it, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to world-class healthcare providers, researchers, and autoimmune disease experts, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and new hope.
We are driving awareness and accelerating research in the Race for RP.
The 1976 Decon Monza in orange.
And high above, the mist and fog has now disappeared, and we've got a beautiful day here. Now you can see the paddock. It's beautifully set up as well, I may add, Adam. I'm really impressed with how they've gone about sorting out, because, you know, paddock, I've seen this paddock set up in so many different ways, from bikes to cars, but they've done a really good job.
A fantastic job, and I've never seen it so full. I've never seen them make such a big paddock look so small, but still be so spacious, because when you get down there, no one's cramped, no one's on top of each other, there's plenty of space, plenty of room for our fans and our to come and enjoy. We invite you out here, come see us personally, come check it out for yourselves. Nothing like getting up and close and personal with these just absolute works of art. That's a racer. That's a racer's
look. No, and that's a racer's look like, what's that camera doing in my face?
Yeah, that's Chris Springer ready to go to work, that's for sure.
He's a coiled Springer.
Yes.
BMW, CSL, Camel GT Challenge.
I believe that is actually the RSR with Alan Benjamin.
I was looking at it. Oh yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
He's starting number 2, I think.
Is that what that was?
Yes, I think that was. Yeah. Or that was just his Stephen Queen impression.
One
of the two.
I was going to say, in America, that's not offensive.
No, absolutely not. It was in the film Le Mans. It counts.
Yeah.
It's Hollywood. Now that's a thumbs up. Understood.
The Decon Monza there with Richard Goldsmith giving us a thumbs up. That was the one that was raced by snow skiing champion Jerry Jolly.
Jerry Jolly, what a good name.
What an awesome name. Yeah, I mean, Andretti's not bad, but to be a jolly old chap, that's not bad
absolutely.
either.
55, that's the Porsche 911 SR from 1974. And
Chet
you
Taylor.
this is your favorite, one of your favorite cars.
That's my baby right there, yeah. I love that BMW. It's a beautiful BMW CSL. That's a ETCC championship car. Runner-up in 1977, raced in Europe till 81. The 1B 911 RSR, Cameron Healy behind the wheel, giving us a big thumbs up. 61, another RSR with Alan Benjamin behind the wheel.
Yeah, big group this, and a lot of Porsches. It's probably dominated by Porsches.
Which that says something, doesn't it? There's a Group 44 car.
Yep, Triumph.
Yeah, that's a Triumph TR8. Mark Leonard behind the wheel. One of my favorite cars here. I love the Group 44 livery.
In green. On the outside of him, the 1D of Jonathan Ornstein from...
Now, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1973 to 1981, FIA, IMSA, GT, GTX, GTU, AAGT Group is brought to you by the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation.
Porsche 935 Blue and yellow alongside Dennis Singleton.
Yeah, I've looked at who's involved in that foundation, and there's some pretty hefty names, including Bobby Rahal, who's here today, this weekend, racing up his own straight.
Yeah, that's always fun to do.
Great to have him here.
Absolutely, and those look into those foundations if there's an interest in there, and you're looking to want to be a part of the sport, or you're looking to help out the sport in any way.
I know there's a few people asking, who's the Grand Marshal? You always want to know who the Grand Marshal is, because it's always somebody special. We've got two, and they are special. Parnelli Jones and George Foreman. If you're a Trans Am fan, those two are two of the history makers in the Trans Am and in the history of American motorsport.
Without a doubt, and also two of the most kind gentlemen you ever care to meet. And what you love about it is when those heroes that showed us what they could do on the track, they're equally as great people off the track, like we have in George Fulmer and Parnelli Jones. That is what really makes the whole package come together.
We went down to MGM Studios and got a dolly out, and we're now using that dolly along the main straight. Do you like that?
I do like that. That is...
Well, there's a lot of these dollies around now.
Is there?
Yeah, a lot of people are thinking that drones are going to take over, but so they're going cheap. I'll tell you what, it's steadier than a dolly, isn't it? Look at that.
That's a nice shot. Yeah,
it's lovely.
That's a really, really brilliant. The JLP car out there, I'd love to see that it made its way. It did not make its way out for qualifying yesterday. Zach Brown is scheduled to be behind the wheel. We don't have confirmation that he is 100% behind the wheel, but our notes tell us that he's behind the wheel, so we'll go with that.
You don't think he'd send Lando in his place just to create a bit of a stir, do you?
I'm telling you,
he wouldn't trust Lando in one of his cars.
If that's Lando in his place, I imagine he'll be P3 or P4 by the time they get to the Andretti hairpin. Yeah. So we'll see how aggressive that start is to tell us who's in it, but I'm pretty sure that hopefully we got Zach behind the wheel of that. I know that that's such a special car in history. I would imagine that, Zach, who owns that car, he wouldn't let too many people have that opportunity to drive a car in history like that if he owned it. So I'm guessing he's here, the one doing that. Some beautiful K3 versions of the 935 coming through there as well. Those are that bright yellow in particular is a wonderful version of a 935 K3.
So this is the third race of the day for the 2021 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. An event that's been held since Steve Earle brought it all together in 1974, and a large amount of the people here have been coming since then.
They come in droves, and for good reason. This is there's a reason why this event globally is known. There's that beautiful JLP, the number 18.
Yeah, we went out and had a close look at it. It's immaculate. And you said it yourself. It looks as though it was from the future, but you can't believe it's an 80s version.
Yeah, that does not look 40 years old.
No.
This is the 40th anniversary of that car. It does not look 40 years old. So far ahead of its time. These are certainly the early cars that got wind tunnel time. Was that era, so you can certainly see the influence there. The size of the turbos in the rear, the way that they feed the air to the turbo, everything about the car is just absolutely so efficient. It's a spectacular sight to see. We are certainly indebted to Zach Brown for letting us have that a glimpse of that here this weekend.
And if you're not familiar with the name Zach Brown, he of course the CEO of McLaren Formula One Racing, as well as many other things.
Yes.
And IndyCars, and he's actually racing evidently in LMP3, or he's trying to put a program together, so he's walking the walk and talking the talk. And he has promised Daniel Ricciardo a chance to race in a Richard Petty NASCAR if he gets a podium.
If he gets a podium, that's good. I would love that. I'm surprised it wasn't with Daniel, wasn't a Dale Earnhardt car that he wanted to get behind the wheel of.
It could have been. I might have got it wrong. Here we go then. 3A. 1973 to 1981. Beat that for a sound.
Right, immediately to the front of 935, a gaggle of 935s to the front, not a shock.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a shock either that the JLP car was just motoring past the tail end of the field. Like I said, that car did not get a chance to qualify yesterday. That's why it was starting towards the tail of the field. Don't know if Zach wasn't here or whatever way that went down, but nonetheless, it didn't get to do qualifying time. So they're going to get 9 laps of racing, and I believe wherever they finish in this race is how they grid for the second race this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
Charles Nürburg off to the races. Charlie, a well-known figure here in historic racing in the USA, in fact around the world as well, as he leads the way in that Sachs number 70. Lovely shots here from our cameraman, great stuff.
Yeah, that's one of those K3s. That's one of those 935 K3s. That's the 1980 24-hour Le Mans winner. That's why that car probably looks familiar to a lot of our fans. It was 5th overall, but it won first in class, pole position and fastest qualifying lap as well. That was driven by none other than John Fitzpatrick, Dick Barber, and you may know the other guy.
Brian Redmond.
Sir Brian Redmond.
There you go.
Love the man.
Well, he's not Sir.
I know he's not a Sir, but I'll call him that.
He is to me.
He is a Sir to me as well, so I'll go and give him that. If the Queen isn't going to drape the sword on his shoulder,
well,
I'll go ahead and do it.
He ran off to Florida, you see, so
yeah.
the Queen's forgotten about him. But yes, he's a lord in my mind.
I agree. Ken Esman there is in that Takan Monza running in P2. That's, again, built by Takan Engineering. It was raced by Chris Cord and Jim Adams through the 1982 seasons.
How about this? Zach Brown followed by Adam Carolla.
Those are a couple
they could
names.
Make a TV show, couldn't they?
Those are a couple names out there. And Adam Carolla is driving a Porsche 911, a 1974 version, and that was actually driven by Paul Newman in 1977 at the 12 Hours of Sebring. The reason I mention that is so many people associate Paul Newman with just the Datsun.
Yes, that's true. I do too.
Yeah, and so he had a very good career with Porsche as well. And Adam Carolla, that's what he seeks after. He loves to buy cars that hold Paul Newman.
Yeah, and if you're interested in learning about Paul Newman's history in racing, 4 SCCA national titles.
Yes, sir.
And a hell of a driver in his own right. He's obviously known for his fine looks and Hollywood status, but Adam Carolla directed the movie called, I can't remember what it's, Paul Newman Winning, I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And well worth a look. It's on YouTube, or it's out there. You can get it on Amazon or whatever. But Adam Carolla in this race at the moment, and a keen racer himself, and of course has directed and produced several movies on racing.
He sure has. And watching these great shots of the corkscrew and watching all those historic racers navigate the corkscrew, and I said it yesterday, it's like that part of the track was built for this class of car, especially the Porsches. You see them just rocket from that transition, that change of direction.
Just want to let them roar by our position and let you hear that sound.
Zach is making an entertaining race from the rear there in that number 18, 935, the JLP, chassis number 003, the winningest car in 935 history, chasing after this number 93, Porsche 935 K3 by Steve Schmidt. The K3s, that was the third version of the Creamer 935s.
Right.
But that JLP special certainly diving down. Look, I mean, that, I don't know how many millions of dollars that is.
Don't even ask.
Driving door to door, but it's exciting for us, and I'm pretty sure Dorsey, about 150 feet away, gasped.
Yeah, I can imagine,
when they went and did that.
And a few Porsche fans out there too.
Yes.
Well, that's the beauty of this. You know, I mean, within reason, they race darned hard here. There's no prizes, there's no timings. You notice we aren't putting the timing up, and that's by we chose to do that, or the organisers, HSR, have chose to do that, simply because that's not what this is about. Yes, they're racing hard, and you can see the top speeds as they go across the strip there, and if you want to keep up, we can give you a timing if you like, but it doesn't really matter.
No, because like you said, it's not about that, and especially at this point, you know, who cares if you cut the fastest lap? If you didn't cross the finish line first, you didn't win the race, and that's what this is all about. Boy, that was a good drag race between the Corvette and the Porsche coming up the hill. Porsche went a little bit wide there on the exit there. That was the number 64 of Martin Lauber. That is an RSR, 1976 RSR spec. It's the GTO from 77 to 85.
Now, I did say there's no prizes, but each Saturday and Sunday afternoon, Rolex do award a winner voted by the committee. So as the top sponsor, they do make an awards, and there's 2 morning races each day with an honour for Bonham's Cup winner chosen, and there's also special awards for paddock display, best Ford powered car, outstanding craftsmanship, etc.
And the highest honor is the Rolex Spirit of Monterey Award, a Rolex watch and original Bill Patterson painting presented to the entrant who best embodies the spirit of the event. That's not a bad prize.
Not a bad.
If you've seen Bill Patterson's pictures, paintings, you'd love them.
I was just going to say,
who wouldn't have a Rolex watch on his wrist?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Everyone knows what a Rolex. I don't know a single soul that you can walk up to that doesn't know what a Rolex is, but so many people probably have not been introduced to Bill Patterson and his wonderful works of art.
Yep.
Look him up. I highly encourage it. If you want to follow somebody on social media, and he does live painting.
Yeah, that was what blew my mind. Is I first saw him, and he was actually painting in the paddock while we were racing.
Yeah, and it's brilliant. I mean, what he does on mark and on key. He's done some beautiful paintings of our family, most recently of my brother John in memory. And,
nice.
Done a lot of stuff that my nephew Jared has commissioned him for. So my hat's off to Bill Patterson, and I love to give him a plug in for our race fans, because I know our race fans wouldn't be disappointed. Zach Brown.
I'm going to say, if Daniel Ricciardo's tuning in, he's like, go on, son.
You
go on, boss.
That might be Lando.
You might be right. Into the final corner, he's made another overtake.
And he's pulled himself, I believe that takes him up to number
17.
16.
Yep, that'll make it 16th. Yeah, nicely done. Over the strip at just over 114 miles an hour.
This was a man that started, I believe it was 25th on grid or somewhere around there.
Well, you were telling me about Zach's early days. He had his own, he had a...
Zach Brown's Track Attack.
What was that?
It was like a driving school, essentially, that he came up. He set up, he had purpose-built cars, smaller cars, like an autocross car built up, and but if you felt like you were in a race, it was a race car, right? It was a purpose-built car, and he would hire, some quality driving instructors. John Paul Jr. being one of them. John Paul Jr. was one of those, because John Paul Jr. was a student of driving. He was one of the best teachers you could ever imagine. I learned so much from John. John Paul Jr. literally took me around most of the tracks in America, and honestly, my best tracks that I race at are the ones that John told me his secrets, JPJ, as I always lovingly call him. So he was one of the people that Zach steadily employed to come and instruct at Zach Brown's Track Attack. So given the fact that Zach took a lot of instruction from John Paul Jr., it makes no surprise to me that he drives at the level that he does, and it also shows why Zach has such a special interest in the history that John Paul Jr.'s made.
That's that 1974 Porsche, the green RSR you're looking at, with Dennis Singleton at the wheel, and that mini group of three. Down the famous corkscrew.
Yeah, that green just really pops on screen.
Doesn't it?
That number 6, that is a Peter Gregg, a 1975 Peter Gregg Brumos Porsche. Famous Brumos colors are on that car. That was sold to Jim Busby in 1976. And it was sponsored, Brumos sponsored it in 1961. 4 wins, Laguna Seca here, Mid-Ohio, Sears Point, and Ontario, California. So it was a popular winning car out here in California.
So 6 laps gone in our Group 3A, and we split our groups into 8 groups of A and 8 groups of B, and we split them as you expect. There's the Brumos Porsche. I love those colors. You always look at the Brumos at Daytona 24 and think, what are they going to do this year?
Right, yeah, absolutely. I mean, those colors scream excellence. They scream perfection, because it was Peter Perfect.
Yeah.
Peter Gregg, known as Peter Perfect, because everything had to be pristine, absolutely perfect. When there was Zeus buttons were on a car, they all had to be lined up, that when it was shut, that all of them were lined up.
What's a Zeus button?
That is like the flathead screw that you see that fastens. It's a spring-loaded fasten. It only takes a half a turn to lock it into place.
Gotcha.
So they're lightweight. They're used on race cars to get the bodywork off. But most of the time they're not. They're just kind of randomly placed and people don't pay attention. That's one of those things where it's just a functional work. But Peter Gregg, Peter Perfect, everything had to be lined up. It had to be absolutely in a way and so perfect, because for him, it was the simplest things made the biggest differences, and that kind of attitude carried into their success, quite honestly. That number 20, that is one of those special cars. That's another one of those Decon Monzas, that Decon Engineering, more of that out here, and we see a few of those examples here this weekend. Every one of them is just spectacular to look at.
And they are moving out there right now.
This is the class that does not leave us unentertained. This is a class that definitely sends us to our limits of entertainment.
So 7 laps about to be completed, or 8 about to be completed.
That's Timothy Pappas in that number 3, or that 00, 1977, 934.5. Don't know quite what that means, the 934.5. I'll go do my research by this afternoon. The Flames out of the 935 K3, that number 94. Great shot.
Good shot. Hamish, nice work. Likewise, Logano high above. And the fog has dissipated, as you can see just down in the background there. As we come down to the closing stages, final lap coming up. And a nice clean race. Patrick Long, I mean, you've got some really good pedalers. You know, we've been talking about the Zach Brands and the Adam Carollas, but we've also got big race stars like Patrick Long.
Yeah, Patrick Long, factory Porsche driver, lifetime factory Porsche driver.
That's not a bad accolade, is it?
No, not at all. And I mean, you want to talk about, I love talking to Patrick Long about the brand Porsche because of his passion for it. And it's not just a passion for it because he's their factory driver. He's got a true depth of that brand. Like, it's not just a modern day Porsche where he's a huge fan of and obviously a proponent of, but he also runs and operates an air-cooled Porsche club that is, he's named it the Deutsch name for air-cooled, which again, I'm not going to sit here and butcher. I wouldn't want to do that for a million years, but hopefully we'll get to talk to Patrick at some point and get him to talk about that club because it is a fascinating club of air-cooled Porsche owners.
Now, since this event began in 1974, there has always been a featured mark, and this weekend we're featuring Ford in Trans Am, and as you heard earlier, celebrating its 55th anniversary of the Pony Car Wars.
And boy, have they. Driver of a Ford Mustang in the Trans Am series of the TA2 class. I've won races for Ford. It's one of those deals where you win a race for any brand, it's special. For whatever reason, Ford wants to make it extra special for you when you win for them.
I don't know if you'd agree. I talked to Tommy Dreese. He had a Vic Elford Camaro out here in May when we were doing Trans Am. He, of course, races in TA, as you have done in the past. But he was sort of comparing Vic's car and driving it around. He drove it in the historic Trans Am and then drove his own Camaro in the actual race. And I said, well, what's the difference? What's the major difference? And he said, you'd be surprised. Not that much. What about you? Would you agree with that?
I've never driven the old cars, but I would imagine no. I mean, the Trans Am car, the way the rules are written and have always been written, is to make it a beast. It's supposed to be a beast that's hard to drive, hard to handle, that comes down to driver and crew and who can put the best car underneath and make the car last and let it go. As we're exercising the final lap, this race slid right through us as Group 3A just really flies around this WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Zach Brown making it up to 14th place, but here's your winner, about to take the checkered flag, car number 70. A brilliant run, led from the start, the 935 K3 from 1980 with Charles Nurburg at the wheel, wins by not a country mile, but not far off.
What a great race all the way through the pack, too. I mean, that's what's so fun about these historic races. The race isn't always, you have your own little race wins throughout the groups that you're going to have, so that's what makes it so much fun.
So well done to Charlie Nurburg, taking the win there. Good clean race. And I hazard a guess that most of them have enjoyed their morning's work. They'll be back out this afternoon. A fair amount of work goes on between races as well to make sure that they're all fettled.
Yeah, the crews will go to work on the cars. If the tires if they need new tires, they'll get new tires mounted up for the second race. Make sure the brakes are looking good and go through all the vitals and make sure that all those things are running well. If any of these cars have any kind of modern, computer systems hooked up to monitor anything, they'll be able to download that information. But get tire pressures and, basically reset these things and get them ready for this afternoon.
Dick Barber Racing. Charlie waving to the crowd and to the marshals who do a hell of a job here in the historics at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. High above Monterey.
Yeah, my dad always used to say, don't underestimate what a wave to the corner workers will do. These are volunteers. These are people that sacrifice a lot of personal time, usually weekends, you know, and they work full-time jobs on top of it. So, you know, and this is a risky job. It's not something that comes without risk. It's they will put themselves in harm's way. You know, they will face you know, some of the serious dangers of our sport, and they do it without a blink of an eye, and they do it so we can all enjoy it. So hats off to all those volunteers out there. We certainly appreciate and thank you all.
And into the paddock they come, and look at the RV park filling right up now. And that concludes our 3A coverage. Well done to Charles. And let's take a look at our results. Car number 70, Charles Nürburg in that Porsche 935, winning ahead of Carlos de Quesada in the 1979 Porsche Epsom Pappas Webster in the Porsche 935, Patrick Long 6. Tom McGlynn, we'll hear from him later. He's been in the booth already in that 76 Porsche. Martin Lauber, Chris Springer, William Connor. That's the top 10, but a big group too. Look at further down. Goldsmith, Richard Goldsmith, he'll be in action later. Chet Taylor 13th, Alan Turpin's got 11th. Zach got up to 14th. Steve Walker, Alan Benjamin, Mark Leonard in the Triumph TR8. Steve Schmidt, Ben McGraw, and William Lyon in 20th position. And a little further down, Rupel, Harris, Singleton, Lucas, and the Datsuns not going as well perhaps as the Porsches, but they're there. And the 240Zs, 2.5 litre cars. Adam Carolla finishing in the end in 27th position. A DNF for Cameron Healy and Glenn Choi. Bruce Canoper, I don't think he even got out there in that 935.
I don't believe so. I don't believe he made it out there. And I believe our biggest jumper was from position 25th to 11th. Would have been Zach Brown,
yeah,
14
I think so,
spots.
yeah.
Put on a nice show for us.
Don't forget, folks, you're welcome to visit Pagani Island.
So high above the corkscrew.
Join the Pagani family as
We'll take a short break here from Laguna Seca, and we'll be back with more action from the reunion in a moment. Join us then.
Monterey Motorsports Reunion with a one-of-a-kind display.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track. Yes, Velocity Invitational, which should be very interesting indeed, coming up later in the year right here at Laguna Seca. Let's head down once again to that paddock that you're looking at right now, because our man Kev Harris is down there, and he has the owner of Virtuoso Performance.
Really, actually, two ever made.
Lovely, thanks guys. Well, I'm down here in the paddock once again with my pal Scott Durnick, and when we were here, I think it was yesterday or the day before, there was a gap where this car now feels. The King Cobra, one of only 3 ever made, and the only one that ever raced is right here. Scott, I'm right on that, aren't I?
Yes, you are, correct.
What a race car, completely unique. There are some great cars here this weekend, but this one, perhaps one of the rarest.
It's the only Shelby Can-Am car ever made. It's all aluminum bodied, aluminum monocoque. It was a Len Terry design. Pretty innovative engine for its time, but unfortunately it was just a little late to the party.
And so many unique features on this car as well that I'm learning about, and I love the fact that the guys in Shelby's shop were kind of so busy working on GT40s, and then he said, actually the Can-Am series, let's go for that, and we'll build a car for that. They didn't really necessarily want to be working on this because they were busy doing other stuff.
No, this car unfortunately was the neglected stepchild. They were at a world championship level with GT40s and the Daytona Coupes, but you know McLaren already had quite a head start on them, and this project never really got the full attention it needed to succeed.
And uniqueness all the way through the car, which I love. We were just chatting before because you've raced this here. Transverse shocks. You've got a single shock in the front and a single shock in the rear, and then it's just the roll bars trying to keep it steady.
Correct. Yeah, it runs the transverse shock and transverse spring, and then later on they added additional shocks to try and control the roll. But again, the car was handed off from Shelby to privateers by then, and it was developed from that point on.
And I was just chatting to Jeff as well a second or two, one of your guys that works for you. incredibly knowledgeable. I love what he was telling me about what you had to do to this car to get it back to original spec. When this one was found, I mean, straight up, it was owned by a guy who was 6'10". So the roll bar was way up here. It was blue. There was all kinds of things going on with it. You had a lot of work to do to get it back authentic like it is right now.
Yeah, people don't realize that these cars pass through a point in their lives where they're about as useful as planter boxes.
Yeah.
So people modify them, they do all kinds of crazy things with them. I have a Can-Am car that for a time spent life as a street car.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of things that happen to these cars, but the owner of the car, and we worked with the Ford Museum and a couple other organizations, really wanted it to be absolutely as original as possible, down to the correct engine block, the correct heads, correct induction, every single thing. And that's what we set out to do.
There is not a decal out of place on this car. And I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you, Scott, if I can hop in right now, and you're going to help me open the door, and I'm going to jump in it.
Sure, no worries.
Let's do that now, because we're going to go to the grid in about 4 or 5 minutes, and it might take me that long to get in there. So there's a trick to this, because it's really tight. I understand.
Just stand in the seat.
Stand in the seat. And then
Now lower yourself down.
now I've got to lower in. And
A lot easier that way.
It's easier than with the steering wheel in, but I tell you what, folks, when you squeeze in here, I'm not a big guy, but I'm hip to hip on the aluminium. It's a real squeeze. You've obviously got great visibility, but one thing, you've got to have driving shoes on. If you've not got your driving boots on, in my sneakers, my tennis shoes, I haven't got interaction with the pedals right now.
Right, well, I wear a size 11 shoes, but I have to wear a size 8.5 driving shoe to squeeze into here, because the pedal box is only about that wide. And as you can see, the pedal efforts are kind of high. It's difficult to push the pedals. This is a fairly fatiguing car to drive. All the control inputs are fairly high, but that's typical of Can-Am cars of the period.
And the transmission we were talking about as well, you've got a 5-speed box on here, but it's an interesting route for the transmission to engage with the wheels.
Yeah, it's a GT40 gearbox mounted upside down in the car, and the shift linkage is by far the Achilles heel of this car, because it has to get around the engine and back to the gearbox, and that's really the big hindrance when I'm racing this car.
Yeah, and Scott, just come around the back here and have a look at the controls for me here, because there's some great stuff going on up here, which I'm really enjoying. I mean, the one bit that is not original in this car is the oil pressure light that is nicely hidden here. You'd never know it's there.
Correct, yeah, and with vintage drivers, you want to make sure that if something's wrong with the engine, you tell them in a very loud voice that there's a problem. So that's painful to look at that LED, but it's hidden in an original ventilation tube from the car. Again, we didn't want to alter anything, and we could take that out at a moment's notice. But the drivers shared the cockpit with the ignition box and the ballast resistors and the booster plugs, because it was easier to put them there than to make another penetration in the aluminum body.
Scott, you've done it absolutely perfectly, and it's a joy to sit in only one car in the world that is like this. Completely priceless. I am honored to be here, and what can I say? Thanks again.
We brought it to share it. That's the most fun, is sharing these things with everybody and letting them see how they used to be.
It's what the Monterey Motorsports Reunion is all about. Johnny and Adam, what do you reckon? Want to take me on in the track round this?
I bet Adam will. But how immaculate is that?
What an amazing piece of history, and you said it best right there, Kev. This is what the Monterey Motorsports Reunion by Rolex is all about. It's about folks like that are willing to. That's why he said it right there. They own that car to share it with everyone.
All right, we're getting ready for the next group, which is 2A. As we look at this resplendently bright orange Corvette. I said it yesterday, not often you see a Corvette in bright orange, but I love it. And as they come out of the paddock and get ready to go racing, let's remind you that the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1963 to 1966 GT Group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival. Really interested in going to that. Chattanooga, great place to be, and another great motorsport festival. They just keep growing, don't they?
They do, and that's great. That's great for us that love this stuff. It's to see the enthusiasm carrying on, and we're seeing the next generation gaining more interest in this as well.
Now, I know you're a trivia buff, but I only just discovered last week that there is a Chattanooga Choo Choo hotel.
Yeah, the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
And
have you ever been to Chattanooga, Tennessee?
I have not, and I also heard that you can. They have boxcars as rooms or at least as booths.
Because of the Volkswagen plant at Chattanooga, Tennessee, where they build the Atlas SUVs, that is become very German influenced of a part of Tennessee. You can go get your bratwurst there.
Bratwurst, yeah.
You can go get your
sausage rolls.
Yep.
Oh, that's an English thing.
That's an English thing. But yeah, it's they've got quite the journey. You could get warm beer. You know, so
that's an English thing.
That's a European thing, I think.
All of my English friends are saying, "Don't say that. You've gone to the other side. You've gone to the dark side, Greeny." No. It's not warm beer. It's 55 degrees, all right?
Well, that's warm to us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we like it right above freezing.
Yeah.
You know, we have cans. You know that turn color to tell us when the.
What do they say? Made with Rocky Mountain spring water, and nothing else.
Nothing else. That's all it is.
Sorry, Coors. Love you. And your product.
They're gridding up. The theme of the day will be one pace lap, and we'll go green. It's plenty of time here in the California sun to get temperature in the brakes, get the tires clean, and make sure that all your systems are a go for that flag drop.
63 to 66. Now we're getting into the battles between Europe and America. You've got your Corvettes out there. You've got your perennial Shelbys out there. We've got a Bizzarini that we've been looking at all weekend. A bunch of Chevrolets, but the odd Jaguar, an AC Cobra or two, plenty of Shelbys, and yeah, this is a really interesting group. 63 to 66. Beautiful cars.
Yes, and we have the 96 AC Cobra of James Farley. None other than our, you can almost consider that a guest of honor being here, considering that Ford is the mark that is being honored here this weekend, and him being the CEO of that great motor company.
Yeah, that's a real accolade, isn't it? Talk about representing the brand.
Oh, absolutely, and doing it in style. I mean, to strap on, to step into the overalls, tie up your racing shoes, strap on the helmet, buckle in, and go out there and show that you love this brand like you do. It certainly. He is the epitome of leading by example. He is certainly leading that brand by the example he wants to set.
And evidently his cousin is Chris Farley.
Is really?
I did not know that.
I did not either.
I commandeered our drone pilot last night, Julian Ford.
I would have never known.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have never known. I got to meet that great comedian once in my life. He came and opened up a Planet Hollywood in Indiana when I was young, and I
made a Hollywood in Indiana.
It was a Planet Hollywood in Indiana restaurant.
There you go.
And he was there for the opening, and I made it a point to at least get to meet the guy, and I'm glad that I did, because he died way too young. But we offered us a lot of laughs before then.
Fantastic. Well, here we go. This will offer a lot of laughs as well. The 1963 to 66 GT over 2500 cc. Here we go. 2x2 down the famous straight here at Laguna Seca, California.
Well, listen to that thunder roll. Listen to that thunder roll. James Farley not shy about getting on the gas pedal, but he has got a serious challenge from the outside. But that challenge is thwarted. Once they got to the braking zone, that little AC Cobra can get deep onto the brakes, as you saw. Looks like he had plenty of temperature in the tires to get the thing rotated straight off of the Andretti hairpin. Down and rushing into the turn number three. Turn number three, nice 90-degree right-hand turn here. The exit of that corner sneaks up on you.
Yeah.
James moving over to the side. I wonder if James has a mechanical issue.
He slowed right down.
Yeah, he slowed right down.
Yeah, he has. He's pulled off.
I believe we've got ourselves a slight mechanical.
Well, we'll get back to that in a moment because we've got a good battle going on here at the front. The two leaders pulling away from the third-place Corvette.
Say, close your eyes, click your heels, and you've gone back to the 60s watching this.
Yeah, no kidding.
They are certainly racing like this is the glory day. So, the number 96 AC Cobra. 1964 AC Cobra. That actually is James Farley. Excuse me, I must have been mistaken on the cars that I got confused. So
put him out of the race early.
My apologies.
That's the Shelby GT350 on red and gold of Nick DeVitas at the wheel.
Gotcha.
Down the famous corkscrew they come, dropping some 5 levels, 5 floors, I should say. That's the gap. 59 feet from the top to the bottom through Rainy Curve.
You feel every bit of it too when you drop down. You feel absolutely every bit of it.
It's the 96, the AC Cobra.
of James Farley you were talking about. Look at this race. The two of them going at it.
I love it. I love it. And so that is the 186 too. That's a Shelby Cobra 289 of Philip Kaduri by the wheel. That is a circulate lap number 2 of this race. This is group number 2A, again, reminder.
Yeah, and just to confirm, most of these guys have raced each other many times before, so there's a lot of trust out there as well.
For sure, they know each other. They know who they can and can't be around, and who's respectful, and that is for sure without a doubt. For sure without a doubt.
Well, if there were touching or rubbing or banging, there would be a lot of embarrassment and perhaps a lot of non-invites for the following year.
Yeah, that's the thing. These are invitationals, right? That's
Correct.
a great point that you bring up. If you want to get that invitational in the mail and be a part of this event, it's not just as simply as owning a car. You have to show that you're going to be respectful out there on the road. And if not, then they want you to hire a professional to go. They want the car there. But if you're not up to the task driving, they have no problem. The sheriff in town, they're Dorsey Schrader, and his right-hand man, Steve DeBreck. They're no nonsense. They're not here to hear any excuses. They want you just to go out there and
Dorsey's
drive this clean.
he's used those excuses
100.
himself.
Oh, absolutely.
So they can't pull any wool over his
So
eyes.
has Stevie D. For those
Yeah,
that don't know Stevie D, I'm telling you right now, I know the guy a long time, a fabulous man.
I bet you've tried it on a couple of times.
I don't dare, because they can look. They look one look in my eyes and they're like, Adam.
Yeah,
I'm
Adam.
like, all right.
Adam.
They don't. I tell you what, those two don't even look for my video card because they know they can just talk to me.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we just saw a lovely shot of that Daytona going up the hill. Looking forward to seeing that again. Beautiful car.
We get to live the dream. This is truly living the dream. Being able to smell the fuel that they're burning. To feel the breeze as they drive by. This is truly. What so many of us absolutely live and breathe for.
Mustang of Bob Stockwell in the all-white with the blue stripe on the front.
This is a cool Corvette Mustang battle developing right here as well.
Yep. 118 miles an hour.
That's getting it. I mean, they're coming out of, for you folks at home, not far down the road, they're coming out of basically a 45-mile-an-hour corner. So to gain 60 miles an hour from that point to where the radar gun clicks them underneath this bridge, that's impressive. I mean, these are the 1960s, so this is an impressive era as far as the finding of some new horsepower, right? These are all over 2.5-liter engines, so these are all rather sizable displacement engines.
Yeah, the Beatles were about to invade America and play Shea Stadium.
Who are the Beatles? What they do?
They were a small band. They were just after the Spiders, I think.
Just after the Spiders.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Before the Monkees.
Before the Monkees.
Yeah.
I heard the Monkees were a wonderful influence on the Beatles.
Well, people say they're monkeying around.
One of my favorite Dumb and Dumber movie lines.
Yeah.
Oh, the Monkees, they were a huge influence on the Beatles.
64 Jaguar E-Type. Now, I know my dad will be watching that.
You have a wonderful E-Type story.
Well,
you shared
only
earlier.
my dad's never had the E-Type because
shared earlier with us this weekend.
Gave birth, or my mother, and he gave birth to 2 children that cost him way more than his E-Type could ever cost him. And evidently there was meant to be an education involved, but I had fun.
I'll get on the phone with your pops and I'll go ahead and we'll figure out what that would have been worth nowadays, and we'll figure out what you need to do.
We are rich in other ways. I've still got them.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You are though that is the true wealth, is the company that you have, and I gotta say, sharing this time with you and that hour-long ride that we have every day, and but to hear the way you communicate with your mom and dad, they're
my best friends.
Yeah, you can tell.
They're my best friends.
It's special.
That's great. And of course, they taught me all I know about being at motor races because they were the ones that took me when I was 3 years old, and I knew nothing about it.
It's their fault.
It's their fault. I was frightened to death. All this thunderous noise, but I'm kind of stuck with it. I've been around it all my life. I've got a little Labrador, and we jokingly say we both chase bikes and cars around the world. That's what we do. We haven't caught one yet.
You haven't caught one yet. There's the number 8 Corvette. That's Frank Zucchi and the. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's Frank Zucchi. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
no, that can't be. That's a different.
Yeah,
name.
that can't be.
Corvette.
I'm looking for it further
forgive
down.
us. Not all of our sheets
that
are
might have
exactly
been,
right.
Yeah, I think that might have been Anthony Hart.
Okay.
In the 1963 Corvette.
This is the third day, of course, of the reunion, so there's a few different entries or changes, and so when we see a number 8 like that and it says Ford Mustang, you kind of look at that and go, that's Mustang.
That's a split window Corvette, so that is
exactly.
a Stingray split window, so rare in its own way.
Am I right in saying there was only one ever split window Corvette?
One, I believe that was only one generation of it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, I don't know why they didn't keep it, but yeah, there is.
Right.
But now it makes it even rarer.
It's so sexy. Yeah, the Stingray, split window Stingray is an extremely rare car, and for the collectors out there, they know exactly what that is. And you got one circulating out here, a racing version one circulating out here right now, and that's again what this is all about. It's all about that the rare of the rare come out here and play with us. The 186 Cobra, the 186. That's Cobra 289. Philip Kaduri behind the wheel, giving it a good ride.
I was about to say, looks like he's really enjoying it.
I'm telling you. They should all just paint smiley faces on their helmets.
Oh, you don't need to.
Right.
We know that's
you know what's going on behind there. There's James in that AC Cobra, number 96.
Yeah, you had him parked up a moment ago. He's fine. He's flying. Be interested to hear what he says about the new way forward. I tell you, very bold Ford Motor Company to dive in with both trucks and that
Mustang Mach-E.
Yeah. Mach-E. But really quite bold, especially on the truck side. I mean, they're building those in Texas, and I didn't think, but when you hear him say about performance, even the truck buyers will go, wow, that is good numbers for the trucks as well. When you consider the torque, when you're pulling a boat, whatever you're doing, electric cars, they're coming, and they are here.
Absolutely.
But even the mighty truck force is starting to buy into them in Texas, which is...
I got to believe that maybe that was put in motion long before, long before any of us even had it on our radar. And why I say that is, the F-150's been all aluminum now for a generation.
Good point.
So they lightened it up already, and
they were getting ready, weren't they?
Yeah, I truly believe they were looking deep into the future. Like I said, they are a premier motor company in the world and have been for over 100 years for a reason.
As Lee Iacocca pointed out, if you don't, you'll be out of business.
Yeah, you are. This is a fast forward business. It's a performance based business. So you got to show that every aspect of your of your range, every range of the vehicles that you offer, you're going to offer a little bit of everything. And I see more people than not on a construction site now that aren't doing the towing, that aren't needing, but would have a huge value in an all electric F-150 because of all of your computers. Everything runs electric. Everything's electric right now. Your computers, your phones, your radios, all these things that you need to communicate and to run your business. And when you have an F-150 that's sitting there fully charged and you have all these outlets that you can work out of, I think it gives a new aspect to the to the worker out there.
Living in Texas myself, I love the aspect that you can drive that into the middle of nowhere and plug it in and use it as a generator too.
Absolutely.
So if you're camping or you're doing whatever, the car becomes your electric socket.
It opens up so many avenues too for these motor companies to actually expand on their aftermarket offerings, right?
Yeah.
Like I can honestly see a little solar panel setup that you pull out of the bed of the truck of the F-150, pop up your solar panels while you're on the job site, and you hook it up, and then you're not really losing much charge.
Watch your NFL.
Right.
That Cobra's trying everything in the book to get past that Corvette. We've been watching it for the last lap or so, and he's doing the business.
Absolutely. It definitely filling the mirrors, making sure that watching the mirrors more than you're watching up front, hoping for a mistake, but definitely closing the gap there as they get into turn 11. Coming through turn 11 onto the front straightaway we go. It's the number 73 Corvette being piloted. That's the Corvette L88 being piloted by A.C. D'Augustine. That's a racing name.
Yeah, no question.
That is a racing name.
Now you see, 66, that's my year. That's the year I want, and there it is. That's
that is the car you want. That is the
GT350.
GT350. Yep. Peter Reed behind the wheel, holding it pretty for us, coming up the hill.
Hell of a footballer in his time, Peter Reed. That's an English joke.
I laughed because I knew it had to be.
It's all right. My mate Rod will know what I'm talking about.
Well, this is a global audience we have, so I'm sure there's plenty of our friends tuning in across the pond that are well aware of what you were just saying. 86, that's a number special to my heart. That's a number I compete in a Ford Mustang right now, currently in the Trans Am Series. That's a Shelby 289.
He got a nice little slide down the exit there. Nicely done.
Beautiful Mustang.
And by the way, there's so many other things going on. If you're in the Bay Area, come on down. You can see for yourself here. All the tents up and all the displays up. There's lots of different cars that aren't going to be seen on track that are going to be displayed. And of course, during the weekend, from Monterey to Pebble Beach to Carmel by the Sea, there is all sorts of both displays, auctions, and concourses worth having a look at. And anybody who's anybody is down here this weekend. 11 days.
Oh, I always encourage people to visit this area. You know, like I said, I was encouraging earlier with the Lexus Performance Driving School. I'm one of those people that I like to fly in to San Francisco, hop on the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway, and take a 2-hour drive down here and you know, go hang out at Big Sur and check that out and enjoy the wave crash there and the high tide coming in. And there's just so much that this area has to offer from. And then once you get it out into this area, the Monterey Bay, you have the Monterey Bay Aquarium. You have some of the best restaurants, some of the best seafood you ever care to find.
Not from the aquarium.
Not from the aquarium. Good. No. They don't have self-fishing there.
No.
And then you got Pebble Beach Golf Course, if that's your thing.
Oh.
Wow, what a cut of the wheel there on the 186 289 Cobra coming down the hill. What a
shifted.
Man, Philip Kaduri not messing around here today, showing every bit of what that 289 could do. Lock up on the right front.
And very close to the front of that Corvette. I think he took him by surprise a bit there, but he is pedaling.
He's acting like this is coming to the final lap.
Yep, and he is. Out of the last corner they come then.
1 lap to go. They're getting the signal from the flag band here.
Final lap then, and there is your second place man. Farley. Ooh, that Corvette's had a few moments in the last couple as the leaders come past him. I'm sure
that Corvette has pulled the notebook off of the dashboard, has marked down a couple of numbers, and I imagine he's going to go talk to Torxie and say, "Can you please have a talk with these two before our next race? A little bit closer than I want to be in my historic car."
Yes, exactly. If he's the owner, especially.
Especially.
So James Farley in second place, coming up the hill for the final time.
It's led on there by Philip Kaduri, and then number in second place, Robert Kelly. As you mentioned there, it's James Farley right there in that AC Cobra. Love to get a camera right around that car right when he gets out. You know, it's got to be such a smile on that face.
We'll see if we can get him up here, given it's the fourth feature this.
And if you're wondering if he was giving it his all, that was a lockup. That was a brake lockup getting into the corkscrew. And he was hiking the right front tire. That's how much leverage he had on the wheel. That's how much grip that car was getting coming down the hill of the corkscrew. Because he sees the leader in sights going into turn 11, and he wants a little piece of that.
Well, it's something that's been said many a time over 50 years. A Shelby wins at Laguna Seca. This time it's the 1964 silver 186 car of Philip Kaduri. He'll be followed home by James Farley in third place.
Yeah, great little racer at the end. Yeah, I need to find a number on that Corvette. That Corvette was certainly looking like it was tossing for getting the tank slappers. That was Dan Haney, you know, in that Chevrolet, that Corvette Stingray, getting the tank slappers back and forth there. That was quite the sight here coming to the green, and to the point that it really got James's attention and that AC Cobra and left him plenty of room. He did not want to mess around and see what was going to happen there.
Yeah, it was Robert Kelly who took second place.
Yeah, Robert Kelly.
Corvette,
yeah, Robert Kelly had his hands full.
Yep. Hang five, baby. We're in California. Surf's up.
Wonderful job, Philip. You should be proud. It's going to be a nice little fun celebration. They'll get that car turned around and ready for this afternoon's race.
Code 13A. Cobra.
Yeah, that's Cobra.
Hi, Tom. We can see you up there.
And again, showing their gratitude to the corner workers. They know how much, what these corner workers make possible for us. So showing their gratitude, waving around. They look at the hill. It's starting to get busy up there on the hill, Jonathan.
Great place to be. You can sit there all day long and watch the cars go by.
You certainly can. There's no question. This is not only one of the best racetracks that you're going to find in the world and the best driver tracks, but it's also one of the best spectator facilities. There's so many places to go watch. I remember as a kid here, I was always so blessed. My dad had a motor scooter for me, so I had a set of wheels that I could get around the racetrack. As long as I respected it, I could make that happen.
So, confirmation that Philip Kadori wins in the 1964 Shelby Cobra, and Robert Kelly is second. James Farley, who we were talking about, is third in the 96. Rob Walton in another Cobra, the Daytona Cobra. Fourth place, Chris Springer, and then AC D'Augustine in sixth place. Chris McAllister in the Shelby Cobra in seventh. Craig Carter. Peter Reed in ninth, and Frank Suzuki in 10th position.
Chevrolet Corvette in 8th position. Peter Reed, 118 with the Shelby Cobra in
So that's how they finished. And let's head down to the pits one more time, because I know that my friend Kev, Special K as I like to call him, I think has got Al Sierra.
And I think Frank Suzuki.
Thanks, Johnny. I tell you what, you'll like this one because we've got a Lotus here, of which only 2 versions were ever made, and one was made by our late great pal Sterling Moss, and the other one was owned by this chap here, Al Arciera. Al, thanks ever so much. And as you just pointed out, this is perhaps one of the most interesting cars here, one of Dan Gurney's as well. Tell us about this.
Well, this was the second car made. The very first one was Sterling Moss. Had the serial number, I'm just going to say 1, and this was serial number 2. In 1960, they were delivered to us, and they were made in England by Colin Chapman, and it's the car that revolutionized the racing, sports car racing. It's considered a sports car because at the time you had to have a spare tire in the car. Spare tire was underneath the hood, okay? So, this is the car that Dan Gurney won most of his races in. And not only Gurney drove this car, but Jimmy Clark drove it, Phil Hill drove it, Bobby Unser drove it, and Chuck Day drove it.
And as we're talking here, we have to just lower our ears a little bit because there's race cars coming in everywhere here. Just a heads up as well, you've had this for quite some time.
This car we had since 1960. We never sold the car.
It's just incredible, and it is in immaculate condition.
Well, we restored it 30 years ago.
And this weekend, it's not one of the ones you're driving in. This is just here for show to let people see it because of the history and the provenance.
Exactly. It's probably one of the most historical cars here in the paddock. It's the winningest Lotus 19. Okay, and it's a Lotus 19 that had the most historical drivers drive at the time.
It's an absolute beaut. And you got another one across the way. We're going to take a little walk around the back of this one and go and take a look at this other car, because this is a really interesting story with this one, because you've got fond memories of this when you were, well, much, much younger. Before your racing days, you remember this one. Come forward a little bit and just have a look up the front here.
Well, when I was young, I was too young to work on this car. I worked on the Lotus 19. I worked on my dad's Ferraris and stuff, but this car I was too young to work on, okay? But the car when my dad had it is not this configuration. This configuration of the car is when Billy Vukovich drove the car. Okay, and that was in 1955. And the car actually raced at Indianapolis in 1954 by Pat O'Connor as a rookie. 55, Billy Vukovich drove it for the same owner who was Lindsey Hopkins. That's the rabbit in the hat is Lindsey Hopkins. Then Vukovich drove it in 55. And my dad ended up buying the car in 58, and they put a Maserati motor in it. They modified the car. But the car is one of the most sought after cars because it was a very historical car because of Billy Vukovich. and it was hidden for almost 60 years, and I found it in the Netherlands.
You really?
Yeah.
See, this is what's great. When you know, your father had this car. You remember this when you were, you know, a young man,
right.
Too young to drive it, and then all these years later, it shows up in the Netherlands, and you're like, wait a minute, I know that car. I've got to get it back.
Well, it was like on the signboard. If you take a picture of the signboard, you'll see it on the bottom. It was red at the time because all my dad's cars were red, and I just happened to see it in the museum, but it didn't have any of what you see on it now.
No.
It took me 6 years to restore the car. I found every bolt and nut and cotter pin that was exactly of the 1954 year, okay? And most of the hardware on the car came from the airplane, the World War II airplane stuff. So I'm very, very fond of this car.
Oh, I can well imagine there's a great sort of tie-in with, you know, aviation technology and car technology. When we're over there with the ragtime racers, chatting to a lot of those guys, those 1920s cars.
Exactly.
So many of that, you know, engineering has come from aviation.
Right.
Yeah. And interestingly as well this weekend, you know, credit to you, you've just brought these along to make sure people can see them and learn about them. They're not actually what you're racing in.
No.
You've got yourself a Lister and a Lotus back over there that you're going to take racing.
Right. We just finished this car like 4 days before we came up here. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
So this is fresh out of the box, so people can see it.
Exactly.
And listen, I'm going to put this out there because Johnny in commentary needs to know. We've got to wish you a very special day today, haven't we? You are 21 years old today, is that right?
No, I can't even remember 21 years, when I was 21 years old. But yeah, I'm 74. It's my birthday today.
Well, listen, Johnny and Adam, when you see this guy racing out there, do wish him a happy birthday. What a way to spend your birthday. Could you wish to be doing anything different, Al?
No, I mean, that's, you know, I've been in it all my life, and that's all I really know, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we're actually contractors, but for pleasure is racing cars. So.
Great stuff, Al. And when Johnny and Adam see you up in the comments box later, they've got to keep their eyes peeled for the number 5 and the number 9A car. They're pretty kind of iconic. They're going to spot them.
Right. Well, I broke the number 9 car, so Mike Fulmer was driving the number 5 car. So I told him, I actually says, well, you're not going fast enough. I have to take it over. So I'm actually driving the number 5 car.
Okay, great stuff, Al. Thank you so much for taking the time to do us. I'm going to wish you a happy birthday once again.
Well, thank you.
Stay safe, have great fun, and we're going to continue our tour of the paddock here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. And when we come back, well, oh boy, the action's going to continue. See you in 2.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of the next group, and I can hear the firing up happening in the paddock. Looking forward to this. A couple of minutes away from what is a very special group, and believe it or not, even for Americans, kind of getting a bit starry-eyed because we don't often see classic Indy cars on track at these sorts of events very often.
Incredibly special, Jonathan. To see the Penske, Sunoco Eagle, you to see the A.J. Watson Roadsters, to see the early 80s Indy cars, to see all these cars go out there and they go out there and put on this spectacle for us it's one of those ones where we have to close the windows in the booth because we can't hear ourselves.
Yeah, can't hear ourselves, yeah. 60s to 70s, late 70s Indy cars. That's what we're going to look at next, and there's some fantastic history here. And it's nice having an Andretti alongside you because you've lived and breathed it, quite literally. The family, every which way, you can't miss and there's always an Andretti at one of those events.
Usually, when there's IndyCar, there's Andretti's around for sure, and Michael with the Andretti Autosport does a phenomenal job. That they do, being perennial competitors as far as up at the front of the grid. But in this group, we had 2 guests up here yesterday that are in this group, and that was Ernie Becker and Tom Malloy. And Ernie Becker is going to be out there driving that A.J. Watson Roadster that I was talking about, but also you're going to have Tom Malloy out there, which is in an IndyCar that Tom Sneva drove to a 3rd place finish in the 1981 Indianapolis 500.
Now, you told me something this morning which I wasn't. That was 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
But he owns all 3.
He owns all three. He owns the top 3 finishers of the 1981 Indianapolis 500.
That's got to be worth a fortune.
Well, yeah, and it's because it was a historical race. For those
Tell me why.
For those that don't know at home, it was very controversial. Excuse me, very controversial in the sense that my Uncle Mario's win was protested by Bobby Unser and Team Penske.
Why?
They finished second, and they claimed that my uncle had made a pass under yellow. Had passed cars under yellow. So through that argument, Mario won the race, but it went to courts. It went through the court system, and at the end of the day, the courts awarded the win to Bobby Unser, and that would be his 3rd and final win of the Indianapolis 500. And the win was then taken away from my Uncle Mario, who's driving for Pat Patrick. So, and that was, and then Tom Sneva, who was sitting in 3rd, I think was just chomping at the bit, hoping that they both got, disqualified, because it was one of those deals where, Bobby made a pass under, there was the controversy was passing under yellow and passing cars. I don't know exactly. I was only 2 years old, so it's not my memory. I'm just kind of going by stories I've heard here and there.
Thanksgiving around the table.
Yeah, Thanksgiving around the table, so to speak. But yeah, it was I think it was a huge heartbreak to my uncle in that sense.
Well, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1963 to 1978 IndyCar Group is brought to you by Haggerty Insurance. And of course, Haggerty responsible for a great deal of historic insurance and modern day regular insurance. I was part of the Haggerty Club. Great little thing. You get a magazine and a little sticker put on your car, and you're part of a fraternity. It's nice.
If you ever meet a Haggerty agent, they give you their business card, and on their business card it has their favorite car.
Yes.
And that's my favorite part about Haggerty is those little.
Well, it's a talking point straight away.
Yeah, and it's the attention to details too, right? And that connection you can have with the individual right away. And one of the most spectacular displays here at this event is their display. Haggerty's got a beautiful display there with some historic vehicles. And if you want to meet some of the stars, that's where they're going to be signing autographs.
That's right, yeah. Oh, these are just beautiful.
2 Gurney Eagles.
I know.
Lined up on the front row.
On the track at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, there's that 76 in the background you were talking about. That's your buddy. Tell me more about this.
Ernie Becker is driving. That's a A.J. Watson Roadster. That's owned by Tom Malloy. That is an Indy Roadster. So from 1963 was when that car was done. They say 63, to 65. You got to remember this is 1966 is when Colin Chapman came with Dick Clark and dominated with the mid-engine car, and then the Roadsters were done. There was no more, Roadster success at Indianapolis.
The British have annoyed you Yanks, as we call you, over the years.
I don't know if it's annoying. It just made us step up our game, right?
Exactly.
And I think vice versa. I think in a lot of ways.
And the respect is mutual, I may add.
Mutual.
Mario has made his mark.
But, the history of that car is literally paragraphs long on how much, as you can imagine, on that kind of a Roadster. But it's fascinating to watch Ernie drive the car around. It's really fun to listen to him talk about it. It's a guy that, like Ernie, who drives a lot of modern cars. When he gets inside this, he'll tell you it's just completely analog. So Indy cars are going to get 2 warm-up laps, so that's going to be a little bit different than the norm. These are not heavy cars, so all the cars we've seen run so far today have been rather heavy. So a heavier car gets energy and heat into the tires much quicker than these lighter cars do. So the usually the IndyCar drivers and participants in these historic events and the Formula One ask for 1 extra lap usually to get more temperature in.
Sure. And as the temperature rises here, it'll become easier and easier as the day goes on. But you're absolutely right. That's why we get the 2 laps. And these, I would have thought these are a handful.
These are a handful. They are. You remember, these are, when he speaks of analog, what he's meaning is there's no aids. You have 0 aids in them. And when I say 0 aids, our TA2 cars nowadays don't have aids in a modern sense. We don't have analog brakes, traction control, and things of that sort. But we have straight cut gearboxes, so we don't have to use the clutch. We just have to lift and shift and things like that. Where these are, you have to match, the synchro mesh gearboxes that you have to match them up and match the rest perfectly. And that's what Gunnar was talking about here yesterday. You have to reprogram yourself into being a driver from the 1960s, not a modern race car driver, a driver from the 1960s.
Yeah, it's a very different mindset.
It's a totally different mindset, and honestly, I think it's a great place for people to continue that skill, and it only makes you better in a modern race car. It's not going to make you worse in a modern race car to know how to make a car like this tick.
Well, as a soundtrack that is added to these beautiful engines, how about the Rolling Stones, the Supremes, the Beach Boys, Elvis Presley, and the Velvet Underground, and even Woodstock? That's the era we're talking about. Pretty good music era, as well as a pretty darn good racing era.
Yeah, absolutely. There was music from all over, right? There was music coming in the form of 8-cylinder engines and music in the form of great artists as well.
Yep. Lake getting a wonderful glint off the nicely polished cars as well. Good job, my friend.
I believe the lights are off on the pace car, so we'll see that pace car pull off here for turn 11. They are gridding up to bring us some more excitement here today. Group 7A, 1963 to 1978 Indy cars.
Yeah, like I said, a rare chance to see classic Indy cars in action, and not in a museum.
I love what you said. I want to see more of these owners take these over to England.
Yeah.
Do a Goodwood. Do some of these festivals. I think the crowd would go crazy.
Well, I noticed that one, that 76, has been to Goodwood, but not many of the others have. Here we go then. Away we go. It's a small field, but we don't care.
Small but mighty.
Yeah, mighty indeed. And a beautiful stand, too, as the 88 Eagle dives into the lead.
And this is the latest we've seen cars break so far this morning. They're deep into the corner here for the Andretti hairpin.
And we think that Bobby Rahal himself is driving that. And I say himself because, of course, he's got like the Andretti's, he's got his own straight, or hairpin and a straight. Andretti's got the hairpin, and Rahal has the straight all the way up to the top of the hill. And, of course, Bobby, a 3-time Indy winner himself here.
And if that is Bobby behind the wheel, my heart is melting here that he's got a period helmet on. You know, this is really quite special. And the number 12 car there, you have, that's another AR Eagle. That is Jeff Downs inside there. Or excuse me, that's Carlos again. That's Carlos de Quesada.
Yep, he's been out already today.
He's been out a lot. Yeah, I believe he just finished like P2 or P3 2 groups ago.
Into the corkscrew and already building on that lead.
And very well. I mean, as well as that car is being driven, it would not surprise me that Mr. Rahal's behind.
Yeah. Very busy man.
It's hitting every mark out there in a perfect way, that's for sure.
What was your first memory of Indy then when you went? You said you were only a couple of years old when.
Yeah.
But what was your when did you first kind of get the bug of watching? Because you were born into it. But what?
So 1985, March of 1985. I'm a March birthday boy, and my dad wanted to know what I wanted to do for my birthday, and if there was anything special I wanted to do, and I overheard he was going to the racetrack, because they were testing, and I was like, I want to go to the races, and I want to and see what the testing's all about. I've never seen a car that has run at the speedway before, and I still remember the glow on my dad's face that his young boy was asking for that. We went to the track, and he took me up to the gate on the back straightaway. So he took me to where there would be top speed, but to where no one would kick us out. He couldn't take me to the front because that was the pits. But he took me there, and I'll never forget when the first car drove by. It was Bobby Rahal, and when they swung by me, my dad looked at me and goes, "It's like a speeding bullet, isn't it?" and that memory sits with me very strong, and so it has been confirmed that it is
Bobby.
Rahal. That is Bobby, and it's not a shock. He is absolutely flying out there, looking great in the period helmet, and it's just such an honor to have Bobby here doing this thing.
Yeah, and of course his son Graham will be taking the modern day version of these cars and trying to win himself here at the mighty Laguna Seca as we take a look at the number 20 Eagle, the Indy open wheel, Richard Hamlin at the wheel. We saw this car yesterday. I really like the look of this.
It is. It's a great car. It is. There's that's one of those really wide cars, really wide berth cars that has a lot of front and rear wing on it. They were still trying to learn aerodynamics, so they went ahead and
they slowed them right down.
It's a double yellow. Yeah, we have a double yellow out right now.
It's a 1974. Yep, flags are out. So they've slowed them all right down, but something's happened. But when we find out, we'll let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think I just heard our announcer upstairs say that Bobby Rahal had a 30-second lead when this came out. So the man himself has not lost a step. And if you want to know how important the historics are, there is an IndyCar race going on this weekend in Indianapolis. It's a road course at Indianapolis. And Bobby's here. He's not there.
Yeah, good point.
You know, so that shows the importance and what this event
actually
means.
says it all, doesn't it?
It does. It certainly does.
Son's racing, but the Rahal team deciding Bobby is surplus, and he wouldn't let them anyway. In he comes. I'm sure Tony will get in there. Yep, there you go. The Eagle on the front. God, it's immaculate, isn't it? John Klug, Roy Campbell.
That's so neat.
They're having a look at that.
So yeah, they're looking at the
wistful look.
Yeah. What a beautiful car, striking. You know, the Gurney Eagle and the logo there. And, that's the late great Dan Gurney's design here. Look at just that. Look at the to make the exhaust. I mean,
I know. It's an entanglement, isn't it? Why do they make them so, I don't know, entangled like that? Why couldn't they keep them simpler? Was it? There must have been a reason. I don't know what it is, but beautiful.
I imagine.
I suppose you want to wad them up so you don't.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I think it's there's a reason why. I'm sure they found a bunch of different. They found a bunch of different, on the dynos. I'm sure they tried different exhaust routings, and that's the magic one that they found.
Beautiful. So we've got a slight delay in our Indy coverage here. Classic Indy cars from the mid-70s, late 60s.
Yeah,
Pace car out. I saw the truck go out.
So we have it. What is it? Turn 11 here.
Yeah, it looks as though somebody stopped at turn 11.
And I believe it's the Roadster. I think that's Ernie.
Oh, no.
Interesting car. Revolutionary in its time.
It's what it looks like from here. Not 100% sure.
Well, they've got the truck out there, going to tow it out the way, and obviously Tom's still out there. Tom Malloy at the back of this group.
He's taking a special interest in the Roadster. If it is the Roadster that's parked dead over there, since that is a car that he owns, it looks like it is the Roadster. It's being pulled right now around. Yep, it is. There's Ernie behind the wheel of that. He pulled around turn 11. I think he might have had a failure that made it unable for him to make it into the pit entrance there. We got a close look at that, too. That was the liquid suspension special, the number 53.
Yeah, that's the Huffaker MG liquid suspension special, and we were both intrigued by that, so we went and had a closer look, didn't we? It's if you like, when you say liquid suspension, you've got to begin. That's the beginnings of hydraulics, isn't it? Really, and when you look at a car that is 1964, there it is.
And that was personified Indianapolis. It was all about, being innovative, taking something there and proving it to the consumer world, proving it to the auto manufacturers, even proving it to yourself. So that was what made Indianapolis so special. It's still such a special event, but that has long been gone. From Indianapolis. Now it's everyone runs a Dallara chassis. You have two different engines that you can choose. Everyone's on the same Firestone tire. So everyone has the same aero package. So then it really comes down to team, really how the teams communicate, drivers, strategy, and all that. Where racing in this era was who could be the most innovative and who could make those innovations fast, and then if they made it fast, could they make it last?
Yeah, innovation, creativity. It's something that you're mindful of when you're at any historic event, because you really do see the evolution and revolution of motor racing over the ages, and to see how the designers and the tinkerers just scratch their head and said, how can we make this better? How can we make it lighter? How can we make it faster? How can we get ahead of the opponents? That moving target that is motorsport.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a copycat game. Yeah. We talk about it all the time. Colin Chapman with the Lotus 79 won the World Championship handily with my Uncle Mario behind the wheel in 1978. But just because they had the jump on it didn't mean that they were the best at it. Once Patrick Head got his head wrapped around it, we're green again here. So we're going to go green.
Here we go. And they storm into action past our commentary position, and again. Lovely.
Yeah, those are Eagles at it. One of them's a 1973 Eagle. One of them's a 1968 Eagle.
I'm glad the Eagles haven't landed just yet.
No, exactly right.
Jeff Downs at the wheel doing a good job leading this race.
And that's Richard Hamlin there.
Yeah, look how high he's sitting up. I don't know how tall he is, but you really are sitting up in that car, aren't you?
I would imagine that would be size of person. That the reason why they'd be sitting tall, because those cars back then tend to have a lot more room than the modern cars have.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that might be part of that scenario there. But what a striking look, and like we talked about it. You can tell aerodynamics was not fully developed yet because they still left the engine covers off. They weren't that sophisticated to know that a lot of air disturbance comes from that area. So, just great, like you said, to see that evolution, the revolution. And then you got this Penske coming right behind.
Yeah.
It's a 1978.
You were mentioning the STP. Obviously everybody keeps the liveries as best they can, but STP, those colors so synonymous in American racing, and it's great. It takes you right back there, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I obviously grew up with STP gear everywhere. I was an STP oil can one year for Halloween, and I won. It's still a sore spot for my sister Mary Jo because she was the can a year before.
Oh no!
And didn't get even a mention.
And she got canned.
And then the next year I was the oil can, and I won the grand prize. At the Halloween fair. So so yeah, STP has been in our family a lot. Do you know what STP stands for?
Tell me.
Scientifically tested products.
There you go. That's why they gave you the prize.
Yeah, there it is.
You were scientifically tested on.
For a lot of American music fans, they think Stone Temple Pilots, but no.
Ah, right. Good point.
No, it was actually scientifically tested products. So we're getting one lap to go here for Group 7A. IndyCars from 1963 to 1978.
Yep, and in a moment we're going to hear from a Dyson. And you race against the Dyson on a regular basis. Chris.
I do, and that's Rob's son, and the Dyson family are just one of my favorite families. I say this a lot, but the racing family really extends itself deep to each other, and Rob and Chris, who I know quite well, are just some of the best human beings you ever care to know. They're great for our sport. They give you Racer Magazine. If you love Racer Magazine, you love that publication. We have the Dysons to thank for that and making sure that that's staying strong and alive and well. And Paul Fanner, who's the publisher of that, and here this weekend. Hopefully we get to chat with him. But I love the Dyson family. I can't say enough about them and their impact. With Chris, nothing like it.
Yeah, and Lime Rock, his favorite circuit, and no question about it, he put on a show just a few months ago to take the win here. But here into the last corner here at Laguna Seca comes the number 20, the Eagle Open Wheel.
Oh, big lock up there on the exit. Keep it under control there, buddy.
Get to the checkered flag.
Just bring it home for us, son.
Yes, please do. And a little moment there, but a little bit of entertainment as the checkered flag waves for Richard Hamlin. Just a little bit of a mistake there.
Talk about putting our hearts in our throat.
I know.
Coming to the checkered, Richard. I mean, we appreciate the entertainment, we appreciate the excitement, but please don't do all that on our account.
Yeah, don't do it on our account.
He's looking over his shoulder, making sure. Did anyone see that?
Yeah.
Anyone see that?
Wasn't me.
Yeah. I think every race driver has that moment, right, when they've had a crash that's their fault. They look around like, man, I hope no one saw that.
Yeah. Not in today's modern technology, no.
Man, I hope no one saw that.
1964, marking the first time a front-engine
Really gives you, the drone shot gives you too, that the idea that, that the lines on that straightaway are not exactly perfectly straight. You know, when they paved, you know, this track and built this track so many years ago, they didn't have the technology that we have nowadays to make everything absolutely inch perfect.
You know, you talk about drivers. I remember Mika Hakkinen testing with Michael Andretti at Silverstone, and it was a little documentary about Michael's first sort of foray into Formula One. And Mika was just starting out, and they had the data line, and of course because he was the Finn, he had the blue line, and Michael had the red line. And they're in the pits, and Mika's going, no, I'm faster I'm faster. They said, you could see from the red line. And they said, no, Mickey, you're the blue line. No, I'm the red line. No, he said that Michael's the red line. You're the blue line. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, that's great. Oh, we got a blown engine. That would be
Tom. It's Tom.
That would be Tom up at the top of the hill. He got offline. Good. That's a tough session for Tom Malloy-owned cars.
Tough session for the IndyCars, yeah.
Yeah, Tom, I think brought 7 cars here, he told us. Yesterday he brought 7 total cars, so he's got plenty to play with.
Yeah.
But I know that he's got also some of the best mechanics that you'll find out there. He owns Ed Pink Racing Engines.
Well, we're going to get the guy from Ed Pink.
Yeah. We're going to get James up here, the GM of Ed Pink Racing Engines, to find out what went wrong, for one.
Yeah.
And also to find out really what it takes to build a vintage engine and keep it period correct, but also how they make the horsepower they do, and how they've had to adjust for the modern fuels, modern lubricants, and all those things that come along with moving things into the modern era.
Well, as I mentioned, we've been talking about the Dysons, and Chris Dyson, of course, the son of Rob Dyson, and he's down in the paddock with our man Kev Harris.
You want me to look at you or look at the camera?
Yeah, you can look at me, Rob, because that's what we're all about as we go live here in the paddock once again. Rob Dyson, great to see you here. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Great to be here.
Really interesting thing about this car, well, there's lots interesting about it. So as we're just walking along, I'm just going about my business, and I turn left and I go, oh my gosh, that's a beautiful car right over there. And then my producer says, well, that's the one you got to go and talk about. So I was like, win. And in 1975, this thing, second place in the Indianapolis 500, and there's so many great things about this car that we could talk about.
Well, Johnny was a subject in 3 of his major he'd won twice.
Yeah.
And then in the middle, he had this run at second.
Yeah.
So he had first in 74, second in 75, and 1 in 76. Both the 75 race and the 76 race were both rain shortened.
Right.
The first one, Johnny pitted just a little bit later than Bobby Unser.
Right.
So when he got out, he was behind Bobby, catching him at better than 3 seconds a lap. So he had the field covered, and then the rain came. So he finished second.
Ah, man, but when we watch the likes of Formula One today, those kind of like mistakes with tyres or pits or safety cars, it happens, but it's been happening forever. But the great thing about this car, like you just said to me, it ticks all 3 boxes. We got a McLaren, we got Johnny Rutherford, and we got iconic sponsorship. It's the real deal.
Yeah, it was really, when you take a look at it, it was really a striking paint scheme. And the other thing is that, you know, if you have a typical race fan walking around, they can recognize one of the 3.
Yeah.
Or maybe all 3 of the 3. You know, you got Johnny Rutherford, 3-time Indy winner, great driver. You have the McLaren. Goes without even, you know, look it up in the book. McLaren, I mean, a major force in racing from the early 60s, all the way even into now. And then you have Gatorade, which, you know, who doesn't know about Gatorade?
That's it.
So it's really kind of an iconic car, and I'm really honored to be able to own it.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. And one of many cars that are on display at the IndyCar Heritage Display as part of the Monterey Festival this weekend. Now, tell me, is this one going out on the track, or is this still a static display?
Not yet. We've had it for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But we got a backup in the shop, and we haven't been able to go through it to understand what it needs. But next year, we're going to be having it fully operational.
That's really awesome, and we were just chatting before. You're the chairman of the museum at Indianapolis there, so I mean, what a sort of back catalogue you must have in that place.
Well, the Speedway Museum, it's a iconic birthplace, and the font of all of the history of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway reflected in cars from the first Indy winner to the most recent Indy winner. So it's really, it is the place to go if you're an IndyCar fan, and it's got two things going for it. One is it has enormous archives and cars steeped in history. But then in addition to that, where is it located? Inside the most iconic sports arena in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
What a place. And I mean, at an event like this, though, luckily for the fans that have come here to Monterey this weekend and the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca here, we've managed to pull so many great cars. You got a load there in Indianapolis, but they've come out to the fans this weekend here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you've got every profile of every kind of racing here. Yeah. And you're right, iconic cars. Yeah. What you see when you're walking around here is motor racing history, live and in person and loud. So you have all the ingredients. You're actually seeing them on the track. You can get close to them and talk to the crews that are working on them. Really get the history of the cars. And that's why we're honored to be here at this Indy display.
Yeah, it's a real privilege. You walk around and names like yourself and, Dorsey Schroeder and others, they're just in amongst the crowd. And as I'm learning, as a Brit, I'm an Englishman abroad, you Americans are pretty friendly. You'll talk to anyone and you just want us to know about what you did and what it's all about.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, Americans, I think, are inherently friendly. I mean, we're kind of a giving, open group of people. Yeah. And when it comes to cars, every country invented cars, but we really put them on the road, so to speak. Yeah. And what America's attachment to automobiles runs long and deep. It's been a long time since we've had cars starting to rumble around on all the dirt roads and everything across the country. Henry Ford had a lot to do with that. But then again, you got races going at every fairgrounds, jalopies, anything from jalopies to the big Daytona tracks.
And then with some of the names that are involved in motor racing, I like the crossover of the Brits coming to the US and taking you guys on at your own game. And, that whole line of history goes that way, doesn't it? And that's where we are today.
Absolutely. You take Jack Brabham, for instance. He came over and told everybody, hey, you can run in a rear-engine car and do pretty well with it. Yeah. And then you had Jimmy Clark and Colin Chapman coming in next year. They came second. So when you see that really helped. Yeah. And when you have an Indy winner like Graham Hill, I mean, you can't ask for better.
Listen, Rob, I could stand here and talk to you all day, but sadly the people in the power are saying, Kev, we got to go to a commercial break, so sadly that's it for now.
Buy the product, folks. See you later. Thanks. Thanks for being here.
No, thank you. And thank you for watching us wherever you are in the world right now. We'll be back after a short commercial break, but the sun's come out, the cars are on track. It is looking great down here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
So we look high above the paddock one more time here at Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here now. The fog has gone.
And a white 1989 Porsche 962C from Scotts Valley, Bruce Canepa, number 14. And on the second row inside, we got number 29, Cal Meeker from Pitt Meadows, California, driving a 1987.
And we're looking ready for our next group of races, which should be 8A, I believe.
The number 10 of Joe Robillard from Short Hill, New Jersey. 1984 Porsche 962 in football.
And sure enough, here they are getting ready. That Oldsmobile, we've seen it already in action earlier in the weekend, and we're back to see it in action again. Rumbling away and getting ready.
I love the Oldsmobile. You don't expect it to be something that's a race car marquee, but it certainly is with us here today. And it's a neat, really neat race car. All these race cars are really quite cool. And we also have us Gunnar Jeanette joining us again up here in the booth. Thank you, Gunnar, again for joining us. We appreciate taking the time. He sent me a text message just a minute ago saying, "You got a seat up there for the GTP race." It's like, absolutely, for you.
No, thanks for having me again, guys. And yeah, this is I have to talk a little bit, but the best seat in the house to watch.
For sure it is. And so what's your car that you like out here? What's your favorite car out here in this class?
Yeah, so pretty varied class. I would say, Joe Robillard's 962, the Wins car. That's one of the late air-cooled cars. That'd probably be one of the favorites for me. Got a little thing going on where Charlie looks like he stopped and Bruce kind of kept on going.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that's definitely a spot that's. I look at the Gurney Eagles as well as something that.
Absolutely.
Have you gotten to drive any of these?
So the cars that are on the grid now, maybe one or two, but yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to ever drive the Eagle, unfortunately. Maybe Charlie will be so kind at some point.
And here we are. It's the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We're looking at group number 8A. This is our 1981 and 1991 IMSA GTO GTP Trans Am. The group is brought to you by Haggerty.
Well, thank you very much. Yes. You were as confused as I were then.
Well, the groups were giving us a little bit of...
We had a bit of a...
Yeah, a little bit of a hiccup on the groups, but that's okay. We got it figured out.
So this is a really interesting group because you've got GTP cars, which are generally faster, but some of these Trans Am cars and GTO, GTS cars have quite a lot of power, so are actually a little bit faster in a straight line. I have raced against Bruce quite a bit in that 962, and he is always good on the start. So I imagine he's going to be probably able to pull ahead of Charlie at least into the run to turn one. So that'll be interesting.
That will be.
What do you do with the cars overnight? How much work is going on?
Well,
hopefully not much.
Hopefully not much. Yeah. When you get to race day, you definitely want to have your setup about as fine-tuned as you can. That being said, there are the times where you're just trying whatever you can. These GTP cars especially, there's so much work that goes into setting up these properly because you need the mechanical grip aspect, and there's so much aerodynamic grip, and a lot of times you don't do the same thing for mechanical grip as you do for aerodynamic grip, because the aerodynamics is really about having a good stiff platform to generate the underfloor downforce and all of the upper surface downforce. So that's where the Gurney Eagle got both pretty right, and they were a dominant force in IMSA.
It was I remember my brother John describing it as it's just one big wing.
Yeah,
going down the track. I mean, he absolutely nailed it. It was the surfaces of it are absolutely straight and perfect and in line, and it is a spectacular sight to see when you see it up close, and it totally shows why they dominated and why they just had control of the sport when they came.
Yep. So one of the designers of that car, I actually got to work with at Panos. He was one of the designers on the Panos, and he was telling me that they were actually on the Mark III. They were able to get 2 tunnels. So there's the tunnel underneath the car that really starts from the chassis, from the tub backwards. But then there's a tunnel that goes in the front of the car. Above the upper surface. So when they take the nose off, you'll see a really big piece of carbon that is flowing air into the radiators, but it's shaped as such where it's a second tunnel for the front of the car.
That's incredible. I had no idea.
Yeah,
I had absolutely no idea that was going on in there, and that was one of those secrets, right? They weren't going to let the world know.
Yeah, which is why when you look at the car from the outside, there's not really a ton of shape because it's all going on underneath the bodywork.
So they're coming up, they're gridded up, they're coming through turn 11, pace car's off. Jonathan, bring him to the green.
Yep, I will, and I'm going to bring Gunnar in because he's been out there today and he can tell us about the conditions out there and what it takes to wheel one of these amazing machines around Laguna Seca. Away we go then in our Group 8A.
Bruce got a really good jump. He had the turbo spooled up and he just left Charlie in the dust. Joe's coming up around the outside, going to see if he can hold on, make a move, and you got Cal Meeker going up on the inside. That Spice is really good and nimble, has good mechanical grip, so it can probably get going a little bit faster than these 962s, and you see Cal picked up a spot there.
Gunnar, Adam was saying earlier that he may not be ready yet for Historics because he hasn't got the headset that you have, which is that patience to know that you're not actually being a racing driver, you're being a racing driver at half measure.
Well, you just have to know that the car is number one. It is not the driver, and so you just generally try not to put yourself in a position where anybody else can collect you or you can get damage on the car, because that is really first and foremost the most important thing.
I can honestly say I don't think in this point in my life I'm as mature as my friend Gunnar. And I mean that in
Gunnar's only 21.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I got a long way to go. Twice his age. No. But no, absolutely, I respect that in such a huge way, and I was kind of like a late bloomer as far as a career, so I'm still enjoying the fruits of that, and I do want to come to these Historics once I know I have the mindset that I can shut it off. But I will say this. I have seen a little red mist since the race day started here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yep,
I mean, we have seen some side-by-side stuff that we haven't seen all weekend long, and I know that. I'm pretty sure Dorsey, the sheriff in town, is like this right here.
Yeah.
This look on the inside of Bruce getting into the Andretti hairpin. That's the dicey stuff we haven't seen all weekend long.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've got a great race for the lead right now with Bruce Canepa being out front. Charlie's got that Mark III All-American Racer Toyota spooled up and is hounding him for the lead. But Cal Meeker is being an impressive third right now and holding on to that battle.
I'm guessing you've raced most of these guys anyway.
Yep.
Oh, no!
There we go.
That's not what meant to happen. We just said Dorsey might be coming into action play, but that was a little too rough.
That was a little bit on the aggressive side. Side-to-side contact. It doesn't look like the cars were maybe too far turned in, so they may have gotten away with not having suspension damage, but we'll have to watch the next couple of corners and see how it plays out here.
We definitely put a dive plane askew on the right front of the AAR Toyota, the Mark III.
Yep.
But it's that could have been worse. I think that was for someone that was going to be as fast as they are over the course of this race. I think it was an early move.
It was an early move, but also, I mean, it was pretty side to side. Bruce could have left him a little bit more racing room there. I would say that's kind of just a racing incident. But Cal Meeker right now is sort of in the catbird seat watching that happen.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
130 miles an hour across the strip and into the Andretti hairpin.
And that's another thing, too, to point out. When you're making the downforce and it's not so dependent on everything on top like a Formula One car, these don't get as bad of the aero wash as those modern Formula One cars. Am I correct?
No, they aren't as bad, but it is still noticeable. And each car is going to be a little bit different with how much the aero wash does affect it. But that being said, I mean, that incident, they were pretty side by side, and so I think that.
But that's what I was saying. Like, he got a really good run being that tucked up underneath that 935, the 962, excuse me, that he was, and that's why I was impressed. I was like, that Toyota's making downforce as close as he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that 962 certainly isn't leaving much air left.
No.
It sucked its fair amount of air, to keep it glued to the ground. So it shows really. I'm so happy that you enlightened us all to that, because that was something I've learned about that Mark III. I never knew that.
Yeah, when you get a chance, go over and talk to Charlie about it, and you'll see the carbon panels on the
tunnel within the tunnel.
Yeah.
Good story.
I do remember watching, Ross Braun, looking at the Ross Braun designed Jaguar,
the
XJR14s, and I remember seeing the carbon fiber sway bar.
Yeah.
And the front sway bar carbon fiber was like as big as your forearm.
Yep.
And I remember, talking to Davey Jones about that car and having me walk through every bit about that car. And they had the wheel flaps that were over the rear tires for aero purposes for just Le Mans.
Yep.
And the technical term that they had for those, this is typical English, it was a piss flap. So it was literally a PF. We said it was PFR or PFL for right side or left side. And I always thought that was just absolutely hysterical. I said that personifies that. But he goes, that engine you could not hurt. That flat-headed engine.
Oh, which was basically a derivative of the DFV.
Exactly. But he said he couldn't hurt it. He goes, they won them all with dropped valves.
Right. Wow.
And he goes, because it still would run. It still just run and made horsepower, and we kept clicking.
And on behalf of the BBC, may I apologise to the sensitive out there that may not be used to motor racing talk, but this is how they talk in both historics and American racing. And if you're an Andretti, you tell it like it is.
I tell it like it is.
It's not a derogatory term here in America.
It isn't. No, it isn't.
Oh, we've got to pass around that outside going into turn 3.
And I wouldn't have said it if it wasn't what technically Jaguar had named the part.
I love it.
Yes. But it's a wonderful day out here. Beautiful weather again.
Charles Nurberg leading again at Mika and Canepa. He's had a good day, has Charlie?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, did he ended up winning the in the 935?
Yep. He did.
Yeah.
He did, handily.
Yeah.
Yes, handily.
And he looks like he's going to do it again. He positions himself in pretty good cars for that, too.
Right. Yeah. He tends to bring cars out that he can do well in.
Right.
Which is a key to historic racing, is knowing the group that you're in and bringing the correct car for that group.
Setting yourself up for success, we call that in motor racing.
Yeah.
Gunnar, I know your history in this form of racing, but how did you start racing? What did you start racing in?
So I actually started racing in historic cars.
And that's not unusual anymore.
No, it's
probably was when you started.
It's still not the normal path, but it was the way that my opportunity presented itself, because obviously my father, Kevin Jeanette, restores Porsche race cars and was a crew chief on sports car racing teams from the 70s into the early 2000s. And so he was able to convince some of his customers to let this 17-year-old kid co-drive with them in the Enduros, I'm sure by enticing them with some financial, maybe a little bit off of their weekend bill.
Discount.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And so that's how it started for me. Is my very
Lucky
first
you.
race was in the Interscope K3 935 at Road Atlanta.
You started it in 935.
Yeah, so I had 2 races
Most people
on the
spend
weekend.
their careers trying to get to that.
Yeah.
Exactly. I had 2 races in the weekend, one in the 935 and one in a 2-liter 911. And just oddly enough, the 935 race was first.
That's wild.
And it's kind of... That's the car that David McNeil bought, and I've gotten to drive it here and drive it over at Classic Le Mans, and I actually just took it across the auction block last night for him to sell it. So it was just kind of a cool experience that car has been a part of my life for over 20 years.
Wow. And did it sell last night?
It did sell. Tim Pappas got it, so I'm excited because Tim has the Interscope 934.
So you were there to see it sell?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
I was sat in the car. I drove it up onto the stage.
Oh, lovely.
That's so great.
So, yeah.
Anything else interesting that's been sold that we might not know of?
Not anything that I can think of immediately, other than obviously the McLaren F1 road car going for an obscene amount of money last night.
I'll bet. What did it go for, do you know?
I think it hammered at 18, so all in it's going to be the better part of 20 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big day.
Yeah, the Golf 917 is going tonight. The race cars have been a little bit soft, seemingly, at least from everything that I saw yesterday. So yeah, the golf car will be interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, both during COVID and post-COVID.
That's actually Rob Kaufman's car. So that's
right.
The Mark II Toyota.
Okay, there you go.
Which is really interesting to see them both in the same race, to see how different the cars are. Obviously chassis, so the Mark II is a aluminum car. The Mark III, I believe, is a full carbon car, full carbon tub.
Okay.
It's more or less the same 4-cylinder single turbo. The Mark III just had was very revised. But
I like that. Very revised.
Very revised, but basically was the same, sort of overall. But when you see the cars sitting next to each other, the whole aerodynamic ethos of it is completely changed. So that was, and they had some okay results with the Mark II. I think they won maybe 1 or 2 races and finished 3rd in the championship. That was when the Nissans were really dominating everything, 88, 89. But then when the Mark III came out, it again reset the bar.
Pretty much retired the 962.
Oh yeah, the 962 was long in the tooth at that point. Anyway, I mean it's pretty impressive that when it made its debut in 1982.
Right.
I think very few people would have thought that it would still be winning races into 94, 95, and 96. I mean, in the life expectancy of a race car, that's a pretty long life. And
it truly is. It's beyond what you would even expect. Anyone would expect.
Well, we've been watching a couple of Chevrolet Camaros while you've been chatting and doing their business around. So we've got 2 99s. I see the 99A there. But is it Charles that's still leading though? Yeah.
Yeah. I believe Charlie's still in the lead, and then Cal Meeker, and then
that makes sense.
And then Bruce in 3rd at the moment.
Bruce Canepa drives like he's 21, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like he never retired from the sport. It's fun to watch him. Put everything through the paces, and he, when you speak to Bruce, as we saw him, he speaks with the same enthusiasm as if this was his heyday of racing, and that's that's what you love about the guy, and he puts so much into this, and he owns so many. Just his collection of cars. I love his playground. Right, he's got a pretty fun little playground there. He loves to show it off to the racing community, and we love to have him show it off to us.
Yeah, and his overall involvement of this event and what he brings to the table, both in an organizational standpoint, an operating standpoint, and bringing customer cars to it and encouraging people to do that, and then the actual driving of it as well. I mean, he's definitely one of the biggest contributors of this whole event as long as I've been coming here.
We were talking about Chris McAllister and his offering this weekend. I mean, how good was that? Nicky Lauda's 76. What else did he have? The Indy winning Jim Clark car. And what else? And I think
he's got Donahue. He's got the GT40 here. Son Alex is driving the GT40, and then the 917, which he'll be bringing over to Pebble. Yeah,
brilliant.
How did your RS61 run this morning?
The RS61 went okay. It was a little bit of a boring race, but the car ran well. We started 7th, we finished 7th, and
I did ask our viewers that if they missed yesterday to go into the archives and find when you were in the booth talking about that car, because none of us can do it justice for the history that you gave us on it, and we thank you so much for that, because it was so fascinating to hear how that came about and how that car came about, and also your we were talking about the GT40 you were driving yesterday. That was how that you're shaking it down here.
Right.
It's a 50, 60-year-old car, and it's being shook down
right
here.
Yeah, in the qualifying.
Yeah.
So we're on the final lap. We got a little bit of a closer look at Charlie's Mark III there. It's definitely missing the dive plane, like you had mentioned, Adam. Obviously not affecting his performance that much because he's got a pretty handy lead.
Yeah, you can see when we look high above it, you can see the speed differential between he and the other cars as he dives up the inside again on the final lap. He's muscled his way around this track, sometimes a little too hard, but we'll forgive him for that, or at least we hope to. And it's the 1991 Eagle Mark III who takes the checkered flag.
I just think he wanted to have lunch with Dorsey. I honestly think that's what it was. He was looking for a lunch date. Dorsey's great entertainment at lunch. I love to share a meal with Dorsey, but maybe not under those circumstances. But I think maybe he was looking to have lunch.
Yeah, well, so the RS61 is based over at Canepa's tent, so I'll definitely hightail it back over there and see what kind of discussion goes on between Bruce, Charlie, and Dorsey, because they're all good pals.
Oh, I know they are. The camaraderie in the paddock is second to none here. This is not. We're not going to see fisticuffs down there.
No.
We're going to see a lot of laughter probably more than anything.
Yeah, Bruce might get or Charlie might get a bill for
damage.
That is something else that happens in historic racing that doesn't happen in any other kind of racing, is they could exchange bills if you're doing something a little bit off-kilter.
Well, I can start to see the grandstands filling up in front of us here at Laguna Seca as the action is thick and fast here at the reunion. Beautiful day here in California in the Monterey Peninsula. We're listening to Gunnar Jeanette and Adam Andretti talking about these wonderful cars from Group 8A. And that is cars from IMSA, GTO, GTP, and Trans Am. from 1981 to 91.
And just one of our personal favorites are coming up next, right? The Ragtime Racers.
Yep.
It is so much fun. Their paddock presence is incredible. They set it up. They take you in a time warp.
Yeah,
they take you
absolutely.
right. Everyone's in period clothing. They speak to you in a period way. It's such a fun. And then even the way that they've, even like the garages and the way the cars are sitting, it's so authentic. And
yeah, if you're here
so
at the event, go down and have a look because they've done a nice presentation.
And if you weren't tuning in yesterday, again, dig into the archives and find our friend Kev Harris.
I know. What a job!
Oh man, it was
made my day yesterday.
Most entertaining.
Yeah. So what was that all about?
So the
quick look at. I'll just do the results quick, but I want to tell you about it. But Charles Nurberg then winner in the Eagle, the Toyota Eagle, and Cal Mika. Bruce Canup in the top three. Joe Robillard is fourth, and Bill Auckland in fifth place. Taz Harvey sixth. George Crass in the Chevrolet Camaro in seventh. Stephen Schuller, Ken Epsom, and Jim Torres rounding out the top 10 in that 1986 Porsche. Further down, Gordon Johnson, Rick Jeffrey, John McKenna, David Murray, John Goodman, Robert Kaufman in the 1990 Toyota again. Tom Cluer, A. Myers, Brooke and Jolly, and then Carrie Eisenlaw in 20th position. But quickly, Adam, give him a quick scenario of what you saw.
The Ragtime Racers do a wonderful part of where they show that they're having a panic situation before, and they take the car apart to find an item that's held them back and put the car together. Well, our own Kev Harris was down there commentating the entire situation, and it was period correct. It was.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We were glued to our screens up here.
Yeah.
Johnny and I weren't walking away for anything. So it was super entertaining.
And you're looking down on the paddock. There's the Rolex tent right in front of you, and they will be noshed down on some fine food, I'm sure. Gunn will be in there momentarily. And while they do, they take a little break. We'll do the same. We'll come back from Monterey in a few moments' time. Join us then.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to world-class healthcare providers, researchers, and autoimmune disease experts, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and new hope.
We are driving awareness and accelerating research in the Race for RP.
International Raceway, and of course just as good here at Laguna Seca. This is the Monterey Motorsports Reunion at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. And as lunchtime is approaching, we hope you do take advantage amid all the race cars in the paddock to enjoy the special features.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca as we look high and down on the paddock here at Laguna Seca. Beautiful day now and a beautiful time to go back down to the paddock and talk Shelby Cobras with the one and only Alan Grant.
Lovely, thanks guys. Down here in the paddock once again, and we've repositioned here at Laguna Seca, just kind of come to a different part of the setup just across from the lake, and it really is fantastic. And I'll tell you what, the force is strong in this car because Alan Grant has got a great story with this. And Alan, firstly, pleasure to meet you. Just chatting there, age 21, you were out on the racetrack winning 12 out of 14 races. Right. And the rest went from there, and you saw the checkered flag many, many times.
Yes, absolutely.
And give us a quick heads up on this one, because there's so many things that we can talk about this car and all the others that you've brought along here this weekend. But what are we looking at right now?
Well, first of all, Laguna Seca is my home track. I spent most of my life in Modesto, which is about an hour and a half away. Mm-hmm. And so growing up, I got to know George Lucas, and he's from Modesto also. And so he wanted to be a race car driver, and so he went to every race with me with the AC Bristol. And then I went to work for Shelby, and then I was in a position at Shelby's to be able to sell cars. Well, Jay Brown, the owner of Coventry Motors, called me one day and said, I want to buy a race car. Well, we only had one race car available. And I told him, I said, I'll sell it to you under one condition. And he says, what's that? And I said, I'll drive it. Got real quiet.
Yeah.
And finally I said, call SCCA in San Francisco. They'll tell you about me.
He said to you, you any good? And you went, well, I'll let somebody else tell you that. And you're not a man to name drop, but you've just thrown in George Lucas, Carroll Shelby, and I don't know who else in that chat there, but you know, the producer of Star Wars, the main man.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
He actually was hanging out with you because he wanted to be you.
Yes.
He wanted to be a race car driver.
Yeah, exactly.
Phenomenal stuff. And really iconic car. Jacket here as well. Everywhere we look at this weekend, there's history everywhere. Tell us about the jacket that's sitting in the car.
Yes, this jacket is very unique. And again, you can see I had it made for George and my dad and the other crew people. And this is the very jacket that I raced with in 1963 right here at Laguna Seca.
And you were winning in 1963.
Yes, we won the GT race, we won the Grand Touring and A production race.
This is just incredible. I mean, folks, we've literally we were somewhere else at the facility here at Laguna Seca. Said you got to go and speak to these guys over there. Alan Grant, he's over there.
Yes.
We've raced here, literally arrived 3 seconds before, and I want to spend ages chatting with you after this. But I mean, we're on Vendor Alley here, and if you are at Laguna Seca this weekend and you're watching, do come down and see these guys and chat to Alan. Tell us a little bit more about this car, because it's in incredible condition. It is immaculate. It's probably better now than the day it was back then.
Well, this actually is not the car.
Okay.
The car itself, the original car, actually sold at auction in 2004 for $2.5 million. Today it would bring over $10 million. Yeah. But this here is actually built by the Superformance.
Yeah.
And they built several of these. It's a replication continuation car.
Yeah.
And they just did a beautiful job. I mean, they actually spent months and months and months to get every detail exactly right.
You can tell that because it's pinging in the California sunshine here today.
Yes.
Where does this normally sit when you're not bringing it here for the folks to see? Where, you know, what's the story with this now? Where can
this will be in Irvine at the Superformance dealership there in Irvine.
Yeah. And it's just at this point in its life, is it going to be driven? Is it just kind of staying put now? Is it just
Well, actually, this car has been sold to a guy in Iowa. And he's a combination collector, but he will actually take it out on track days.
Really?
And you can actually go and just throw this thing around and spin the tires and just slide it sideways. And, you know, everybody thinks drifting is a new sport. Well, in early days, the Cobra, the way you drove him, you drifted him. So.
Exactly, you know, in these things. And, you know, taking yourself back to the 60s when you're winning here at Laguna Seca, here we are in 2021. You know, the Monterey Motorsports Reunion has kind of been revamped. The guys at Rolex have done an awesome job. But, I mean, could you ever have imagined back then that you would be here now, still talking about it, still doing it, folks like myself interested, and all the people here also interested?
No, it's really mind-boggling because, you know, it's just really in the last, 15, 20 years, the interest has just grown and magnified. And the movie Ford versus Ferrari, that has actually kindled, the people with sports cars.
Yeah.
And I have the original Ford GT that was actually was the beginning of the Ford GT that actually beat Ferrari. If you look on the back of my shirt.
There we go, Ford GT, Lola GT, the DNA for Ford GT.
Yes, exactly.
All right, listen, Alan, like I say, we are going to get back to the racing, which will please you. Don't run away, because as soon as I'm done live on camera, I'm going to stick around and chat more because it's fantastic.
All right.
Johnny and Adam, what do you make of that one?
I can see George Lucas wandering around Hollywood in that yellow jacket on the set.
Without doubt, without a doubt.
And everybody going, what's that? Ragtime time! And this is the one I've been looking forward to.
We love the ragtime racers with all our hearts, with all our souls. These are some of the most enthusiastic people you ever care to see at a racetrack.
Yep. And as we get ready for the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion Ragtime Racers Group, it's brought to you by Mother's Polish. Mother's Polish, of course, a long-time sponsor here at Laguna, as they are a Formula One, currently here in the USA.
I'm a user of their product.
Are you?
I absolutely love their products. They're we use them as a family. They're fantastic products. I'm not even getting them plugged because we get it for free. We buy their products. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Good man.
It's that good. It's that good.
Now, I'll tell you what, there's been a lot of polishing going on out there of these beautiful cars this weekend. But now, as Monty Python once said, it's time for something completely different.
Tom Malloy just rolled by us in the Locomobile. The Locomobile. That is a 1908 era car.
These are the Exhibition Group 4B Ragtime Races. This is a special show. Ragtime Races, Blaine, I think it was, Blaine Automobiles that put this on, and this is an exhibition of, there are some replicas, we saw that Marmon Wasp, but these are originals, and this is how it all began, Adam, and we just love this.
It's so fascinating to watch. This is the only time we're not going to see anyone grid up. They're not going to grid up and race here in this session. This is, like you said, Jonathan, strictly an exhibition. This is the Marmon Wasp replica.
Yet if you missed our little feature earlier, that was the time, the first time, everybody else has passengered up pretty much. And that's how they used to race, because you needed a spotter. You needed somebody to start the car, hand crank it, and you also needed somebody to pump the oil sometimes. So you needed a passenger. But the Marmon Wasp did the business, and Ray Haroon, the man who won the first Indy 500 in 1911, and he had a rear view mirror, the first ever.
Right there, the Franklin Model H. You got Ted Davis.
Yep, and that's the Franklin Special.
Chugging around, making it happen.
3-speed non-synchro transmission, steel and wood wheels. Hey! Now we've got some stories for you.
Lining up Ernie Becker. Ernie, we just saw you out there in not a period far off here, but what's funny is the distance of car you were in to these cars was about 60 years, and then the distance from the car you were in to right now is about 60 years. So that's what's fascinating about having you up here. Welcome back up to the booth.
Thank you.
What happened out there? Everyone wants to know, first of all, what happened to the Watson?
It seems to be that a rock got kicked up and went between the tolerance level between the rim and the brake rotor, and it locked the left front brake up enough to say that's all she wrote.
Oh, wow.
No. And with the tires and yada, yada, yada. So.
And now with the, and our second question is, because Tom Malloy owned cars in that session between you and Tom up at the top of the, at the top of the corkscrew, at the end of the straightaway, what happened to Tom? Did he hurt the engine at all? Or
I don't know.
Okay.
Tom came in and the crew got him ready for this.
Okay, so
he's out in this, isn't he? Yeah,
he is. These are the Locomobile, so they haven't even done that. And I stand corrected. I am so sorry. They are gridding up for this like it is a race. I honestly thought it was just going to be an exhibition because they weren't gridded here on pit road, but they went ahead and made liars of me after all and went ahead and gridded up. And I'm not upset at all. Between 10 and 11, they're gridded up to come get a green flag here for this session.
Yeah, and they seem to be kind of deciding who's where, but this is great.
This is so much.
Model Ts, speed cars,
and looks like they're are they coming out 3 wide like an Indy start? Look at that. Period correct coming out 3 wide like they're lined up for the Indianapolis 500. That is special sight to see here, folks.
Guys, you can't say this is not different, and you can't say this is not special. Even Adam Andretti is getting his camera out to take a picture of something quite monumental here. We've had a year off due to COVID in 2020, but historics are well and truly back. All the fans on their feet here with the cameras out, waving to the crowd as the exhibition ragtime racers put on a show as they do around the United States. And away we go!
Look at them go.
I was just a fanboy right then. Admittedly so, watching this take. I mean,
beautiful sight, huh?
Absolutely. I didn't know that the Courtyard Marriott we were staying was a time machine. I woke up back at the turn of the last century all of a sudden.
And the Packard takes the lead here at Laguna Seca. A beautiful day. Absolutely superb.
Give it all. Give it to us.
No.
Give it to us, old chum.
You don't want to hear my Pathé news just right now.
But
I've been in that Packard, I told you. I passengered it.
I wondered why you were still up here yesterday when I saw an empty passenger.
Yeah.
You know, I figured for sure that we'd have lost our own Jonathan Green to one of those. And then when we saw Kev Harris dressed up yesterday, I thought, before they started the feature, I thought, oh, that's what Kev's going to do. He's going to go ride in a car. No, instead, he gave us the most entertaining bit of television I've had here in a long time.
Now, I know you're brave, but I reckon you would pause if somebody offered you a drive in one of those, wouldn't you?
I'd probably go paper, rock, scissors decision. But no, on a serious note, I actually looked at those cars yesterday up close, and at that era, the technology at that era was pushing the limit. And you look at now, and you kind of look back, and you look at the technology there. It's got the big chains, and some of them have 3 pedals. Some of them have like a throttle that you push on the lever, and it's really going with those little skinny tires. you know, and they're just chugging along.
Drum brakes, rear only, I may add.
Well, and that's. I mean, we said it the other day. Basically, they unhooked the horse and strapped an engine in the carriage, and said, "Let's go."
I would agree with you 100%. And there's a lot of go going right now.
Yeah. But this is always. I mean, some of the best pictures were grasped all weekend long. And when you open up the internet pages, you know, social media or whatever, and you see people bragging about their weekend here, they always have pictures of the ragtime racers.
Well, let me just add to that. I actually just took a quick walk through the pits, and this place is filling up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the weather is beautiful. You can't see it on. You know,
look at the hill here.
You can see it. The fog is pulled away, and you know, and it's the fans are showing up. Everybody's happy. You know, they're appreciating all the vehicles out there.
I can't figure out who the rock star is in front of the booth, but we got a musician here in front of the booth sitting on pit wall. I don't know who it is. I'm not a fanboy, but anyone who dresses like that's got to be a musician in my book. But you know, we're surrounded, and it's not an absurd thing for celebrities to be showing up here. We are in California. So many celebrities are enthusiastic about the event here that goes on, the Rolex Reunion up here. So it's not, and so many of them live here, right? This is a premier place in California to live, and there's a lot of celebrities that live close by. So I would imagine that we'll see our fair share.
How about this? Look at that beautiful yellow iteration, a 1915 4T racer coming down the straight and past our commentary position in full pursuit, the number 4.
That is our good bud Ed Archer. You know, he's got the period mustache, he's got the period helmet, and he's got the period spirit. You know, the hands up on the wheel, the elbows tucked into the wheel. I mean, this is so beautiful thing. And the passenger doing his the crowd, making sure that. But what I love too, and we were mentioning this throughout the weekend, Jonathan, is no seatbelts.
Yeah.
So they're hanging on in those things literally for dear life.
Yep.
And that is, you know, period correct. I mean, that they wanted to get away from the cars if they crashed. They didn't want to stay in that hunk of steel.
Absolutely. That's why they didn't have the belts, so they could throw themselves away from a crash.
Exactly.
Yeah. This car was actually found in Long Beach in the 50s.
Oh, wow.
And then restored to its authentic sort of look of 1915. It's been going ever since. Owned by Ed and Karen Archer, as you quite rightly point out.
But what's really impressive, though, you watch them go through the corners, and they're actually pushing the limit on these tires. You can watch the deflection going on the wheels, those spoke wheels, and everything. They're giving it its all.
Well, they're here to have that fun. They're like everyone else, and to show and to exercise. You know that just because these are period era vehicles doesn't mean that they can't still be pushed. And
watch the passenger lean.
I know we said it. You have to have a good passenger in this because if they're leaning against the wrong way, it's going to change the handling of your car. You know, it's like sidecar racing.
Still waving as they head towards our man Tom.
Do you know one thing? I can walk down this. You know what's really fascinating me? If you walk down this paddock, there's one piece of equipment on these cars that from 1908 to 2014 that is almost exactly the same, and that is a radiator.
Yeah.
The way that we cool these engines has really not evolved, other than materials that we use.
Good point.
Oh, yeah.
Has not evolved in over 100 years. Isn't that amazing to think about? That we didn't think of any better way to cool an engine other than that radiator running water through the heads.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's a very
Isn't that
good
funny?
point. Yeah, that's an interesting point.
You're welcome, everybody, for that little bit. that one came free to you.
I am quickly reminded that Adam Andretti is a fountain of trivia. I wouldn't say knowledge, but trivia.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
Have you ever been on Jeopardy?
No.
You should.
No. You sound like my father. You know, we would sit there and we watch Jeopardy every night, and you know, my wife is actually very good. Tabitha is incredible at Jeopardy. My cousin Barbie is very good at Jeopardy, and we would answer questions, and my dad would be like, you know, you guys should go on the show. You know, you guys should go on this show. And that became our joke every night. Anytime someone got a question right, you know, you should go on this show. But he would always ask, how do you know all this stuff? And it's really, you know, my wife and I are fascinated with visiting museums. We love to just go out and meet people too and talk. And I mean, you know how it is, Ernie. Racers are just an eclectic group of people, and you find out so many interesting things. And racing is a common thing that brings us together, but it's not the only thing that we do. You know, we do so much more.
Now, you were from Indianapolis. This is a national racer from 1911, that number 20 that we just saw.
I've been saying it all weekend. That car, every time I see it, I think of Tony Stewart. It's a Hoosier-made car where Tony's a fellow Hoosier. He made the number 20 famous in NASCAR. This number 21 is another interesting car. That's a Hudson Super 6.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, isn't that cool with the tail? Look at the tail of that, the way it slopes down. That's like almost early aero. That to me is looking like an early understanding of aerodynamics. You know, a teardrop, a raindrop, specifically a raindrop is the perfect aerodynamic shape. It falls from a cloud up ahead. It's a big blob of water. By the time it gets to us, it's a little bit of a dot, and it's in that perfect shape. The air is shaped that raindrop, and that little tail of that looks like a raindrop. It almost looks to me like the designers of that were thinking, hey, if that's how it goes through the air perfectly, we need to do as much of that on this car as possible. That 21 right there.
Look at them chugging up that hill.
Isn't that fun? Every time that Mormon Wasp drives by here, I get a chill.
Yep.
It's a chill up my spine, not only for its place in history. I grew up a stone's throw from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I still live a stone's throw from that speedway. I see the real Mormon Wasp at the museum. I visit the museum on a frequent occasion, and because the museum always, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, there's always a rotating exhibit. There's always something new going on.
Yeah, if you go to Indianapolis to any race and you don't go to the museum, you've made a big mistake.
You've robbed yourself. You've robbed yourself of a beautiful experience. It's not something that uses your whole day.
No.
You can have it done in a complete fashion, in a very thorough fashion, in a matter of an hour and a half, 2 hours.
And the same is true of Barber. Don't go to Barber and not go to the museum.
You're foolish, especially if you love two wheels.
Yeah.
I mean, every two-wheel vehicle made is in Barber, right, Ernie?
Oh, absolutely. You can
Pretty much.
spend hours and hours in there.
Have you ever been down to the bowels? He's got another 200 he hasn't put together yet.
Yeah.
I can relate.
Look at old George.
There is a basement to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum as well. That is
you've
very
been down there, huh?
Very heavily restricted, but
I'll bet.
yeah, it's a special place to go. A lot of special cars there. This 44 I always find special too. That Ford Model T, Gary Lucas.
Now,
driving that.
Let me hear about this. This was a board track racer. Tell me what a board track, because I know a lot of people in England will be what?
Yeah, the board track racing was a fabulous time in American motorsports history. So they around the United States and different areas, they would build these board tracks, very high banked. Wooden tracks. They would be up to 50 degrees of banking. So, Bristol, for example, the highest banked NASCAR track is 36 degrees of banking.
Okay.
So add 14 more degrees to that. So very much a bowl. The
That's
straightaways,
like a wall of death.
Yeah, the straightaways were banked.
Talk about fairground attraction.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the automobile version of the Velodrome.
Yeah, it is basically.
It's exactly what it was.
But there's another bit to the story that I really like.
So one of my favorite books, and I don't know the title of the book. I just know that it was Louis Meyer's autobiography about being the first three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. I don't even know if the book is still in print, but if it is and you can find it, I would certainly look up Louis Meyer, and it'll tell you everything you need to know. But he, in his book, he cut his teeth in the board tracks. And he would talk about how your line had to change because the boards would come up. The boards would peel up and there would be holes in the track. So you'd have to change your line. But not only did it create the hole created a viewing opportunity for those
lunatics
that didn't want to buy a ticket, mainly children.
Oh, no.
So nobody ever got hurt. No one ever got hurt because the drivers were avoiding the hole anyway.
Right.
But he said only the leaders saw the heads. Because as the leaders were approaching, the heads would duck. And then they would go around, and then once the car stopped noise, then the heads would come back up out of the wood. But it was an amazing era in American motorsports history.
Don't leave your children with Adam Andretti. He will take them to a board race.
What's funny is me and some friends of mine that love the history. The Carter boys, Dane and Cole Carter, which are Pancho Carter and Carla Carter's sons. Some of my closest friends. I grew up with them, and we. Fun would it be to bring back the board racing?
Yeah.
Somehow bring back the board racing because
that's what SRX can do next year.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to have a couple of asphalt, couple of mud tracks, and then we'll go board racing.
We'll get Tony to build a board track.
And then in between, when there's a break, we'll put the bicycles out there because they used to race on.
Why are you in a commentary booth? You should be a promoter.
I should. Tony, I'm coming your way. Smoke, I'm coming your way.
These ragtime racers put on a fabulous show for us. The checkered flag is out for them. No running order necessary. This is purely exhibition, but how cool was it that they came lined up 3 abreast?
Yeah, it's great.
Just like in Indianapolis 500.
You got the picture. Please send it me.
I have it. Oh, I will. I was total fanboy.
Now,
total
are you
fanboy.
going to get out again? Do you know?
It's probably tomorrow.
Oh, so you should be able to fix that.
Yeah, everything should be fine. They just got to inspect the wheel and the calipers and all that stuff.
So you don't have an afternoon session?
I am done.
You're done.
Okay. You can hang out with us then. Good.
Yeah, so I'm going to go visit. Today I got a bunch of friends showing up, and we're going to see, walk around the facility. The history at this
it's nuts.
In the paddock today is pretty cool.
Just happy to hear you have friends, Ernie.
I know.
And they didn't cost that much.
No, they just cost a ticket to the historics.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's beautiful. I'm glad that you're able to. You're a local here in California. For those that don't know you, as like I do, but a local here in California. So I'm sure you have a lot of friends and family that want to get a little piece of that action and see what your life is like here, because it's an exciting life we get to lead. You know, sometimes we take it for granted because we get to live at these racetracks and get to be around these cars. But I tell you, it all comes into perspective for me and humbles me when I get to be with the public.
Back by popular demand, thanks to Adam Andretti, we are going to go back in time, just 24 hours, to the feature we did on Ragtime Races yesterday. Let's take a look at some action from yesterday, which was sublime.
Prepare to be entertained.
I say, here we are then in Monterey, California at the 1920 Grand Prix. Behind me, these chaps are getting set and ready to go for the off here. Corky Coker on the tyres and the rest of the blokes are doing everything they can. Hello, what's this? There seems to be a bit of confusion here. Wow, look at this. There's a disagreement. I'm going to have to get in here. Corky's the man. I say, Corky, my friend, what's going on here?
I don't know. We got to be to the pre-grid, and they're here, and they're taking this car apart, and all these cars are backed up. I don't know what they're doing.
We don't know what they're going. The Marmon Wasp, number 32, is in the back there. That's your first Indianapolis 500 ever winner. Keep your eyes on the 33 car as well. That's come second here before. What on earth's going on here with the number 13 car? Looks like they're tearing it apart. I say, chaps, what's going on? What's the go here?
Don't know yet. We're still looking around.
They ain't got no idea what's going on. Seems they're taking the front end off. Wow, this is really something.
Would you have a flat? Oh no, they're taking the car apart.
Corky, they're taking it apart. That's not in the rules.
It's not in the rules. Look, they're going to take the engine out of this car. We got to get to the pre-grid, Kevin.
These chaps have got to get to the pre-grid. If they've got any chance of winning this race, these blokes have got to do what they can do in record time.
You know, it does look like they know what they're doing. These young men must have energy. They must have eaten their Wheaties this morning because they are moving fast, aren't they?
I say, these blokes really are looking quite chipper. Look at what they're doing, folks. Undoing the wheels and the tyres. They're coming off. I say, though, these are Coca tyres.
Yes, sir, they are. Absolutely. They ride true and they ride slick and absolutely will hold the track. But they're taking the rear end out from under that car, Kevin.
The rear end's coming out from the car, but these tyres are going to need to hold a steady line if they're to get to the grid on time. What's going on now? This bloke's got no idea. Look at him. He's lost, Corky.
I think he's working on a Chevrolet instead of a Model T Ford.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
look at this, though. Up
rear
on the
end
props.
Is coming. Rear end's coming out. They got it up on jacks. What are you doing? They must need to change the clutch or something, I guess, Kevin.
Well, how about this? Changing the club, folks. This is what goes on. 1920s Grand Prix racing at its finest. The pinnacle of motorsport here at Laguna Seca, just outside Monterey.
Kevin, they took what are we going to do with it? Look, wait a minute. I don't know what they're doing.
There's clean nothing left of this car here on the grid. And don't forget, folks, there's 20 other cars lined up here at the Ragtime Races, ready and to go to the grid. I don't think they're going to do it, Corky. I might go back in and speak to this bloke. He seems to be in charge. I say, old man, what on earth's going on here?
I don't know. There's something wrong with the car. I'll get it fixed in a minute.
I'll tell you something, my friend. There's a lot going wrong with the car. You've got no wheels on it.
Well, that's just a minor detail. We need wheels. This thing's so fast, it drove the wheels off of it.
Stand by, folks. I'm stepping back. These blokes have got a lot to do. The fans don't know which way to look here at Laguna Seca. We've never seen this before. Look at this.
in the paddock, there's all kinds of service that goes on. Everybody's got to work on their cars, but I've never seen them take one apart and put it together right before pre-grid. Have you, Kevin?
I've never seen anything like this, Corky. This is going to go down in history. This will be Grand Prix history, folks.
They're
the engine's out. What on earth's going on?
Get to the racetrack, Kevin?
They've surely got no chance of getting to the racetrack now.
I don't know what to say. They got the frame down on the track, the engine out, the rear end out. They figure out.
There it is. I say, look at that. Some damn varmint from the hills here at Laguna Seca got himself in the engine box.
I can't believe that they took that all apart because there was a skunk in the frame.
A skunk in the frame, folks. We've never seen the like of it.
Unbelievable, a skunk in the frame. It must be one of those Yankee skunks.
Gosh, that's what happens when you race here in America. Wouldn't see that back in Blighty. Might get a squirrel or two, but not at a racetrack.
Well, you never know what kind of varmint can come in and get going.
Stand by. These aero engines sound like they're firing up now, Corky.
Yep, it's time to go.
Time to go, they said. I don't know where I'm going to stand now, folks, because we've got a lot going on. I might just step this way. I wonder if they can get this car back together and in time. Who knows? Who knows? Skunk in the engine box, hey, old man. I say, young man, skunk in the engine box, was it?
Yep. It was definitely a skunk.
And definitely a skunk. Wow. Something doesn't smell good to me around here. That's what it was. Listen to that engine. Wow. This really is something. These chaps really know how to fettle on the spanners. It's all going on. The Marmot Wasp appears to be firing up too, and the 33 car. They're getting it back together. Corky.
You gotta get there, Kevin.
I say, old man, it looks like they've only gone and done it. They're going to get to the racetrack on time.
No way. I can't believe it. Anytime you get a varmint in the way like a skunk, you just got to call it quits. But it looks like they might get it done.
Critters at a racetrack, folks. You never see that back home. These crazy critters here, though, in Laguna Seca in California. Oh, boy.
Coming back together. They got it coming back together. We got to get to the racetrack, so maybe they can get it done. I'm hopeful.
Well, I've got my fingers crossed for you, old man. If anyone can do it, I would say you chaps can. Out here in America, you know a thing or two about technology, right?
Yeah, we learned it from the British.
Well, how about that? British engineering at its finest here in the US of A. Wow!
Body's coming. Here we go.
Some of these chaps and chapesses on the fans here, they're going to need... Now Corky's got involved. Hang on, what's this? He's just got himself one of the blokes who was standing by to watch. This is incredible. The rest of the ragtime races, though, now making their way out to the start line here at Laguna Seca. Don't forget, 2.2 miles, around some 11 turns. Elevation like you've not seen before as well. It's going to be quite something. There goes the number 33 car. That's the Lozier. Look at that. Those exhaust pipes are wrapped because, let me tell you, that thing's going to be hot up front. Sporting white boots from the mechanic there. Oh boy, doesn't he look the part. Meanwhile, the number 13 car appears like it might make it back to the race. Hello, what's this? That's the Marmot Wasp, number 32. First ever Indianapolis 500 winner, off to the grid. Single seater too. Well, I tell you what, how about that, Johnny and Adam? Down here at Laguna Seca, in the pits, the ragtime racers have really put on a show for the folks. Let's go on out to the start and see how they all do.
Back in, they've got all the bodywork back on. Carbon box magneto edition. These are kind of aftermarket speed points that you can buy for your Ford.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Race.
So,
Box 302 yellow alongside number 5A, William Ockerley.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, where life is better at the track. As it says, right there on the grandstand. We're getting ready for our final morning group, or part one group of the day, and it is the Trans Am boys, and they will be out momentarily. A huge field, very impressive indeed, and this is historic Trans Am, and looking forward to it. And this was the golden era for Trans Am, and I'm delighted that alongside me is a current Trans Am driver, driving a Ford Mustang of today's iteration, but starry-eyed watching the older cars, right?
For sure, without a doubt. I mean, I as much as I love driving my modern Trans Am Ford Mustang for Peterson Racing, I know I have such an appreciation for the history of the sport, because without the history, without these cars and what they made, racing doesn't exist as we know it today. So certainly a huge appreciation here. Love that these cars are out there. Some of them, just the price tags on them are so hefty, and to see them out here running and doing their due diligence and showing off for us fans and people like me that love them so much, I couldn't be happier.
Well, everybody talks about the golden era of Trans Am and it being those sort of late 60s, early 70s. And the reason why they say that is because of the drivers that were involved, the cars and the marques that were involved, and more importantly, the fan following and the money involved for the manufacturers themselves.
Yeah, it's a really cool Swede Savage car right here from the super Swede. Angela Savage, his daughter, carries his memory on. He tragically lost his life at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but beautiful. I mean, just iterations like that you just won't see anywhere else. And like you said, this is what inspired us to dream, right? You had this American dream. It was the American dream to own these cars, and then when you got to see them, the American dream lived out not only on the racetracks but the drivers, stepping it up and they're becoming heroic and taking it to another level. Big wave from him, and the number 49. That is one of our favorites, been the Pontiac Tempest.
Yeah, we like that.
Yeah, the Gray Ghost, known as the Gray Ghost. The old Camaro here too. This is number 71. This is 1970 with John Fudge behind the wheel, or Chip, it's like. Tony bringing us some great shots here from pit lane as they roll out.
There's your Mustang.
Mustang.
Beautiful sight.
And as we're talking about Mustangs, that is celebrating. We're celebrating 55 years of the Mustang and 55 years of Ford, Trans Am, and the Mustang, and Ford.
Yep.
It's orange, and next to him is the white Shelby.
And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1966 to 1972 Trans Am Group is brought to you by Haggerty Insurance. They've got a good display on as well. Behind in the paddock, just behind that Lexus sign you see there, that's where the Haggerty stand is. So if you're here over the weekend, go take a look at Haggerty. And they've also got some autograph signings from some pretty handy folk. So good place to go hang out.
It most certainly is. Some great cars that they have on display there. They have an old, for California folks, you're going to love that they have an old Mickey Thompson buggy there from 1977 that he drove to great success. So there's a lot of neat stuff to check out there. And as Jonathan just pointed out, if you want to meet some of the stars.
Adam, we had 38 entries at Nashville last week. We've probably got about the same number here. It's insane.
It is insane. This is a Sam Posey. This is what a cool car that is. That's a number 77. That's in that Sublime. Those were some cool colors. They had a plum crazy purple, Sublime. I know were a couple of the colors that I could certainly point out in color. And then the Boss 302, the number 70. That there is
what
red.
Was so special about the Boss 302?
That's a good question. I wasn't alive back then, so as far
good
as
excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what. I mean, other than 302 cubic inch displacement, but it was just they were up for the 289.
It was that combination of the right power with the right combination of weight and torque. Yeah,
that's what I would go with it. It's up from a 289 to a 302, but. You're not adding a bunch of weight, but you're probably getting much better power and much better drivability.
Well, power to weight ratio is what it's all about, isn't it, in racing?
Yep. And there's no replacement for displacement.
For displacement, exactly. I almost wanted I did Aaron Slide's book, and we wanted to call it that because he had to race Ducatis most of his career with a Honda, and we almost called it that.
Now, I do know why the GT350 is the GT350 is because it was, long story short, but it was 350 steps from where they were having roughly 350 steps paces from where they were having their meeting with Ford to Shelby's shop. And because they wanted to know what he was going to name it, instead it was called the GT350. So that's where that name comes from. And had no other number significance, not to the engine size, not to anything else, but other than the paces.
I would never have known that. There you go. Group 6A in action. and getting ready to head out on the track. They've got the pace car out, and interestingly enough, the car just behind the pace car is the latest Ford, the Mach-E.
Yeah, this is we're going back in time with Trans Am and the era of Trans Am that we're in, and we're going to go into the future with the Mustang.
They should name a movie like that.
They should. What is it?
Yeah. Like Back to the
or go into Back to the Future.
Yeah, we good idea. We'll see if we can pitch it later.
Back into the future.
Yeah. There it is, Mach-E. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is. I love that color too. I don't know what they're officially calling it. I always call when I see that color Le Mans blue. That's what it reminds me of. But I'm sure that
we thought what we saw was a camera on the door lock, on the doorknob.
Yes.
But actually, we reckon it's a thumb, or I think it's an identifier for a thumbprint. So you put your like you do on your iPhone.
Yeah, possibly. I love to talk. I want to go down and talk to Jim Owens.
Yeah.
I look forward to meeting the man around lunchtime and seeing if I can find him, because I've quite a few questions about that and interest in chatting about what that vehicle's all about. I've not been up close to it until
They've also got a really interesting digital display, which is almost bigger than an iPad, and very simple but very beautifully designed.
Oh, it's elegant. It's very elegant inside. It's definitely a step into the future when you look inside.
Well, let's go back to the past. Down the famous corkscrew come these roaring muscle cars, and just squint your eyes, maybe think of black and white, and think of the late 60s of Bob Dylan and the Beatles at their height, and the Rolling Stones. There's your music track to this. California Dreaming, the Beach Boys, getting your surfboard out, waxing it down, and heading to the track after you've been out in the morning.
That's a picture
That sounds like you, Adam.
That's a picture painted for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a picture painted. It's that's California Dreaming at its very best. As they're gridding up and getting in formation between turns 10 and 11, that's a tight turn 11. Pace cars have pulled off. We are gridded up to the front here and ready to get the green flag, Jonathan.
And I'll tell you what, these guys will race. No question.
Yes, they will.
Here we go, then.
Yes, they will.
Let's just listen. Quit grinning.
The goosebumps. The goosebumps.
Isn't that great?
Yes.
Absolutely glorious.
I mean, folks, it's probably a good 78 degrees here in the booth, but I'm chill. I got chills right now having them.
Are they multiplying?
Yes. It's
well,
pretty,
don't lose control.
Well, I'll try not. Take it away, Jonathan.
Here we go then. They've all set off on that beautiful sound of muscle cars in America at the iconic Laguna Seca Raceway.
Good, clean side-by-side racing all the way through the field. As we've busted out, we've got ourselves a for sure leader here.
Oh, yeah. Well, he got over the crest real quick and straight into the Andretti hairpin. He's now coming out of 5, and it's the 45 in the mid-pack there. The 1969 Mustang Boss 302.
Well, that's one of our Javelins that's going to be up front there. I just haven't distinguished which one it is, whether it would be the 68 or the 72.
There's the Tempest.
Yep.
Can't miss the Grey Tempest.
You can't miss the Tempest. The Grey goes.
This is huge. This field is amazing.
Isn't it, though? I mean, and there's racing all the way through the field.
Mike Joy at the back there, enjoying and full of joy. Mike Joy, one of our broadcast celebrities here, who's been doing historic Trans Am for a while here, and was has done this event many, many times, both as a broadcaster and as a driver.
And we also have Jim Farley in this field as well. He's
yeah, he wouldn't miss this one, would he?
No, but he certainly would not. This just shows what, again, his appreciation and love for the history of this sport and what it means to Ford Motor Company.
And it is car number 2, the AMC Javelin of Jim Haig, leading the way.
So that would be the 1972 version of that car. It's a fabulous version of it. Not a whole lot. As you can imagine, like the Mustangs and the Camaros, almost, I don't want to say a dime a dozen, but much more of those produced. The Javelins and the AMCs, not as many of those were produced for the Trans Am, series. So I think that's what makes those, it's almost like the Tempest. You see the Grey Ghost that's out there. What kind of makes that, stand out and be so special is just don't see too many of them.
And you know what makes this series just such a winner? And I'm sure John Claggett, the president of Trans Am currently, would agree. Last week in Nashville, you talk about this historic Camaros versus Mustangs. we had a four-way battle between the Camaro and the Mustang, and it was no different than it was back then.
No, it wasn't. No, it absolutely wasn't. That's
55 years.
That is the beauty of it. It's the Trans Am Series, John Claggett, Tony Perella, everyone involved has so much to be proud of in that aspect, is that it's stuck hard to its roots, hasn't tried to reinvent the wheel, gives great competition, fun cars to drive. The competitors want to come drive those cars, and it's nothing's changed.
Ooh, somebody hit the dirt there for a second.
I think it was the leader. It looks like it lost position, and it looked like, for me, they were getting ready to go a little wide. Jim was there, Jim Haig, in that AMC Javelin. It looked like he missed the turn in and caused him to be a little wide at the bottom of the hill.
So they are pushing on here at Laguna, early stages of their first race of the weekend. Remember, the first day they've been racing this weekend. And yes, he did lose a place, that's for sure. He's still in there, in the number 2. There he is.
I believe he lost it to Jim Farley, would have been taking the lead in that Mustang.
That would be quite a footnote if Jim Farley could win for Ford here in 2021.
I think it would be a pretty special story to be able to talk about from up here in the booth,
Ford
to say the least.
Oh!
Looks
and
like
Hay getting very sideways in the 2.
Very much struggling with the handling right now of that Javelin. Don't know if possibly a tire is going down. They certainly...
Yeah, he's pulled out of the way, look.
Could have broken axle too. Axles break, and if you break an axle...
Here's another look at it.
There's a look of coming down the downhill.
Yeah, Ooh. That he's lucky to just have gone that far off, because that could have, you're going down, hurtling downhill at quite a pace right there.
Yeah, and the load is definitely working against you. So you're right. You're absolutely right. The fact that it didn't cost them, didn't cost them the car. That he didn't lose control of the car. That was some heads-up driving for sure.
So it's James Farley in the Boss 302 in the number 15, 1969 Ford, 66 to mid-70s or 72, and he leads this race, starting to pull away as they head down the corkscrew. Field starting to spread out. American muscle cars, and really you could argue that this is where Trans Am really started to get the notoriety back in the day, and we'll have Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer, the original purveyors of these machines, here this afternoon. Isn't that special? As our Grand Marshals.
Yeah, it's so special. And the car that Jim Farley is driving is a car that was driven by Peter Gregg, the late great Peter Gregg, Peter Perfect. We spoke about him already today, and I know that I would trust that Jim would, if he was sitting up here, he would support the fact that the Peter Gregg Foundation is out there offering scholarships to young folks out there interested in the STEM programs, in science, technology, engineering, and math. And so they offer up 5 scholarships a year. I highly encourage you to look up the petergreggfoundation.org if you're in those age group of 17 to 21. I sit on the board of directors there, and I think it's a fabulous foundation that's going to do very good things to make sure that we carry on these traditions like these historic reunions.
You made that point to me earlier in the weekend, which is who's going to fettle these cars, who's going to look after these cars when the current crop of mechanics and engineers are gone.
Yeah, they're not getting any younger. None of us are.
Nope.
The time waits for no one, and but there's a lot of love that's deep for this kind of racing, and the passion is out there in the youth. We just have to make sure that we foster it. And I think that's something that's great that the Peter Gregg Foundation is doing, is fostering that passion that's out there. And it's going to bring some talent up through here for us all to enjoy for years to come.
So the field's spreading out. Back to that Tempest, the number 49. That's a 64 Pontiac Tempest GTO. John Hildebrand at the wheel.
It is, again, anything. When you name a car the Gray Ghost,
yeah,
you're gonna capture my. You're gonna definitely capture my my imagination in it.
Down the hill they rush towards the Rainy Curve, through the trees. It's a great walk. If you're here at the event, you've got to walk up the hill at least once. It's a long way, I know, but you got to do it.
So the way that it got the name, the Gray Ghost, when it arrived at its first race at Lime Rock with its new silver paint, the big guns like Roger Penske kind of snickered at it. So the competitors' attitude changed when, after starting last in the rain, none other than Bob Tullius, Group 44, famous Bob Tullius, passed every one of them but the winner, Mark Donahue, which would have been in a Penske that time.
So he kind of had the last laugh.
In the heavy downpour, the track announcer nicknamed it the Gray Ghost, and the crowd cheered it on. Now, if you know anything about Trans Am and the history at Lime Rock, it is called the Memorial Day Classic. Yep. It's been run there for 55 years.
Did it there,
and we did it again there this year, and it was a rainy one this year.
It
was
was
wet and cold, and even some snow flurries. And I got to tell you, the paddock was packed, and the whole place was packed. I showed up with the RV. I was a late show up because I didn't know I was going to be coming out there. I showed up with the RV. They had to create a spot for me. They had nothing left. They had absolutely nothing left. As we circulate, Jim Farley there circulates lap 5 and 9, getting chased down.
Now he's getting some pressure.
Yeah, by a Camaro Z28. He's not going to want to give that up on Ford's weekend. He's going to want to make sure that he could keep that car at bay.
Well, it's interesting. You talk about the Grey Ghost Tempest coming from the back to the front. Well, it happened the same again this year when Chris Dyson came from the back to the front.
Yes, yeah, he was his own version of the Grey Ghost, wasn't he, right then?
And we've just spoken to his father earlier today, Rob.
This is going to be a great race coming down here when you get down to it. This Camaro of Chad Reynal is really putting it through the paces and really going to put the pressure here on Jim with only a couple laps left in this early morning race here.
Well, the beauty of the modern day drones is you don't need timing. You can just see from above how they're catching. And here's an overtake on the 61, or the 61 doing the overtake. Nicely done. Just a little bit wide.
Almost got the over-under. Power down. Getting a little tail happy. Making it exciting for us.
120 miles an hour across the strip.
That's unbelievable. Such acceleration out of this era of car, too. Red and black, 69 Ford Mustang 302 Boss.
Loving it. He is a big historian and historic racer. And he'll be back here in November again to do more. He'll have a bit more on his plate that day, though. AMC Javelin, the number 2, Jim Haig, recovering well, having led at the start of this race now, over halfway. And I think they'll have 2 races this weekend. And if you're here at the event, go down and look at the Ford display, celebrating 55 years of Ford in racing. This is really coming down to the wire,
coming down to it.
We've got 2 great battles, one for the podium and one for the win. And that car number 19 creeping ever closer in 4th place, the 69 Chevrolet Camaro, Joshua Fieber at the wheel.
This is, the pony car wars are strong, they're healthy.
Yep.
Here 55 years later. What a spectacular sight.
Yeah, like I said, the manufacturers really got behind this battle. And they,
no,
that's the 61.
That is James Housley.
He's a long way into the gravel, too.
He is pitched into that gravel at the top of the corkscrew. That is going to probably pull out, I would guess, in his position, pretty precarious. I'm just going to probably pull out ourselves a full course caution.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that might.
That's not a great place that you want to be sitting.
That might have even shaken the knees of our man Tom up there.
Right, yeah.
Coming straight at him. He won't have flinched.
That is one of those that could have been, to me, that looks like a possible brake fade, brake failure.
Yeah.
Yep. You jam it into a low gear and you try and spin them off at that point instead of, trying to hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
To be fair, we were saying earlier when we were here in May doing the Trans Am, you were racing in it. We had a similar incident.
Very similar.
Going forward.
Yeah, very similar.
From it's easy under braking going into that.
We are under full course caution, and that is going to probably secure.
I was going to say, Farley's holding on for now.
For Mr. Farley. Congratulations, if that's the case.
Well, that's kind of a historic footnote. That's just that's karma right there.
That is, yeah, right. That was coming down to be a race, though. Unfortunately, we got robbed of a pretty good race there at the end, but
we might get another one.
We'll get another one.
The weekend's out.
No, this is not over. This is not over. The rivalry is strong.
Dear Dearborn, may not be in the office on Monday. Had a good weekend. Carry on the good work.
I can see the memo now.
Yeah. Where's James this morning? He's not coming to the meeting? No, he's still in Monterey.
So, yeah, we had 38 entries down in Nashville. There's 45, I believe, entries.
That's insane.
45 entries here in this class.
So Jim Farley, winner at the moment. Chad Reynal tried to chase him down, but that double yellow might have put pay to that. Ken Adams looks as though he's going to take 3rd. Joshua Fieber in 4th and Jeffrey O'Neill in 5th.
The track crew here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, they're second to none, though. So if there's a chance that we could go back for a green, just a green check and one lap run, they'll be the ones that can make it happen. So stay tuned. We are not, by the attitude of the flag, I don't see that this is the be-all, end-all right here.
All right, well, we'll soon find out. Beautiful day here in Monterey, California. About an hour south of San Francisco, well, just over. Well, it depends who's driving. When I drive, it's about 2 hours. When Adam's driving, maybe less.
I take my time on the PCH. Oh man, it takes me a while to get here from San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking.
You take the coast road?
I'm taking in the Pacific Coast Highway, and
I've done it. Yeah, it's nice
for sure. Enjoying all this. I mean, this is some of the most beautiful coastline you'll find anywhere in the world.
And there's hotels all the way down too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll never be short of a place to stay. You got to mind the speed limits. My wife will tell you that, and. But it's definitely a great road. You got Big Sur along the way, and plenty of parks to stop by. And we've made the trip. We've driven all the way down the Pacific Coast on the PCH. We went all the way from north of Washington State all the way down through Oregon and the California Redwoods. It's one of the most beautiful states to drive through for sure.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. So we're under safety here as they head towards our man Tom Kamsick. And doing a great job up there at the top of the hill, blowing around in the wind.
It's a beautiful
and
Lexus
look at the crowd
RCF.
now, starting to fill the grandstands here.
For sure.
Really good.
Beautiful Lexus RCF pacing the field out here too this weekend. Lexus a huge presence here at the WeatherTech
that's
Raceway.
going to take some time. That's precarious. They got him though.
Yeah, no, it's rolling him right down.
Yeah, good stuff. And that does that, gets it back on track, and hopefully they can he can probably coast now, back down to the pits. Here comes the whole field, though, behind, just at the worst possible moment, but never mind.
What was the truck driver's name? We got him. Bobby this morning, yeah.
Go on, Bobby.
Boy, was getting it done yesterday.
He was on it.
He's made a few laps around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna.
And there's our man Garcia. We'll give him a wave. Give him a wave, Adam.
How you doing, TG?
There's
awesome
TG.
job, brother. If you're wondering if we're having fun, you don't need to wonder. We are having a great time. This is all absolutely authentic and genuine. We have a great time up here and enjoy calling these races, enjoy watching these and being a part of this whole event here this weekend. And the energy level, like you said, the crowd is moving in. The energy level is pumping up into full steam. This is good times.
I've just heard over the intercom that we might be seeing Parnelli and George Follmer in action.
Wouldn't that be special?
Laps.
Wouldn't that be special?
Looking forward to that.
I wonder if there's a passenger seat open for those.
Oh, that would be a special one.
I'm sure Jim would get one of them. Jim Farley would get one of them. Jim Owens would get the other.
Yeah.
They're certainly not going to keep it for Johnny and Adam.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Look at that.
It truly is.
When the cars slow down a bit, the drone's quite happy to go along. They look tiny. They look like my toy dinky cars from when I was a kid.
It does, yeah.
Oh wait, I still am. I forgot. Fantastic shot of that Andretti hairpin from high above with this beautiful field of historic Trans Am cars. Hope you're enjoying the sights and sounds of Laguna Seca here at the Reunion. Been running since 1974 without missing a beat, except of course last year when we couldn't put it on of course because of COVID. So we're delighted to be out here, and so are some of the Californians who likewise have been locked down. It's not just Californians here too. People come from all over the country and the world. And it is somewhat poetic if you've not quite picked up on what we've been saying. James Farley is one of the top dogs at Ford, if not the top dog, and he is driving Ford to a historic victory.
Right, in more ways than one.
In more ways than one.
More ways than one. You know, and this is our last group. We're finishing up here, our last group before our lunchtime break, and we've certainly enjoyed bringing you the morning action here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. Coming up this afternoon, we kick off right after lunch with something that none of us want to miss. Just the sights and sounds of historic Formula One cars going around this facility is enough to make your blood boil, and to help that digestive process of eating lunch. It's just a fantastic.
I don't think Formula One have been to Laguna, have they?
No, they never.
Long Beach.
Yeah, Long Beach, and you know, Phoenix and Las Vegas,
Dallas,
and Watkins Glen, obviously, and Dallas and Miami, and they've been all over.
Yep,
they've been all over. Home.
Well, they've never really found, Indianapolis, as you know, but they never really found a home, and I'm really glad to say, as the voice of COTA, that I'm delighted they've now found one, and it's a spec circuit, probably one of the most modern in the world, and they love it.
It is. It's a great. Everyone loves that circuit, right? I mean, it's from the motorcycle racers to the Formula One drivers to us in Trans Am when we go there every year. It's a great place to be. You know, Bruton Smith and that group has taken over as management of the facility, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I think you can't argue with Bruton Smith's success of running racetracks all around this country, and the checker flag is out for this session. Checker flag's out. They'll get to accelerate to the checkered, so that's
and Ford's James Farley wins at Laguna Seca in a Ford ahead of a host of Javelins, Camaros, and what a moment.
I'm so happy they let him cut loose and come to the checker in the manner that they did, because it would be a shame for these fire-breathing engines to not get to stretch their legs one last time this morning.
And if the golden era of Trans Am was 1970, it seems apropos that a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302 should take the checkered flag here at Laguna Seca in 2021. All those years, some 55, 52 years in that particular sense. Of course, Trans Am began in 1966, and it was a 1970 car winning today. Fantastic.
Peter Gregg is certainly smiling down.
Oh, yeah. Lovely stuff. That's just gone up in value again, that car.
Yeah.
We'll get him to sign it.
Wave into the crowd. Wave into the crowd. Wave into the corner work. As if driving that car around here enough just doesn't show the appreciation. To go ahead and have the extra wave out there, showing the love. What an attitude of the car, too. Just thing that comes at you with attitude. Just looks angry.
How about a 67 Fastback? That's kind of... I got a friend who's got one of those, and I've seen him rebuild it. My buddy, Steve Martin, he's got it in Melbourne, Australia, and he absolutely adores it. He built it from scratch.
Beautiful
Bought it from
car.
Wisconsin.
Beautiful car.
Sent it over, and then rebuilt it. Really good.
Just that sound, that... go up the hill.
So, wonderful sights and sounds. Color and noise here in the Monterey Hills. Doesn't get any better.
No, it sure doesn't, Jonathan. It sure doesn't. As they're gonna come in and put the cars to rest. We got some good stuff here for the crowd that has shown up. Some good exhibition stuff to happen over lunch. A birthday cake with Parnelli Jones over lunch, and lunch with Trans Am legends.
And Jim Farley takes the win in the 1970 Ford Mustang. Chad Reynolds in second place. Ken Adams third. Joshua Fieber in fourth position. Jeffrey O'Neill in fifth. And William Auckland in the Shelby in sixth place. Then Patrick Byrne, Ken Epson, Forrest Strait, and John Hildebrand rounding out the top 10.
Number 42, 57, Forrest Strait, and number 49, John Hildebrand.
So that's your top 10.
Mustang, Camaro,
as we continue, let's head down now once again to Kev Harris, who's got a very interesting guest, the one and only Zach Brown, CEO of McLaren Formula One.
Lovely, thanks guys. Well, how about this, down in the paddock here now with just a small part of a massive collection this man owns, Zach Brown, McLaren CEO. Zach, firstly, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. I know you're a busy man this weekend.
Yeah, no, it's busy trying to drive all these, but I'm exhausted already.
Yeah, and you've picked yourself 3 great cars to come along with here this weekend, all from the 80s, presumably an era that you loved watching the racing in yourself, and certainly one that I did. I recognise some of these.
Yeah, they, you know, everything. I'm such a fan, as we all are, of the sport. So anything I collect has to have some sort of memory for me, driver, car, race, track, series, or ideally kind of tick all those boxes, which these 3 particular cars have a lot of excitement for me growing up.
Well, they sure do, and Adam Andretti is in our commentary box, and when we had a little chat on day one of this, I said to him, what would you want to drive here, Adam? And he turned around and he said, well, the 935 of John Paul Jr., it's over there. The most winningest Porsche here?
Yep. Yeah. And it was the only chassis at the time to have won Daytona and Sebring, and I think it won 7 races that year, including the championship. Quite an iconic livery and quite an iconic story behind the John Paul Jr. I knew not well, an awesome racing driver. Never met the father, but I've seen the TV shows, and of course Rolf Stallman, who won in Daytona with him, who sometimes joined, was a legend in the sport, who unfortunately passed away in a racing accident as well. I think it may be at Riverside.
Yeah, well, I won't correct you on that one, but it happens. It's motorsport, sadly. But you've set yourself a big task this weekend. 3 cars, 3 sessions going out. Let's just stroll this way to the next one, because the Lancia in the middle. I mean, a sports car from the ATC. You got the 24 Hours of Le Mans sticker on it. Another absolutely iconic car. Anyone who watches motorsport has seen the Martini colours. Tell us about this one, then. The LC2. What's the deal with this one for you?
So I think the Martini livery is iconic. It sat on pole at Le Mans and was leading with about 17 hours in, and then broke. It was pretty unreliable in period. It still is. And
Ferrari engine did this.
Ferrari engine, and it had Bob Wollett and Riccardo Patrese and Alessandro Nannini, some real legendary drivers. It won in Kyalami. So all the cars I collect have to have won at least 1 race in period. So I just didn't win the big one. It won in Kyalami. It ran in 84 and 85. And I just think a really cool car.
It's just a phenomenally good-looking car, and your guys have got it in great shape, I have to say. United Autosports, what a job you do. But sadly, this one, am I right in saying, spoke to your mechanic, Mark, is it a little bit of an issue?
Yeah, it broke something in the drive shaft yesterday, and unfortunately, with all these old cars, you can carry spares, but it seems like half the time you don't have the right spares. At least it's period correct and authentic in that it's broke.
Yeah, in it.
Small problem.
Yeah, small problem. Come this way, because I want to talk about this one, because this one that I really enjoy here. FW07, Alan Jones, 1980 world champion. What a car! I got to tell you. I had a slot car racing track when I was probably about 8 years old. This was one of my F1 cars that I had, probably still in my parents' loft somewhere. And this one, a special one for you too.
Yeah, for sure. So my first Grand Prix I ever went to was the 81 Long Beach Grand Prix, which Alan won. Yeah. So even though this was 1980, it was Williams' first championship. Sure. He won 3 races in this car, British, French, and I want to say Spain. Might have that wrong. Alan, I know quite well. He's a legend.
Seems always like a very nice guy when you see him speak.
Great guy and kind of a tough guy. Kind of a Williams mold type driver. Williams was such an iconic team. And then Monsieur Roger, who just passed away, he was part of the Saudi group. So actually, this is Monsieur's first championship in Formula One before he joined McLaren. A lot of emotional boxes for me.
Yeah, I'm sure, and iconic colours. When you see the fans walking past this garage, you've got 3 sets of livery that people are absolutely loving. Just give us a heads up as well about the event here at Laguna Seca. The guys at Rolex and WeatherTech who've put the whole thing on. Done a really good job this year.
Yeah, it's a great event. I come every year. It's the one time a year that I know there won't be Formula One racing, because it's always during the summer shutdowns. So like any petrol head, when there's no racing, you fly around the world to figure out where there is racing. So I'm always here.
Yeah, well, that's another thing as well, because people will see on the TV at F1 and at IndyCar, and they might not have realised that on your weekends off, this is what you were doing. You're a fan, same as everybody else.
Yeah, I'm kind of a NASCAR type schedule. I just do it over multiple different racing series.
Yeah, fantastic. And a quick word about the F1 team as well. I think I saw a clip saying good vibe with Lando and Daniel at the moment.
Yeah, team's doing great. We're tied with Ferrari right now, so we're halfway through the season. So it's going to be a bit of a fight. And then I just came from watching the IndyCar race where we finished 5th. Palou had an engine, or it appears to be an engine, let go. So we're now 21 points out of the lead. So that's starting to get exciting.
An exciting time for you as far as the team's concerned, commercially as well.
Yeah, no, everything's going great, but it's only going to get harder from here.
Zach, listen, you're a busy man. You've got 3 cars to run, well 2 now sadly, but so we won't take up any more of your time. an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, we're going to continue the coverage here at Monterey right after this short commercial break. When we go back, we'll be going racing.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Reservations and even pre-order your official event souvenirs. Remember,
welcome back to Laguna Seca, the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as we get ready for a bit of a demonstration, but a very special one, I may add. They are in their original Trans Am, and their names are, well, a couple you might have heard of, Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer.
Just a couple of decent names in the sport.
They are Grand Marshals this weekend, and I think, well, what are they, in the mid-80s now?
Yeah, you can't get more grand of a Grand Marshals than those two. I mean, it's a fantastic time around. I've said so much this weekend. Our affection, our families, the Jones family and the Andretti family have always been tight to each other. My uncle drove for Parnelli Jones in the Val's Parnelli days, and not only USAC Silver Crown or dirt cars back then, and in their Formula One venture. And we grew up with PJ and Paige, and so the whole family. And you can't ask for a nicer group of people. And so blessed to have known them and to see them out here, and to see Parnelli getting behind the wheel of this. I mean, this is only something I could have dreamed to watch in my life. I've seen John Surtees ride his World Championship motorcycle around Barber Motorsports Park. To watch Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer drive their original Trans Am cars here today, pinch me.
Well, they're going to say I pinched myself after interviewing Mario Andretti after he drove his JPS Special, I think Lotus 78.
The Lotus 79?
Lotus 79, excuse me, that Bud Moeller prepared for him at COTA, the first lap ever of COTA, and the Lotus team, Formula One team came. They had a car, but we weren't really interested in that. We wanted to see Mario. And Mario got out of the car, and I said, how was it? He said, it was like dancing with my old girlfriend.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds just like him. I can see him saying it right now. But that's exactly what he would say. I'm sure that was a special day for him to get to do that, and for you to get to capture that. What a good moment for you.
Well, we were also nervous that it wouldn't go well. You know, you never know with an old car and all the rest of it. And then Mario's got one chance to make it happen. But he didn't disappoint.
No, of course he's not. But you're right. You never know the intangibles of an old car. You don't know if it's going to sit there and last or run or what it's going to do.
That are here, they were out for exhibition laps.
So we are about to get ready for a demonstration. We've got the Lexus safety cars out, and the crowd's filled up now, and so we're looking forward to this because we've got a modern day Ford Mustang, looks like, and it looks as though we're also going to have a demonstration for Parnelli Jones and George Fulmer at the wheel, our Grand Marshals for this weekend, 2021 Monterey Reunion.
Championship car.
And I just heard the announcer say it because this was a bit of a surprise for us. Yeah, we didn't know exactly who we were going to see, but it sounds like Parnelli Jones is in a championship-winning car too that he took to the championship. So perfect.
So George Fulmer is 87.
Yeah,
87 years of age. So yeah. That's unbelievable coming out here. And his last time it drove was back in 1973.
You know when you see the cars
Parnelli Jones, of course, the 1970 Trans Am champion.
You just wonder what the discussions are. It's like,
and had a huge involvement with Ford Motor Company.
He's, of course, also 87 years young.
Yep. He drove for Ford, Mercury's, Cougars, Broncos, did the lot. But his love was the Boss 302. That's why I asked you about the 302. It's like, what was so special about it? And I think it's more to do with the combination of Ford, Parnelli Jones, and the Boss 302. That's really why everybody gets glossy-eyed about it.
I mean, believe you me, it's going to be a question I go ask him if I get to see him here this weekend, because I want to hear it from his mouth. I want to hear from Parnelli's mouth himself on what made it so special. I know there's more than just just the semantics of it, the displacement or anything like that. I'm sure there's much more to it. And I would love to hear. I'd love to know.
Well, and when you look at the Manufacturers' Championship since since Trans Am began, Ford won the first championship back in 1966. They then followed that up with the Shelby Mustang in 67, again in 70, again in 84 with the Lincoln Mercury Capri, and then in 85, 86, 87, 89, 94, 96, 97, 99, 2017, 2018, 19, and 20.
That's incredible. Yeah.
And that 18 was your teammate.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Yeah,
Rafa
of course,
Matos.
Rafa. So 1973, George Foreman competed in a Formula One with Don Nichols' UOP Shadow Team.
Yes.
His first Grand Prix in South Africa was at the age of 39 years and 1 month, making him F1's oldest debutant since the 1950s, a distinction he holds to this day.
That's interesting. That is very interesting.
In 13 championship races, his best result was 6 in South Africa and a podium in Spain. That's incredible. I had no idea that he had Formula One history.
No, very scant, but there. You don't forget a Formula One race, that's for sure.
No.
People loaded in the cars. We'll have our special laps.
And of course, as well as doing those races, people like Parnelli Jones were doing the 24 hours, the Sebring, you name it.
Well, how about this? He comes out of retirement in 1986 to compete in the 24 Hours of Le Mans to finish third in the 956 Porsche.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Well,
what a career.
You truly are looking at two great legends of the sport right now.
And I'm going to fanboy and get myself a video.
Adam's got the window seat for our airplane booth this weekend, and I'm afraid I'm not getting any of these photos. You better send me them.
Oh, you're getting these.
Okay, good. So here we go, our demonstration of two of the legends of Trans Am, George Foreman and, of course, Parnelli Jones.
And in the Trans Am series, they drove
Lovely.
That's so cool.
15 and 16. Parnelli winning a championship, I believe it was in 19.
And leading them away, that lime green Mustang.
That looks like Parnelli in that. I think
Parnelli's in there.
Parnelli's driving. He said, I've driven that old Trans Am car.
Give me a new one.
I want to get in that new hot rod. Give me that new Shelby. I want to go wheel that one around. That sounds like the Parnelli I know.
Yeah.
He's already driven that. I want to give me this guy.
Yeah. There's a good view of it.
So I would be guessing, I didn't look in the passengers. I was so into taking pictures of the two Trans Am cars, I didn't even look inside the green car. I think that might have been George, possibly in the passenger seat. Or is it George in the car in front of him? I don't think Parnelli would allow that.
Two of the most competitive drivers during their formative years, no question about it.
You'd be replaced. So Jones won the
And they are Grand Marshals here,
then won it twice as an owner in
representing and celebrating the golden era of Trans Am racing.
IndyCar wins and 4 wins.
What a treat to get to watch that for all of us fans of the sport.
Now they're also going to do a picnic in the paddock with a Q&A for the race fans, as Ford and Trans Am celebrates 55 years of racing. Foreman and Jones, perfect duo, no question about it.
United States Road Race Championship and won the Trans Am Championship in 72.
And really, they battled throughout the 60s and 70s, wheel to wheel, quite literally. There's a lovely photo in the program. If you haven't got the program, get it, because it's a really great shot of the pair of them just looking ahead and looking at the competition and eyeing them up. And to be honest, this was the track that many of their great battles took place at here in Monterey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Parnelli, he was...
he won here in 70, did Parnelli?
Yeah, born in Texarkana, but called California home.
Yeah.
And so this was home to him, so...
Foreman was third that day, and the man between them, Mark Donohue. That's not a bad 1, 2, 3, is it?
Yeah, I believe George is in the car there with Parnelli, is what it looks like to me.
Okay.
These guys were not limited in their driving. Back then it was when drivers...
Then in 72, Foreman would come back to Monterey and Laguna Seca and win in the Castrol GTX Grand Prix at Laguna Seca.
The Indy 500, when everybody's trying to relax, what does AJ Foyt do? He drives a sprint car the night before.
And it's that number 15 Ford Mustang, Boss 302, that everybody remembers Parnelli for.
Racing Bronco in the Baja event.
Budmore Orange Ford.
driving and getting out of the desert. You can see some
Took the championship that year.
Cars, and he's flapping the door around as he's going down the asphalt.
Parnelli won, of course, the 1963 Indianapolis 500. People look at his Trans Am years, but don't forget that as well. I mentioned the fact that he did 24 hours in Sebring and so on. Well, Parnelli would show up pretty much anywhere. And 4 wins in 34 NASCAR starts. Beautiful sight and a wonderful demonstration. And like I said, they're going to do a Q&A in the paddock. So if you are here on the grounds here at Laguna Seca, a Q&A with 2 of the great legends of motorsport in the United States. And it's amazing to think that Trans Am currently still 55 years young and still going strong. As ever, the longest continual road racing series in the United States. In action again in just 3 weeks' time in Watkins Glen before a quick run to Virginia, VIR, and then finishes its season at the Circuit of the Americas in November. What a wonderful moment. Crowd starting to take their lunch breaks, and like I said, these 2 will be taking a chance to do some Q&A with the fans later in the day, and they'll be here all weekend, of course, so that's what we're looking forward to. And you. So, Laguna Seca, we are here at the Monterey WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway for the Reunion 2021. And it's been, well, for those organizing, I'm sure it's been an agonizingly long time because, of course, since 1974, it's been a constant part of the calendar, the racing calendar in the United States. And some 12 days of events. You had the pre-reunion last weekend, where most of the cars that you see here this weekend will have taken part. And part of that, I was asking why so, and they said, well, you know, a lot of the time you really kind of want to dial these cars in, and there's so much going on in Monterey and Pebble Beach, Carmel by the Sea, and so on, that you know, you almost need to be here for that amount of time just to, if you're racing, dial it in. If you're mechanicking, making sure that the cars are ready to put on display for this weekend. So the pre-reunion just gives them the chance to, you know, brush the dust off a little and get themselves dialed in. You're watching a display like no other. We've got the 2 greatest names, perhaps, in Trans Am racing. George Follmer and Parnelli Jones out on track once again, reunited with the track that made them so famous, and a rivalry like no other. Now, if Jones was famous for the 15, Follmer was famous for the number 16 Boss 302. And in 1969, SCCA Trans Am Series. Won the 65 SCCA United States Road Racing Championship and won the Trans Am Championship in 1972. And he also raced in USAC between 67 and 71, and in 74 as well. 25 career starts, including the 1969 to 71 Indianapolis 500 races.
Okay, folks, don't forget 1 to 1:30. We've got Tommy Kendall with Parnelli Jones and Rick Titus.
And it sounds like Tommy Kendall's also here. So some real luminaries here this weekend, and we are celebrating both Trans Am and both Ford's contribution to motor racing in the last 55 years. They've got a wonderful display. And as we finish 2 fantastic legends, There's another one to come because this is something special and warm to my heart, and I know it's special for Adam Andretti. Yes, he's a racing driver of 4 wheels, but his real passion, believe it or not, is motorcycle racing. And so there's a chance for him, when I knew he was coming, to talk to one of his heroes, the great Wayne Rainey, which a corner is named after him. Adam Andretti, let's head down to you.
All right, folks, I cannot tell you how happy I am again to be here, but also just glowing with pride that I get to sit here with none other than motorcycle legend, world champion, Wayne Rainey. How you doing here, Wayne?
I'm having a great time, Adam. I live in this area. I have a lot of history here at this track, so I support the track any way I can, and so out here watching the cars is a real thrill.
Well, they only named a corner after you here, right? You know, the Rainey Curve. So, and I know how special that is. And then right behind us, you picked the spot, and we got the Johnny Lightning Special behind us, the 1970 Indianapolis 500 winner with Al Sr. What is some of your favorite cars that you like to come out here and see during the Historics event?
Well, you know, when you just looking at this car, I used to have a Hot Wheels that was this car, I believe. So, I mean, that shows you how far back that I've been, you know. First I liked cars, and then I went into the bikes. But, you know, with all the racing I did with bikes in the World Championship and now running the U.S. Championship Moto America, I don't get a chance to go see much of the car stuff. So coming out here for this race for the Historic it's been great because I get to see all the cars. So I get to see a lot of the Formula One cars. A really good friend of mine, Jim Farley, Ford CEO. He's out here racing his Cobra, and also in the Trans Am race. I wasn't real familiar with those cars, but boy, they got an awesome sound, and you know, watching them drift through the corners is it's a great show.
Well, now that you said that, we got to get you to a Trans Am race, don't we? That's what I do. I compete in the Trans Am series in the modern era, and Jim Farley is a person after my own heart because I'm in a Ford Mustang myself. So we race that with a lot of pride, and I've mentioned a lot throughout the whole weekend how special it is to have Jim here, but it shows his support of he's a true leader because you lead by example, and I think he's being out here driving those cars. He's truly leading by example.
Oh yeah, I mean, you think about Jim Farley, CEO of Ford. He's out here racing the product, testing the product. He's a competitive individual. He's a really great friend of mine. He loves motorcycles. When he comes to Monterey, he likes to ride bikes because there's no distractions once you get on a motorcycle. So, you know, I'm out here rooting him on, and he comes to some of our races and roots us on. So it's a good friendship.
Yeah, you got to love that kind of camaraderie and the passion. You know, the motorsports passion doesn't just run for 4 wheels, it runs 2 wheels deep. I know for me personally, my dad and my uncle growing up in Italy had a special love and affection for 2-wheel racers, and the Americans made us always so proud over there. And we have some Americans going back over there. We've got, you know, your ex-champion Cameron Bourbier is over there in Moto2, and we got Joe Roberts over there on the Italtrans team. How do you think about their performance over there, especially Cameron? I've been quite impressed on tracks he doesn't really know. He lets the weekend kind of come to him, and by the end of those Grand Prix, he seems to be right there.
Yeah, I mean, he was a Moto America Superbike champion, I believe, 5 years in a row. Now, you know, we started Moto America so we could make a competitive series so our racers could be competitive to go on to race in the World Championship. So Cam is doing an amazing job. He's racing at all these tracks he's never been to before. He struggles a bit with qualifying, but in the race he just slices through them and does a good job. So I expect him to be on the podium here before the end of the season. And Joe Roberts is doing a very good job. He's been struggling here lately, but we expect him to be back there too.
Well, Wayne, I got to tell you, this has been an absolute treat for me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the fans out here for joining us out at the Historics and making yourself available to us to sit there and tell stories. Keep up the great work with Moto America. For us fans, you're doing something very special for us 2-wheel fans here in America. We're going to go, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. We're going to go have some lunch. You folks at home, please join us this afternoon. We got some more fantastic action coming in from the Historics, more great guests. I don't know if we're going to top a world champion like Wayne Rainey. Not for me maybe today, but it's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
being washed off. By lap 2, Pollock was leading. Hill worked his way to second, and then Pollock's Ford V8 went off song, as they used to say. Hill went into the lead and came within 10 seconds of lapping the entire field. Edwards was second in the other 750 Monza, and placing an amazing third was Ken Miles with his 1.5-liter MGR2 Special, the Flying Shingle. Hill actually scored 2 wins on this occasion on the Lodge Lawn. His 1931 Pierce Arrow LeBaron convertible town cabriolet won Best of Show at the concourse, the first classic car to do so. Previously, new cars had always taken the top award.
It's impossible.
By 1956, the Pebble Beach Road Races were among the best established and most popular road races in the country. Some 140 cars entered, and an estimated 45,000 spectators were on hand that Sunday morning. But this was proved to be the final year for racing through the forest.
It wasn't good to start with. It's not good. Who said
No one's supposed to. It's that 1 point from Bill Roy to I'll be right here.
And a good afternoon and a warm welcome once again to Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. I'm Jonathan Green, and I'll be joined once again by Adam Andretti and hopefully several other special guests if we can, as we get ready for our resumption of the reunion here at Monterey, the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2021. They missed it out in 2020, but it's an event that's been running from strength to strength since Steve Earle put it all together back in 1974. Breeze is starting to build up, but it's a beautiful day here, and certainly the crowd has built up as we get ready for our second groups of the day. Been a great morning. We've had some great racing, and look at that paddock. Packed with people, and people enjoying themselves here high above. And the corkscrew, the famous corkscrew, in the background. Myself and Adam had a quick wander around, had a quick chat with Wayne Rainey, one of the superstars who lives just across the way, mind you. And people taking every perch to have a look at the racing. And that's a good way to go. Get a golf cart and enjoy yourself, and then you can move from place to place. Because there's plenty of perches here at Laguna Seca. Here's what we got this afternoon coming up. Group 5A, 1966 to 1985. And that's Formula One cars, so they will roar into action momentarily. And then we've got 4A, 3A, and that'll be sports car racing, followed by IMSA and FIA IMSA. Then Group 1A, we go back to them. And that's the 1955 to 1961 sports car racing cars. And then we've got a bit of Group C, a bit of Trans Am, a bit of IMSA. That'll be Group 8A. And then 2A is 63 to 66 GT cars over 2500cc. And then Group 5A is 66 to 85 Formula One cars, again coming out for a second time at 5 p.m. At 5:30. It's 66 to 72 Trans Am. And Trans Am is a big feature here of the weekend, and it means that it's appropriate that I have a Trans Am driver alongside me in Adam Andretti. And yeah, no question, he's enjoying it. He just interviewed one of his heroes, Wayne Rainey, earlier in the day, and I'm sure we'll meet a few more.
Oh, I'm buzzing. Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing from that experience. You know, the man is exactly how you would hope your hero to be, and it's that post. It's really that post interview that was most enjoyable, right, Jonathan? Some of the stories that we get, you know, the candid stories, and you know, they talked about he talked about the namesake of his corner and some of his other favorite aspects about the WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, if we get some time, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, it's a really great story.
Formula One coming up. We got a great eyeful of them yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get more today. But they put on a good show.
Yeah, they do. They always do. And it's the sights and the sounds, right?
Well, as you can see, we're about to get underway with the official ceremonies. And I can see they're about to do the colors, so let's head down and enjoy the ceremonies of the colors. Never know quite when they're going to go into action, but I'd like to pause for them to let them do their business. There we go. It's a real thrill, too, for all those involved in a big event like this to be able to put on a show. And this is pretty much, if you're tuning in from around the world, this is pretty much how every motorsport event in America begins, right, Adam?
Absolutely, yeah. We're absolutely celebrating our colors, celebrating the national anthem, and doing it in style. Everyone will be at attention, hats will be off, and hands will be over our chest.
Yep.
Over our hearts.
Yeah, I'm glad that they continue that. Tradition is hard to keep in this modern age.
Left. Left turn. March. Left. Left.
Our color guard
Perfectly
today
done.
from the Defense Language Institute here in Monterey. Color guard, present color.
And of course the color guard from Monterey themselves.
And now to sing our national anthem, longtime anthem singer here at WeatherTech Raceway.
And now let's welcome the start, if you will, the official start, as we take the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Order! Thank you, Alan Clark. Magnificent job as usual. I also want to thank to the
A rousing rendition, I think you'd agree, and the perfect way to kick off our afternoon's activity here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2021.
The race cars aren't the only things that'll give you chills here at the Historics. That was a beautiful rendition of our national anthem, and the Formula One cars.
Yeah,
that's going to just add to our chills. They're firing those things up right now, and we're going to get ready to kick this Group 5A right out of the box.
You know, it's interesting. As you know, I cover modern Formula One currently here in the States. While ESPN do the TV, we do the radio on Sirius XM. And the interest, the renewed interest, given the likes of the Zach Browns and the Otmar Safnavs and so many other American interests, Williams now being wholly owned almost by Americans, and of course Haas Formula One. There's a renewed interest. We just need the driver. We just need another Mario.
That's exactly what I thought you were hoping you were going with that, because that's exactly where my head was at. We've got everything over there
except
other than
the driver.
a pilot.
Yeah,
we got to get a driver over there, and there's plenty over here, I think, that are willing and up to the task.
It's going to be a combination of sort of, I don't know, circumstances. But we've got talent.
It certainly will, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think I've said it time and time again. I think, I don't want to lose him because he's so great for IndyCar, but Colton Herta is certainly a young talent that eyes are on. Obviously, Pat O'Ward is a talent that Europe has had an eye on. I mean, when he didn't have an IndyCar ride, a year or two ago, in 2019, Red Bull, scooped him up to put him on their program. So I think the eyes are on some American talent and some of the talent that sits over here.
Well, I'll throw a couple of names out. Logan Sargent, Jack Crawford. A couple of names for you.
Yeah, Logan Sargent. Yeah, absolutely.
And just to remind you, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1966 to 1985 Masters Historic Formula One is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival.
From Tiburon, California, driving the 81 Sorrel 0010 in blue, Chris Watt.
So this is the only time that we actually get to see the Formula One cars here today. They keep their running. Seems like limited to one session.
No, I think they're coming out tonight at 5. Yeah.
Are they really? Well, then I stand corrected.
Yeah. 5 o'clock tonight.
Oh, good. Okay, that's where I was missing. Great. Did not want to miss out on that. Fantastic.
Well, these cars make a wonderful noise around the hills here of Monterey.
Oh, don't they ever. And I'm imagining, and again, I might be speaking too soon, but I would guess just like the Indy cars, they might get 2 actual pace laps here behind the pace car to make sure temperatures are all up.
I would hazard a guess.
I would too. As they come down through, this is between turns 2 and 3 here. Great drone shot. Just a great look. Actually, that might be something I do tomorrow, is wander over the bridge there to the lake and see what's going on the infield on that side and check that all out. But that's what's great about this facility. You're never really trapped anywhere. You can get anywhere you need to be. You go up on the hill. You can literally see 2/3 of the track up on the hill. You could cross over the hill and catch the corkscrew, walk down a little bit, and catch turn 6 and up the Rahal straightaway. So really one of the all-time great spectator racetracks anywhere in the world.
Well, that'd be Zach Brown at the helm of that Williams. It seems talk about cross-branding. He's the head of McLaren, and he's driving a Williams today. Right. But it is his car.
It is his car, and as we, if you caught that piece earlier that Kev did with him right before lunch, and Zach was so gracious to grant us that time, was, all these cars mean something to Zach in the history. They either inspired something in them as a fan or a fond memory as a youngster growing up, but or they're friends of his now, like Alan Jones, as he's a dear friend of his to this day, and so I think that's a big reason why he owns that car.
Yeah, good point. And as you can see, they are lining up. I wonder if they will do a second lap. It looks as though they're ready to kind of...
It looks like they're ready to fire off.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right.
Just the IndyCars.
We'll soon find out. They come out of turn 10, and if we see the safety car pull off, which we'll know in about 2-3 seconds... No, it stays on. No, it does. It goes off. We're going racing.
Yeah, we're going racing.
Okay, folks. Formula One here in California. We've had it at Long Beach, but now here we are. Squint your eyes, and we're back in the 70s.
All right, let's get them going down. Green is waving.
Fantastic sound.
Yeah, we don't dare say a word when they kick off right there.
I gotta hear them.
We have to not only do we want to hear, we gotta let that audience at home really capture that sound. What an amazing sound.
Superb. And away they go. Good start then. Good clean start. We've got a good field. Not a big field, but it doesn't matter. There's certainly plenty to talk about and plenty of cars out there.
It's not a large field, but it is quality. I mean, we have, the Niki Lauda World Championship 312 T2 there from 1976 that we've spoken to Chris McAllister about already. Well-documented car there. Alex McAllister's son is in the 67 Lotus 49. That was debuted by Jimmy Clark in Zandvoort in 1967, and it won in its first appearance of the Cosworth DFE engine. So, maybe not the quantity, but quality, you betcha, it's there.
Yeah, no question about it. And leading the way, Charles Nurberg, as he's done. He's already won a race earlier today in a Porsche, and he's now taking that F07C Williams from 1981 to the lead as they dive down the corkscrew. Through the Rainey curve, we spoke to Wayne Rainey this morning. We'll tell you more about that later. But right now, they're diving through turn 10. And look at the lead. The first group are leading. The top three cars pulling away from the rest of the field as they cross the line.
It's like a real Formula One race.
It is.
Yeah.
And back in the day, Williams were that far away and ahead of everybody with Alan Jones. 145 miles an hour.
Wow, that is just absolutely getting it.
Yep. Daddy Baker in this race, and as we mentioned, led by the 27 of Charles Nurberg. Gregory Thornton in second place. There's the 51, and that's the LEC CRP1 in blue. Ron Meiden at the wheel.
Yeah, that's an interesting car, and not much history on the car itself, but it's fun to watch it out here. Neat design with the front end. No, without that flat wing, thought process. The six-wheel Terrell, I remember it resembled that, a lot. With
same
the front
colors,
end.
yeah.
Yeah, very bulbous on the front. And then there's that Lotus 78, I believe it is, or Lotus 77, excuse me. That is Chris Locke behind the wheel. That is the car that Marco Mario won the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix in.
Yes, he did. And a race featured in a film.
Yeah, small
Rush.
Called Rush. Yeah.
Well, actually, it wasn't featured at all, to be honest.
They didn't really feature him at all.
They were looking at Hunt and Lauda, which is fine, because that's what it was about.
It was Chris Locke that drove the car.
In that film. Yeah.
Because they actually used that car. That is
cool.
the actual car that they used in the film, and Chris Locke was the one that drove it, and that's a race win that Malcolm Mario, I know, is very proud of, because that was one that it showcased bravery of the era, because it was such a torrential downpour race, and it was...
Well, it was touch and go, as you saw from the movie, that they even had the race, and a lot of the drivers just didn't want to race. It was a typhoon.
Absolutely.
In the middle of Japan in 1976, and drivers wanted out. And we got flags out, something's gone wrong.
We have a car dead in the water here on the front straightaway, one of the McLarens.
Oh, dear.
Looks like it's... so we're going to be at a double yellow here. It's a very... it's not a good spot to be in there.
That's Danny Baker, I think.
I believe that is Danny Baker, so... Shame that Doyle's cut short here, but again, look at the safety crew. The Monterey safety crew here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, just coming out there, getting the job done, attending to this driver as soon as possible. They'll get this out. I think pit out is right there. I believe they'll get this car towed. We will not be under this condition for very long, folks.
What a shame. McLaren 23, the M23. I wonder if Zach Brown will give it a wave as he goes past. Charles Nurburg in the other Williams, the number 27, leading the way. And behind him is the number 1. Excuse me, the JPS special. There's the number 8. 77 Lotus, as you mentioned. The 1977 78. I always get that wrong.
It's such a
it's a
challenge.
bit of a tongue tie.
It is. It really is.
They're always a year ahead. That's all you need to say.
Until they hit the early 80s, and then they jumped 10 years ahead. And they threw it in the 90s. You know, I believe if you look here, the 82 Lotus is a 91/8, and then the 82 Lotus there's a 91/5. You know, so Dan Collins is in the /8, and you got Gregory Thornton in the /5. So. You know, it's Lotus is very confusing in how they numbered their cars. I'm sure there's a rhyme or reason around it that, again, I could go over the Lotus, historic cars that are here and probably find that out.
Chris McAllister's Ferrari 76, that is Lauder's 76, and that is absolutely splendiferous.
Yeah, for
312 T2 it is, and that stands for basically Tub 2 or the second chassis, would it be?
Yeah. Second tub. We're going to go green right now.
Here we go. Nurburg leads the way again in the Williams. Followed by the Lotus and the Tyrrell. Beautiful sound. They're up to speed now. You can hear that hum.
Working their way through those gearboxes, you know, mostly 5-speed gearboxes in these cars, and such a crisp way to get them through. And there's a 51, that LEC CRP1 again coming through of Ron Maiden. That car just really photographs well. Our cameras is very much attracted to it. It's such a beautiful car.
We tried to kind of drift back and see every car throughout the weekend, and the guys have done a great job. That Candy Tyrrell going through come the Lotuses.
So Lotuses, that is the plural Lotus. Lotuses.
That's it. Plural of Lotus. Like, you can't say Loti. You could, I suppose. I'll ask my Latin teacher.
Or Lotes?
Nah.
No, that
doesn't fit.
I asked Lexus the same question. You know, what's plural for Lexus?
Yeah, exactly. Lexi. Yep. That Lotus 77, the again black and gold JPS colors from 1976. The number 5 out there in the hands of Chris Locke. In what, 3rd place at the moment?
That's a Gregory Thornton and P2 there with that 1982 Lotus 91/5.
Not a lot of difference between the 82 and the 77.
No, there really isn't. No, there certainly isn't. And
certainly the JPS colors kind of disguise the differences for now, but up close they would be very different.
Right.
But on track they don't look too different.
I just saw the shadow out there, the DN9 of Charles Warner.
Yeah, that's a 79.
Yeah, I believe that they just got ourselves. No, excuse me. I think that was the 71. The black shadow of Damo that is receiving a black flag for a mechanical update.
I think I went to my first Formula One race in 1973 at Brands Hatch. Loved it.
That's cool. That's be a fly on the wall there at that time would have been really.
Well, Brands Hatch was a fantastic circuit because it still is, of course. But to see Formula One, I think more so than Silverstone, you see more. You know,
right?
You stand at the top of Paddock Hill Bend and you see them go up, turn into Druids, and then you can see them coming out of the forest and then round the front straight again. So you get a lot more viewing than you would at a lot of other tracks.
A really good classic spectator course then.
Oh, yeah.
Another one of those. That's,
well, not dissimilar to Dakota in that respect.
Right.
See.
Right. That Jägermeister car that just came through that 74 March 741. Martin Lauber behind the wheel. What a breathtaking car that is.
Yeah, we had a look at that March.
Yeah.
1974. I didn't know Jägermeister was around in 74.
Neither did I. Yeah.
I thought I'd invented it when I went to Mardi Gras. Bud Moeller at the wheel, Dallas, Texas man, and Bud, a long time historics man, has got quite a few cars, including a couple of your uncles.
Yeah, that's what's been so fun to talk to, the owners of some of my uncle's cars, and my uncle is one of those rare people in motorsports history that he doesn't own but one of his race cars that he ever drove, and it was the car that he retired in, and and I think it's great too because it's allowed for the real enthusiasts like the owners of those cars to be out here today with them, because what you will notice about most race car drivers that own cars from their history, they really just kind of open up a museum and let those cars sit there and be observed and don't really bring them out to events like this. So I think, my Uncle Mario being such a purist for the sport and always wants to see it carry on and do the best things and really the best stuff for the fans, give the fans the best show. So let those cars out there for, the fans to enjoy, for these owners to enjoy and bring out here and do these historic.
Yeah, here. And knowing Mario as I do, he doesn't have time for all that.
He's a busy man. He is a busy man. So
I walked with him for a couple of hours at COTA once, and it took us about 2 hours to get to where we were going, and it wasn't that far.
No.
Everybody stopped him. Everybody wanted an interview and a chat, and everybody wanted an autograph, and everybody got one.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, he is. He's magical in that sense, in the way that he works with the fans and loves the fans. He truly does, and appreciates all the support that you've shown him through all these years, and our family as being a fan of his is almost like trickled down for us. So that's been good. So working lap 7 of 9 here. Boy, these Formula One cars click off. They get rid of 9 laps pretty quick here.
Pretty darn quickly, yeah. That Shadow, the 17 and 79 DN9 just came in and out. That's Charles Warner, so I don't know what the problem was there, because obviously no need for any pit stops. There's the Arrows. It's a good-looking car too.
It certainly is. Getting a great run up the hill. He's going to have to hold back because they want to take that dive into the corkscrew. But as I mentioned earlier, I believe that they ask you. Wow, that's the Zanardi line through there. But they're asking, I'm sure to go through there as single file as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to. 7 of the 9 gone then, and they'll be back out at 5 o'clock as we mentioned. But beautiful sight and sound here at Laguna Seca at the Reunion here in Monterey. And this is the first day of racing. We've got a full day tomorrow as well, so stay with us if you're tuning in from wherever you're tuning in, whether it be Tokyo, Japan, or Auckland, New Zealand. Stay with us. And the Arrows, the A4 getting side by side with the Lotus. And passing it.
We saw that coming for a while. They've been closing in. Might have just a little bit better tire wear. It could be one of those things. It might be just some fall off from the car or whatever, but that was a really good run that they got and making that happen with that Arrows. And so that is Wade Carter behind the wheel there, making nice progress.
As I've mentioned before, a lot of these drivers drive these cars week in, week out. So even if they weren't proficient drivers before they started doing historics, they soon became them, because they really do put these cars through their paces probably every 2 weeks.
Yeah,
not far off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a real schedule to go out and run these things. It's not a light schedule in some cases. So there's a lot of historic events. So keep your eye out if you're not able to make it maybe out here, but there might be other historic events nearby that you want to go check out. But eventually, at one point, you need a bucket list to get out here.
Yeah, here's that Zanardi line you spoke of. Brilliant. From the drone. Thanks, Matt. Love it.
This is a dicey run right here,
yeah,
dicey battle.
Good. Well, he's going to have a go before the day is out. Into the final corner of 12. And onto the last lap they come. Down the main straight and very wide goes one of the Lotus.
I imagine physically too, just driving these cars. If this isn't, this is a lot of people that's in their only session of the day. So driving these cars and the physicality of it, in the heat of the day too, is some of too where you're seeing some of those lap times possibly fade as well.
Yeah, that was Dan Collins in the 82, going a little wide at the final corner. And this is the final lap.
Wade Carter up in the top 5, up in the 4th place there. 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's put some shift on, hasn't he? Here we go. Yeah. And a beautiful overtake. Nicely done by the number 61. And that's the way you overtake.
Yeah, we saw in the GTP race that it could get kind of hairy there with You know, between that 930, or excuse me, the 962 and the Toyota, the AAR Toyota that went through there and made a little contact. So you don't want to do that in Formula One cars with open wheel. Great shots there from above, coming down under the corkscrew there. Again, the above shot, it gives you a great sensation of the speed that they carry through the corkscrew. But boy, it makes that hill disappear, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, completely.
You can't even see that it's a big downhill plunge through rainy curve into turn number 10, hard braking zone downhill, and the checker flag is out.
Yep, and as they cross the line, that's our first look at the Formula One cars in race trim and racing here at Laguna Seca. And there's your winner, the 27. 1981 Williams, the FW07C.
Charles Nierberg holding the pretty wheel again, bringing another car home.
That's the second win of the day for him.
Yes, sir. So these are qualifying races. These are races, the first races that you saw today is going to set the grid for this afternoon. So the next group that we have coming up will be the first repeat group that we have of the day.
And a wave to the marshals and the crowd. Yeah, I heard one commentator, I think it was Bob Varsha, describe this whole weekend as a very relaxed affair for everyone involved, except for the insurers.
Exactly. That's a great line. That's a perfect line.
All the guys doing the transporting the cars.
I will say the Haggerty people here seem very relaxed, and I imagine they're carrying a lot of policies on these cars out here. The hill is filling up nicely. The spectators rolling in up there, catching a glimpse there of the famous corkscrew.
So that concludes our first group of the afternoon. Our 66 to 85 Formula One cars. Group 5A. Coming up next, we'll have sports car racers and GT racers from a much earlier time. A check on the results then. Charles Nierberg in that 81 Williams wins from Gregory Thornton in the 82 Lotus. Cal Mika in third place, Wade Carter, Bud Moeller in fifth in Williams. Lee Mole in sixth place, Ron Maiden seventh, Martin Lauber eighth, Dan Collins in ninth, and Chris Locke in 10th position. 1976 Lotus. Further down, Zach Brown up to the top 11, not bad for a CEO of a Formula One team. John McKenna, but a pretty good peddler himself though. Doug Mockett in 13th place, Chris McAllister in 14th, Michael Eckstein in 15th, and Richard Croy and Alex McAllister in 17th position, and Michael Malone
Fortunately, sometimes we have some TV monitors
just behind him.
Clue us into the on-track action, and we are on the communication set with the.
So let's head down to Kev Harris. He's in the paddock, and I believe he's got Chris Pagani from Pagani Motors.
That was a thrilling race.
Sunday when we were on.
The afternoon.
Well, how about this, guys? I've only got myself in probably the most exclusive part of the whole of the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway this weekend. I'm down here with Christopher Pagani. Yes, you know the name, the hypercars. They need no introduction. Christopher, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. Just give us a heads up on what's going on here today with all of your guests.
Well, thanks for having us. Today we are celebrating multiple things. It's the first time we're bringing the YR to North America, and you can appreciate the monocoque and the powertrain of this new race car we just unveiled in March. And we have a selection of more than 15 YRs. This year we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of this model that was launched in 2011. And you have the YR Coupe, the Roadsters, the Roadster BC. So it's the most beautiful collection of cars from all North America.
Yeah, it is hands down, and I'm understanding the numbers of Paganis that you've got here this weekend. Is this the largest that you've ever grouped together, or largest that you've grouped together in quite a while?
In North America, for sure. We are able to bring a lot of traction in Italy, where our company is based. We did an event back in Monza, where we had more than 30 cars. So next time we have to shoot for that, for Laguna Seca.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. The guys here at Laguna Seca are getting a real treat. The Type R model, or the R model behind us that's there, that's on display. That's kind of the exploded one. Give us a heads up on that, because you haven't got one here, but that's a really special piece of machinery. It's only made for the track.
Exactly. It's not homologated for the road.
No.
It's only produced in 30 units, and that's a car that is made from scratch.
Yeah.
So we haven't taken any component from the road legal car. Everything is bespoke for the race.
Yeah.
It's a V12 naturally aspirated engine produced by HWA, which is the racing division of AMG, our partner, since the beginning of our company. And the car is meant for the race. More gentleman driver is not going to be part of any race itself, but our customer will enjoy driving it in the most beautiful races in the world.
Yeah, a track day driver who really wants the best of the best and can appreciate the beauty of these things. Beautiful they are. You've got the Roadster just back there, the Roadster CC. It's in a black and yellow, and just when you get up close to it, the design on it and the way it is conceived is second to none. And your father is responsible for that.
Yes, my father started the company back in 1999, and he is from Argentina, but he had his dream to come and design cars in Modena, in the Motor Valley, where Enzo Ferrari started, where Maserati is, where Lamborghini just next door. So he has this passion for design and hypercars and carbon fiber. That's what he really wants to get all together in one car, and the beauty and the science. So it is a lot of different components all together.
Yeah, I mean, the way you look at the carbon fiber, there'll be people watching this wherever you are in the world right now, and I urge you, if you ever get a chance to go and look at a Pagani, I'm very lucky, and so are all the folks here at Laguna Seca this weekend, go and have a look at a Pagani. The way the carbon fiber is molded, the way the aluminium is molded, it's like they're born, it's like they've grown. It's incredible. I mean, how does your dad come up with that kind of idea? Does he start with a sketchbook or just speak to some designers and say, could you do this?
It takes time. Since he was a little child, and he was 13, 14 years old, he had this idea of being a car designer. So he worked day and night, because we come from a very simple family. Nobody was into cars before. So he met in books Leonardo da Vinci, which was his mentor. Leonardo da Vinci said at the time of the Renaissance, art and science can walk together, and this is something you can combine in your life, not only in your job. So you have to combine technology and beauty, and this is what our cars are meant for.
Yeah, absolutely. You're combining that in spades. And just give us a heads up, because I spoke to you a moment or two ago before we went live, and you said, you know what, Kevin, this is the first time we've been at Laguna Seca, and you spoke to me as if I've been coming here for years. And I said, no, it's my first time too. What do you make of it?
We're very, very pleased.
Yeah.
Our customers are coming from all over the world to take part of the Monterey Car Week. And for us, it's just special. You see the best cars in the world, the best of the best.
There's so many unique cars here as well, but you know, you guys are, in terms of hypercars, you're top of the tree here. Great thing is you got them here at the raceway at the moment, but I understand you're getting out and about as well. You got the concourse event and other things going on, Pebble Beach and what have you.
We are going to be doing a mix of race driving and also some fun activities on the road. But it's just beautiful to be in California. It's good to be back.
It really is great to be here. At the moment, I think the folks at home are seeing pictures of the black and yellow Roadster as well. I mean, just a quick word on that Roadster, because if you want the, tell me how to pronounce it.
Huayra.
If you want the Huayra in the road going version, that's the one you got to get.
Exactly. That car is only produced in 40 units, so only 40 for the entire globe. And that's, as you can see, it's completely bespoke. So we sit with the client, we spend time together, we get to know them at the point where the car is a reflection of yourself. So that car is using a different engine, so it's a V12 twin turbo engine, always produced by AMG, and it has more than 800 horsepower. So it is a car for the road, but it's meant to be enjoyed at high speed.
Yeah, and high speed enjoyment is what they're all about. I know Lewis Hamilton, he has one, doesn't he? He's got a Zondo, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I remember meeting him many years ago, and it was his dream since he was a kid. He was racing go-karts, and in his phone he had the Zonda as a screensaver.
Oh, no
So
way.
the day where he decided to buy it, he sent us an email very privately, and he said, I wanted to come to Modena and do my car. And the car is the same color of his first go-kart.
Wow, that's incredible.
And
That's
it's
incredible.
the Zonda LH, so Lewis Hamilton.
You can't get more bespoke than that.
One car.
That is another world. Listen, Christopher, thank you so much, my friend. You've made us very welcome. I wish you all the best, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for having me.
How about that, folks? The Monterey Rolex Motorsports Reunion does it once again, raising the bar. We'll be back after this short break.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
That 1952 Street Special, yellow and aluminum.
And welcome back to the WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca for the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2021. It's a beautiful day. The crowds have thronged to the circuit as well they might, because there's a Jaguar about. Sounding absolutely glorious as we get ready for our next group. And this is 1947 to 1955, sports racing and GT cars. And some good stories here. I talked to a couple of the drivers during the lunch break, and hopefully one of the drivers from this group is going to come up and see us.
Jaguar XK 120 in black. Fifth row inside, starting ninth, number 13, William Rookledge, Laguna Beach, 1952 Jaguar XK 120, suede green.
And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1947 to 1955 Sports Racing and GT Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you?
Driving the 1955 Shannon Crosley Special. And it is blue.
Yes, I talked to the folks from RP last week, and in fact, one of their members, Denise Stephanie, sang the national anthem with full gusto, I may add. And Conor Mosak in Trans Am racing against my dear friend alongside, Adam Andretti, involved in the race. So Race for RP, look out for them around the tracks. But here we go, Adam, a great group. We spoke to James Alder, the guy I wanted you to meet, and he does epitomize everything I said, and he's out in this group.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it was so fun to meet the man, and he's the one that, if you're wondering who we're talking about, he's inside that
33.
That beautiful 33 the Jaguar. That's a XK 120 OTS, that new Old English white.
But he had a few problems, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got a little bit. They're overpressurizing the transmission, he said, and so they felt like the vent tube could have been clogged.
Right in the middle of your picture, right there.
And they couldn't really get to the vent tube, so they vented the dipstick, which is common. But by venting the dipstick now, it's puking a little bit of trans fluid, and that was leaking onto the exhaust, and that was making people nervous with a little bit of smoke coming off. So they've built a bit of a diaper situation in there to contain all that, to keep it off the exhaust, and also to contain that so that he can go out there and enjoy the session to its fullest.
Well, I know I told the story this morning, but he drove it from Reno across the weather and storms and everything else. But like I said, the epitome of a historic racer.
And he also said that wasn't without drama.
There it is.
Yes.
Beautiful car. And by the way, a Jaguar man through and through. He said to me he's never had any other car but a Jaguar. He even had the Jaguar jacket on. He had the whole mechanics overalls of a Jaguar.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to see anyone light a cigarette near the man. It was covered in what I could only guess is maybe 38 years of motor oil and gear lube, and basically anything that Jaguar could have dished out on him since 1982.
The real McCoy. But we've got lots of other cars in here as the Lexus leads them round. We've got Allards, Ferraris, Cannons, a Curtis, a Manning, a Tatum, some Triumphs, a few Porsches, an MG, a Shannon Crossley Special, and a Baldwin Mercury Special.
Quite the eclectic group here.
I know, it's nice, isn't it?
It's, yeah, I mean, this is when this is the era when pretty much anybody that decided they want to build a car, they went and build a car. It was
very experimental time, wasn't it?
Very much so. So as they're gridding up here between turns 10 and 11, coming onto the front straightaway, we're going to have the pace car probably not pull off. Pulls off. They fool us every time, don't they?
I tell you, they do.
They cut it down last. That RCF, that Lexus RCF, really handles well.
Got to keep them going.
Here we go then, folks. This is Group 4A, 1947 to 1955, sports, racing, and GT cars. A full grid roaring away into action here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. And immediately the Tatum number 25, GMC Special, goes straight into the lead. Robert Manson at the wheel. Look at this. Now that 15, keep an eye on him, that grey and yellow 15. He was racing this morning, and he's racing already this afternoon.
He is going to wrestle that little car. Look at the hand movements. Look at the input.
Nice
Great
work,
camera
Hamish.
shots.
Lovely work.
Beautiful. Look at him. Wants to take a tuck on the inside there into turn 4. I would think twice about that. I'd focus on the run out of 4 into 5, which it looks like he's going to do. Run for 4 to 5, get a decent run down into 5, and maybe a little late break action, but I believe there's a little protection going on there, maybe a little for the lead itself.
Yeah, when you've got the red gloves on like that, you really see the input, don't you?
This is serious racing time. Like we were informed, Gunnar Jeanette let us know that this morning was qualifying races, and these are the races. This is when it's on the line, as far as if there's nothing on the line.
No prize money.
No prize
but
money.
A lot of bragging rights in the restaurant.
This is when you want to, exactly. Well, this is who they decide is going to buy the drinks of the night.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'd be racing hard. Top 4, split between a blanket. You can throw it over them as they head down the famous corkscrew. And look at that alloy.
The sun just
glinting.
glistening.
Lovely. And look at this battle between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place here, going into turn 10. And in the middle, the 15, Manning Street Special.
That's going to be a dive bomb move into turn 11
He's going to go the long way.
He's going to decide not to do that and go back to a single file.
Out of it, yeah. Great stuff.
He was thinking, I don't want to have dinner with Dorsey.
Dorsey Schrader, of course, the competition director here this weekend.
The sheriff in town.
Yeah. As he said, outlaw turned sheriff, because he was once a very handy competitor, a champion in Trans Am and many other forms of motorsport.
I think Stuart Hansen there, in that number 51, that Baldwin Special Roadster, he's just kind of like letting it happen for him. Just letting the race of the top 3 do its thing. Oh no, just as I say that, it makes a dive bomb move into turn 4 to try and get that last podium spot.
Yeah, this is a good close race. We've got little pockets and groups of racing in this group. Some 20 plus cars. As here come the leaders. Yeah, look, here's another nice little battle group, and 2 Jaguars leading it. Aren't they lovely? I can't help but think that the more I watch, the more I want the Jaguar.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I know.
No, I bet you do. They do have a beautiful body lines to them and a great profile on them. And it's funny. We were down there at lunch talking to Gunnar, looking at that little Porsche that he's driving in a group coming up later. But he's talking about the steering wheel flexes. There's no power steering in these cars. They got a big, huge steering wheel. A lot of them have on, so they got the leverage to be able to turn with no power steering. But that's something I didn't even think about with these cars, is the flexing of the steering wheels as well, because again, some of the alloys not as strong or whatever the case may be, but or just even making as light a weight steering wheel as possible. But I was really funny. He went and took a little shake on it to show us how it flexes, and I got to imagine it's the same for all these era of cars. This race between the number 9 and the 15 is really shaping up to be a good one. This Curtis 500S Dodge of Robert Manson, and then the Manning Street Special. That's driven there by Robert Manson. They're having a heck of a good time out there.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, the first race, because of course what we see here at Laguna Seca was started back in 1950 as what was known as the Pebble Beach road races through the forests of Pebble Beach, a 17-mile drive. And they would swirl around the hairpins, around the Pines and Cypress Point Club, an equestrian center, screaming up the likes of Portola Road and Sombrera Lane, Drake Road. And the first race won by a Jaguar XK 120. back in 1950.
So Rob Manson, I believe, owns both the cars. The one that Skip is in, that Skip Streets is in, is in that yellow and aluminum Manning Street Special. But I believe both those cars are owned by Rob Manson. Rob being in the other car, so that might be why Skip is kind of minding his P's and Q's back there, not wanting to pass the boss.
And here's a little factette for you. You like your trivia? I just mentioned that that first race was won by a Jaguar XK120. Guess who was at the wheel? A 23-year-old future world Formula One champion from the USA.
Who's that?
Phil Hill.
Was it really?
Yep.
That's incredible.
1950.
That's incredible. Love that. Love that history. Absolutely love that history. Phil Hill, I had the pleasure to meet the man a few times, and if you ever had the pleasure when he was still with us, he had a slideshow he traveled with. And if you were so lucky to see Phil Hill's slideshow, he was an avid photographer. Phil Hill loved to take pictures and was very good at it. And so even in his racing career, he would take pictures and document during the whole time. So the tragic I believe it was 1955 Le Mans, where the Mercedes-Benz went through, he had, because it was happened right in front of him. Mm-hmm. I mean, he had all these pictures that you've never seen of the aftermath of that, of what's going on, of the rescue of it. I mean, he tells the story as if you're sitting back in 1955 and learning all about it. And I would encourage, every time that when he was still around, I would encourage people to hire him. I said, you got to hire Phil Hill to come in and be your guy, be your guest of honor, because the stories and the pictures that he's going to show and display is just spectacular.
And as you look at those Jaguars, at the time, one newspaper wrote that Hill's driving technique at the time in that Jaguar you see right in front of you consisted of plowing his car into each turn too fast, bracing himself as the car bounced off the track's protective bales of hay, then jerking the steering wheel until the car straightened out and proceeded to the next turn with his foot nailed to the gas pedal.
Sounds like an American driver to me.
Doesn't it?
It sounds like a good old-fashioned.
Is that where you got your style?
American driver. Yeah, that does sound like a classic Phil Hill. And when you would hear him tell tell stories, I love the story that he would tell of getting the call from Enzo.
Yeah.
Because it was actually Enzo's driver that got killed in that crash in 1955 at Le Mans, and he got the call right after that. So it was Phil, and then went on to win the World Championship, the next year. So it was, and only one of two Americans to do so. But it's really a fascinating man. Again, God rest his soul. He was a beautiful man. Walked this earth for a very long time, lived a very full life, and leaves quite a legacy behind.
Yeah, we just saw a glimpse of the number 9 Curtis, the 500S Dodge, that old bright red car that you see in that group there. And that's a lovely car. There you are.
Yeah, Rob Manson is behind the wheel of that, and also the owner of that car, and owns the car behind him also, that as I mentioned, that Manning Street Special. Yellow and aluminum. But this Curtis Dodge is built by Curtis Kraft right here in Glendale, California, and it was built for Dr. Harold Colston, who's a gynecologist from Fresno. He intended a race car, but actively raced by Roy Wiley, and Harold, the doctor, drove it as a novice in some SCCA events.
Whoa, that's a nice overtake by him. Whoa, and through goes the 15, but I think the white car there was slowing.
I believe you're right. It looked like it was a mechanical there at some point. Hand was up, letting them know that I'm a slower car.
Next up, the Tatum. They're going to take on. That 15 is getting racy again. I love it. Over the crest they come, almost into the abyss. Feels like you're going into nowhere, doesn't it?
It does.
It drops right down.
It truly does. Like you look like you're driving off the end of the world.
Well, it's happened. The sad thing is, there's actually a shooting range off the other side of there.
You don't want to go there. A problem. I believe the leader just pulled off to the side and had a problem. So that would have been this right here becomes the race for the lead.
Ooh, right. The race is on then. 5 of 9 gone.
I don't know if that was a mistake or they
he's coming in.
Yep. Coming in. Yep, coming in. So that's a mechanical issue there. Going straight back to the paddock. But this could get good, right? So the owner of these two cars is leading. Then you have
so he's unfettered then.
Yes, exactly.
If he wants to race, it's his car.
Yeah. Well, actually, excuse me, Blake. So
Blake Tatum,
Yeah. So John would have taken the lead. So this is the battle for second and third here between Rob Manson and Blake Tatum.
Correct.
Tazio Otis, again, I love the name. I'm a huge fan and an admirer of Tazio Nuvolari, and so just his namesake alone, and his name is Tazio. He's driving a 1955 Ferrari 750 Monza. Like you said, there's none other than Phil Hill, winning in that car. The late and great.
So the glorious sounds of 4A in action here.
How thin the tire is.
I know, it's nice. 47 to 55 is what we're looking at. The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. You can see the logo for yourself. Go online and check out the entry list for yourself and see who's here. And there's plenty of corrals as well, so there's plenty of other displays as well as just the racing on track.
Yeah, like the feature Kev just did with the Paganis.
Well, and how about those Monzas that are up on the hill?
Right, yeah, we have like
30 Monzas.
Yeah, $50 million worth of Monzas up there atop the hill, if not
they're
more.
not even in the paddock.
No, and so it is just spectacular. I mean, if you were to I think if you put a calculator at everything we have here on property, it's got to be right cresting that $1 billion mark, which is just crazy to think about. I mean, we had a car at auction. What did that go for? 18 million.
Yeah.
Last night is when they hammered on that McLaren that Gunnar was telling us about. So just
nuts.
There's so much you can engulf yourself with this weekend here. It's honestly, it's one of those things where it doesn't take just 1 year coming here. You have to spend a couple years coming here, and you'll actually get to really enjoy every bit of the festivities.
And past the Rolex Hospitality at turn 3. The battle for the podium continues and rages on here in lap 7 of 9. Grandstand's almost full.
It shows how quick the Formula One cars cracked off these 9 laps, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, but hang on a minute. These are cars from the 40s.
Exactly. No, I get it. But Skip Street's there, in that second place, and that. We talk about that car, that beautiful, it's aluminum and yellow car, and but that is, Rob Manson owns both those, so you've seen him give, again, a little bit more room. Here's your favorites coming back through the Jaguars. There's a 183.
1952.
That's K120. Got Lars Mapsteed behind the wheel of that. Working that wheel.
Big wheel, too.
Yeah.
That's the thing that always astonishes me, is just how big the wheels are.
I love that suede green. That William.
Look at that, lovely, nice camera work.
Beautiful,
giving us that wheel moving, lovely.
I believe it was Sterling Moss that almost created the four-wheel drift. When you look back, it was he gets a lot of credit for that, and from drivers of that era. That was the first person they saw take a car and almost looked like it was riding on top of the pavement, but moving in a forward direction. And he really just mastered that. It was beautiful, beautiful to watch.
Those are both 1952 Jaguars, by the way.
Yeah, and it shows it, right? They're nose to tail, having a blast. Can't wait. I would love to, again, on the dinner table between them tonight and see and just hear a little bit about what their stories are and how they're talking about.
And then the lovely silver 356 going up the hill behind them. The little bubble.
It is a little bubble, isn't it? That's got to be a fun little car, like just to huck it down there, hucking it down that corkscrew there, coming down into the Wayne Rainey curve.
Well, he's got a lap or two to try and catch that Allard in front of him. Oh, and the Allard gets a little squirrely out of Rainey.
That Allard keeps sliding around. Look at that.
He's working it.
And so it was one of those things where, as a competitor behind, you see someone working the wheel that much, you're almost like, back off him in case it just goes wrong. Look at that slide by the little Porsche. The 60 there of Gregory Magnussen coming out of there. A Magnussen is here, huh?
There you go. There's a couple around. And is that strapped down by the leather straps? I think it is.
It is. It is. It's kind of how you know some of the eras of the cars too.
Yeah.
Is before they had the mechanical, mechanisms to latch a door, mechanical latches to latch a hood shut. So
That's an Allard K2 in what's called Riviera Blue, which makes sense.
Yeah, I think they should bring the leather straps back.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Nobody would mind.
No.
Or at least have it as a detail somewhere.
Exactly.
You know,
why not?
Just something.
I like it. I think someone's going to use that. I think someone will take that off and use it. But
well, the battle of the Jaguars continues. Can the 13 on this final lap make his move? They are chasing the 51 of the Baldwin Special. Now that is a car from California, I believe.
yeah, Stuart Hansen. Yeah, the Baldwin Special is a California
Barbara,
car.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, the Baldwin Special is a California car. So many of these are California cars. That's what's been so fascinating about seeing this, is it's kind of watching them relive their life, relive their glory days, out here. So this was a lot of races that car ran in the 1950s through Palm Springs, Santa Barbara Airport, Pebble Beach, and Hansadam, LA. So
big moment there. Just missing out. The 15 getting past the 9. Those two have been battling on. Finally, the 15 getting ahead of him at the closing stages there, and he's made it stick and pulled away quite dramatically as he goes up the hill for the final time in that Manning.
I can only imagine that when the tires get hot and gooey with what little tread that they have on these cars, from this era, I got to imagine it just becomes an absolute handful. No power steering. You got to remember that. I mean, there's a reason why the forearms and biceps of these heroes, when they got done driving these races, they wanted to.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get a bar fight with them, would you?
No. I know I can just say that about my uncle and my dad. In their 80s, just as much strength in their arms as anyone. So it's it's definitely it's a lot of work to wrestle those things around. Checker flag is out. That's the end of the race here. Group 4A.
Yep, good race. And some nice action, too, to observe, and some beautiful cars once again. Rob Manson does take second place, as we expect. John Gudenbaum just behind.
Fourth position, the number 20.
Thumbs up all round. And these two have really enjoyed, I think, their little battle.
I think so too. Like Rob is the owner, as I said, and Skip there is I'm guessing maybe even the driving coach or a friend or whatever. But they're having a blast. I mean, he saw the camaraderie. I mean, and look how excited Skip is here. I mean, he's so excited to have pulled off that win here today and pumping his fist, showing the gratitude to the fans, showing the gratitude to the corner workers out to the marshals. What a beautiful run. Well done, sir. Way to hold the wheel. Very happy boy.
It's actually nice when they're slower, slightly slower. You get a closer look even.
Right, yeah.
On.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the hill filling up.
Yeah, it's filling up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful sight from the drone there. And there's my man Lake getting it done on the camera at the bottom of the... Tell you what, he's done well as Lake. He gets the best shot at Laguna Seca, and I think this is only his third outing. Good boy.
Yeah, right? Not a bad deal.
Yeah. But I bet he's loving this.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's hard not to, right? So thoroughly enjoying our time.
So confirmation of the results. Skip Streets in the Manning Street Special. Ironically, 1952, Rob Manson second, and John Budabaum in the Jaguar Parkinson Special in third. Tarzio Otis in fourth. Don Pepperdine in fifth place. Stuart Hansen sixth. Lars Mamstead in seventh place. William Rookledge in eighth in the Jaguar XK120 as they raced each other seventh and eighth. Johnny Mott in ninth position in the Allard, and Gregor Magnussen in 10th place.
That was an exciting race. There was a lot of good action in that race.
Plenty of great races.
Right.
Yep.
So let's head down once again to Kev Harris, who I believe has been moseying around with the Porsche Club of America. What have you got, Kev?
So we have some cars that did not qualify. Econ Monzas to BMW, Alfa Romeo, and even a couple.
What a shame. We'll try and get that
right there
fixed
now. So I think,
ASAP.
there we are.
Kev's
Good
got
to go,
two.
I believe, on the audio.
We got him. Back over to you,
These
Kev.
things happen. We're live. We're having a chat.
Oh, you're live.
These things live. We're having a chat. It's all good, Lynn. It's all good. But yeah, I'm down here then
Kev,
with
if
the
you
Porsche
can hear
Club
me,
of
we can
America.
hear
I've
you
got Lynn
now.
Friedman and Colin Fatt either side of me. And Lynn, great to see you here. Sorry.
First aid station, on behalf of the entire WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca team, welcome back. And we are glad.
Right, so here I am then with
let's
some of the
once again
friendliest
join
folks you
Kev
could ever
Harris.
care to meet down here at Laguna Seca. I've got Lynn Friedman and Colin Fatt either side of me, and we're just having a blast, and so are all the guests that you've got here this weekend. But Lynn, 140,000 or so members in what is the largest independent car club anywhere in the world, and they all love the Porsche.
Yes, we're so excited, and when we have these events, it's so neat that we have, for example, here we've got 200 cars that people drove to come, and they're just coming for the sheer excitement of watching the races, being with fellow club members, and just having a good time on the weekend.
Yeah, and Colin, everyone is having a good time, and I can see a smile on your face. I
Yes.
know you are too.
Yeah, I think the Porsche Club member, they're a pretty unique animal. You know, not only do we share a love of the mark, but we also love having a good time.
Yeah. and you do, because you run these events all over the country, and you were telling about the regions. It's split into, what, over 140 regions?
14
Okay.
regions in the United States.
Okay, 14 different regions in the United States, and members come from all over. So, Lynn, give us a flavour of what they're getting up to this weekend.
So we have this weekend, of course, you can see the cars. We have everything from soft top, air cooled, the whole variety to the latest. We've got a Spider over here, so it's a whole variety. And here the folks are just coming here. We're at turn 5, which is just an exciting turn. It's the best viewing on the track, and as you can see, we've got folks lined up, and we sit and watch. We've got it on live feed TV and beverages and keeping people happy.
And they're really enjoying themselves. And what I really like about events like this, when you come down into the parking lot, you can see it. You've got 200 members, and there's almost every iteration, every variant of a Porsche from the last however many years you care to see. And it doesn't really matter what one you've turned up in. We're all here, and we're all part of the same family.
Well, and I would challenge you to walk into our tent and tell me the person that drove the Spider, which is quite a few $1 million, versus just a very entry-level car. And that's what's one of the wonderful things we love about this club.
Yeah, brilliant. I'm sure your members do too. And Colin, I was just chatting to you. I said, we've got the track day going on here. At the end of the day, everyone gets to go out on the circuit, or is it at the end of Sunday doing a parade lap as well?
Sunday at 3:50.
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll assemble here. They've got to sign some track waivers, and then they'll follow the a representative from the track across the way, and they'll grid out there, and they'll get up. Hit the second turn will be the corkscrew.
Wow. Now, those guys won't actually be racing in anger. They'll just be enjoying the day out, and it is a great day out. But I know that you enjoy track days, and Lynn, you do too. Lynn, you've not actually driven here, though, have you, at Laguna Seca on a track day?
But I can tell you one of the exciting things that when folks do get to go out on touring and parade laps, they're going just at street legal speeds.
Yeah.
But it's an incredible way that our folks get to see the perspective of the track that the driver is seeing.
If you've never done that, it's quite a thing, isn't it?
It absolutely is,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
one of the wonderful things. I've ridden in safety cars out here for IMSA races, and it's just amazing. You don't get that perspective.
No.
When folks go out on their parade laps, they come back the next day and they go like, now I know exactly what that driver was looking at that apex. So it's very cool.
That's really exciting. And Colin, actually, you also know what the apex of these corners is all about, because you have done track days here. So tell us how it went, because obviously the famous corner is the corkscrew, and you're going into that blind.
You're going into that blind. You come over the hill, and basically the first time I did the track, I had an instructor on the passenger seat. And he basically, I was scared, the first time. What's this corkscrew stuff? And I go, whoa, I'm really afraid. He says, don't worry about it. I'll tell you where to point the car. You point the car, and I'll tell you what to do. And then I got over it. I go, wow, that just And that wasn't too bad, but it's still scary. It took me 2 or 3 times to go over to feel comfortable about where you position the car.
Yeah.
Because after you've positioned the car to come up and over, you got to position it to go down that hill.
Oh, I know, and go down the hill too. I heard that
with gas.
With gas, and you're dropping about 9 stories.
Of course, all the instructors say, gas, 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 gas. You know, you're not going fast enough.
Sometimes speed is your friend, but you don't believe them when they tell you that.
That's exactly
Listen,
right.
Colin and Lynn, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a blast. I'm sure all your guests having a great day in there, and you probably got to get back and go and catch up with them, I would imagine.
Absolutely, and I thank you for coming by. And again, we love having you guys, and we'll see you. You guys are Porsche folk. Come by.
We will. Thanks ever so much. Right, don't go anywhere because the action continues from here at Monterey right after this.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to
Porsche 935 K3, white and blue, alongside Carlos de Casada, Tampa, Florida. Another Porsche 935 K3, yellow, car 94. We got the 20 of Ken Epsman from Santa Clara, California. 1976 Decon Monza. Next to him, the 00, Timothy Pappas, driving the Danny Ungaia's car. These, as you pointed out several times, from Pacific Palisades.
And so the car's coming out.
Porsche 934.5.
And just a reminder, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion
Car 42, Reno, Nevada,
of 1973 to 1981. FIA IMSA GT, GTX, GTU, AAGT Group.
And that one's black. And we have the 65 of Tom.
And that is brought to you, the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1973 to 81. FIA IMSA GT, GTX, GTU, AAGT Group is brought to you by the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation.
1980 Porsche 935 alongside red and yellow.
And we have another guest with us. Delighted. Man we met earlier in the weekend, David Hinton, is here. And, well, this is where the pressure is. How's it going? HSR have put on a great result, a race so far weekend. We're enjoying it, but you've got the stress. How are you dealing with it?
On the whole, excellent. We are so thrilled the way this event's gone up to now. I mean, we just couldn't be any more pleased. The HSR staff have just done a phenomenal job from start to finish. And the accolades we're receiving from the competitors, the track, everybody, it's overwhelming, to be honest with you.
What's been the hardest part? What people may not know is this is an 11, 12, and probably for you 5 months, if not more, 2 years. But, what's the hardest thing about corralling these crazy cats?
Well, I mean, biggest hurdle for us to start with is we're 3,000 miles away in Clearwater, Florida.
Right.
And this event's here in Laguna Seca, California, so there's a bit of a distance issue. But no, it's we've never put on this event before, and there's just so much involved in this event, and it's held to such a high standard that, yeah, we wanted to maintain that high standard, but we wanted to excel. We wanted to make it better and better.
I think that's what I thought for you, which was this was your first run out of an event that has so many expectations year in, year out since 1974, since Steve Earle started it. And so, therefore, the participants, I mean, everybody who's here has been here plenty of times, so they've all got an opinion.
Oh, yeah. There's lots of opinions in this paddock, that's for sure.
And you sound like you're not from Florida yourself, or even the West Coast. You sound like you're from my part of the world.
Boise, Idaho?
That's it.
I was going to say Arkansas.
Yeah.
No, Boise, Idaho works.
Yeah. No, originally born in Coventry, home of Jaguar.
Well, I was about to say, they made a fair few good cars back there, back in the day.
Yep, and that's kind of why I'm here. My dad was a Jaguar restorer in England, raced over there in the Saloon Car Championship. He moved to America in the mid-'80s. I kind of followed him since I got out of high school, and he used to organise vintage racing on the East Coast, so I kind of got my feet wet with that. And about 9 years ago, I had the opportunity to, with my partner George Tuma, to purchase the controlling interest of HSR, and we haven't looked back.
You know, you could confirm what I've been telling Adam, which is that they get all excited about our Jaguars and our Alfa Romeos and all the Lotuses, of course. But we're equally excited when we see an IndyCar Classic or any of these fantastic muscle cars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that historic Trans Am group, it doesn't get any better than that.
That's a man after my own heart, David.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I tell you, this group right here, this group that's going out right now, this is 19... this is our 1981 or 73 to
3 to
81.
81, yeah.
FIA, IMSA, GT, GTX, GTU, AA, GT. It's a mouthful. It's alphabet soup.
Yeah.
But the cars, oh my goodness! It's
Yeah.
obviously it's going to be a bunch of Porsche dominance. My friend Jonathan likes to point out this when the Japanese invasion, started to come in with the Datsuns.
Well, I think this is an interesting era because of that. You have finally this amalgamation of the European invasion that then took on the muscle cars, and then the Japanese kind of took the best of both and went, right, we beat all you and our Datsuns.
Yeah, this should be good. Zach Brown missed qualifying, so he's starting in about 10th position in the John Paul Jr. blue and yellow 935.
And
let's hear more off the line then. Here we go. Group 3A.
That is my favorite car by far. I've shared it with the audience many times. John Paul Jr. was like a big brother to me. He and I are very, very close. We lost him on December the 29th to his battle with Huntington's disease. But it is such, for me, to see the JLP 003 out here, that most winningest 935 and that history, it's so special to me because I've heard the stories from John himself driving that car and coming from a 4-lift Ford to a 935. And he said, I'm approaching the corner at 60, 70 more miles an hour, but the braking zone was the same. It was the same brake point.
Yep.
And he said, I remember the first time he went on the brakes in the 935, he screamed because of the pain from the seatbelts because he wore the seatbelts a little looser like he did in the Formula Ford, and he threw them into the belts and it hurt him.
Yep.
And so it's just a masterful car, and to see it out here running under the umbrella of HSR is just brilliant.
Charles Nurberg looking for his third win here. Carry on, David.
Yeah, no, he's closely followed. I think Carlos de Quesada's in second place in the 935. I think that's the Road Atlanta one. The Whittington brothers. Carlos just finished restoring that car about 6 months ago, and this is kind of his first full weekend in competition. He was supposed to be at the Le Mans Classic with it this summer, but that was cancelled, so that's allowed him to stay here in the US and do this event instead. So looks like he's running real well with that car.
It's an unfair question, but do you have a favorite-ish group?
Oh.
Or what? Okay, well, all right.
Yeah.
What era
That's
of cars?
impossible.
Yeah.
What era of cars do you like?
I like the GTP Group C stuff.
Okay, yeah.
I was in my later teenage years, went to Le Mans in '87 to watch the
Me
Jags
too.
win.
Yes, I was there. 87, 88.
Yeah,
I went.
and some of my favorite drivers from that era: Derek Bell, Jochen Mass.
Oh.
So that's probably my favorite group.
Now, those are some good ones for sure.
Group C, yeah.
I kind of grew up doing that. My brother John was in GTP throughout my childhood, and if you want to be a race car driver and a little kid, and your big brother's a race car driver already, that's automatically your hero. And everybody that drove those GTP cars of the day were my heroes. Again, that's when I first got to know John Paul Jr. was I tugged on his sleeve because I watched him at Watkins Glen before the bus stop. He was the only one that barely cracked the throttle before he disappeared. The flame never even came out of the side. Everyone else was a big flame out of the side from the turbos, but John Paul Jr. was the only one that didn't have a flame because he barely would crack the throttle.
Yep. That the number 56 911 there, the black one, Patrick Long's behind the wheel of that. That's a normally aspirated. He's up there mixing it up with the turbos. Doing a great job.
He's hoping to come up here and have a chat with us if everything goes well. That's a 1974 iteration, a beautiful car too.
What is the name of his air-cooled club that he runs? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Luftklub, I think it's called.
Okay.
Yep.
Luftklub.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question I wanted to ask you. A lot of people may not know this. They're tuning in around the world on our live stream. We're on for 4 days, but this is an event that's kind of gone on for 11 days. You have a pre-reunion. Now, what is that, or what's the sort of ethos behind that?
So that was last weekend, last Saturday and Sunday. It's kind of a warm-up weekend. It's a lot of people travel a long way to come for this event, so to give them a little extra track time and get everybody moved in, and it's a little slower paced weekend.
Right.
I think we had over 300 cars running over the weekend, but it went without a hitch. And obviously,
you get the odd accolade like Jenson Button.
Yeah,
dropping
I did.
in.
And I just seen Eddie Irvine walking through the paddock.
Have you really?
Yeah, and he's never been here before. He's never been
Has
to
he not?
Nope.
Eddie Irvine, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get him up here.
For sure.
He doesn't know how to talk much.
No, that'd be good entertainment. We could just leave.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we'll just bring Eddie in, and then you and I will take off.
Oh, I've got some questions for Eddie.
I do too. I've got some fun questions for Eddie. I've admired him from a distance for a very long time, so it's good to hear that he's here.
Yeah, that's the thing about this event. It just attracts so many of those type of people. It's because they're car enthusiasts. They want to be here. They want to see what's going on. Like, they're at the auctions, they're at the Quail, they're at all the different events over the weekend, and they always seem to show up at the track on Saturday, which is phenomenal to see.
Of course, yeah. No, Dorsey called it. This was going to be the day that the people show up, because there's really nothing else. It's all about the track activity.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there's a lot of other distractions off track, is there not, David?
Yeah, there's a few other events going on, but today's the day I think race fan.
Agreed, wholeheartedly.
Well, we're watching Zach Brown weave his way through as well as we look at that pink and white 42. That's the 76 935 K3 with Ransom Webster at the wheel, getting chased hard by the 56 of Patrick Long.
Yeah, that car actually qualified on pole at Le Mans in 1980, and it won the Suzuka 1000 in 1981.
That's a good race to win, too.
Yeah, it's a good one. And I mean, it just shows, again, more of the dominance that the 935 had. It was back to John Paul Jr., and he always said that's by far the best Porsche he ever drove, and he drove a lot of them.
Yes.
And he said that 935, there was nothing like it. It's the first time at Sebring, turn 1 was 200 miles an hour, and he held it flat. And that says a lot about the man, and it says a lot about that car.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, a good HSR member redid his 993 and made it look like a 935, and we decided to do a fundraiser for Huntington's disease for John Paul Jr., and we had Rob Dyson, Elliot Forbes-Robinson, Hurley Haywood, Jochen Mass, like Derek Bell showed up, and we all took it in turns to drive this car out in the classic 12 hours. And I think we raised $30,000 for Huntington's disease, and John Paul Jr. was on the phone with us. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, and it was very special. And Jim Pace, I believe, was a part of that. It was a big part of that. And Bobby Hogg, another person that we'd like to mention, because Bobby Hogg was the Miller distributor in the state of Georgia.
In Atlanta.
He was John Paul Jr.'s first sponsor. With the Miller High Life 935. And ultimately, when Huntington's disease had taken over John, it was Bobby Hogg that came to the rescue and took care of John, made sure that he had the financial stability, that Darlene Gray take care of John and make sure that his life was as spectacular as it should have been, even though he's fighting such a wretched disease. And the racing community really jumped behind him, and because we all love John Paul Jr. He's an impossible guy. It's impossible not to love the man. And so to see that the cars out here circulating, cars that he loved the Porsche brand. He loved being a part of the Porsche history. So to see all this, I know he's smiling down on us for sure.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Well, you said that Zach Brown would have some work to do. He's already made the top 10. He's in 9th at the moment, having not qualified the car. So, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, he's making good easy work of it. He started at the tail in that qualifying race this morning. And, I mean, he was making no work. I mean, he got, I think, 10 spots by the time he had crossed the line going up the hill when he spooled up those twin turbo of that guy and got through it.
Well, maybe Lando Norris is in there. We just don't know.
We actually said that. We were like, well, I wonder if he's brought a ringer in.
Yeah.
It is a month off. It is their summer break. Hopefully Lando's somewhere in south of France, kicking his feet up and enjoying the beaches.
I should hope so.
I would hope so. What a fine young man he is, though, and what a great addition to Formula One he's been. And it shows Zach. I've said this about Zach is when you have a guy like Zach in charge of a race program, Zach knows drivers. He knows talent.
Yeah.
And so Zach will spot that talent like a Lando Norris and give that opportunity. And I think it's been a phenomenal marriage. Like my colleague here, Jonathan, astutely pointed out yesterday, it's really Lando's team.
Yeah.
He's made it his team, and Lando's such a good kid, and they've bought into him, and he's bought into the team, and I think he's going to be Mr. McLaren for a little while.
I do too. I think he'll be McLaren's next world champion.
I agree. And I also think there's a huge breath of fresh air now amongst the McLaren team. It's so hard when you have the iron fist of Ron Dennis in a really good way, because they've had the amazing success. Then they go through that Honda period, it's all down and gloom, and Alonso claiming that it's the worst car he's ever driven, and GP2 and all the rest of it. Honda, in their own way getting back to glory now, but McLaren needing two good characters to lead them.
Yep. No, Zach's a wheel man himself. I mean, he's in his F1 car or the Lancia or in the 935. I mean, he lays down some pretty damn good laps.
No, he does. No, I've mentioned too is Zach Brown. I could take him way back, as I know him from Indiana.
Yeah.
He had Zach Brown's Track Attack, which was a little driving school, like a little parking lot driving school. And that's where he got his start. And he met the people that he met and fostered the relationships. And I mean, you want to talk about a man that built himself and built a brand in JMI, Just Marketing Inc., that he grew that. sold that. Once he had reached that level of success that he wanted to see it go to, he sold Just Marketing Inc. He moved over to Europe, and his goal has been Formula One.
Yep.
And he's in the spot that, as far as goal-driven people, I've been surrounded by my whole life and been blessed by it, with my father and my Uncle Mario. And I always heard Mario say every goal that he ever set out for himself, he achieved.
Yep.
And I look at Zach Brown, very similar to that. Every goal that you see that man has set for himself, he's gone out and achieved. And that's admirable in so many ways.
Yep, definitely.
David, while we've got you, another full day ahead if people are listening in the Bay Area. What have we got in store? Because what we see on track is one thing, but there's corrals, there's exhibitions. Ford have got a lovely display, Haggerty too. What
there's plenty to do. There's even the big wheel you can ride on down in the lake bed. If you want to get a real high up view.
Go-karts as well.
Yeah, go-karts out there. I actually seen, I think it was Tuesday night when nobody was around, Jim Farley and his family were out there terrorizing the go-kart track.
Well, Wayne Rainey's been known to do that. We were talking to him earlier.
Actually, he was there too.
There you go.
He's a fantastic karter, Wayne is actually. He's very good in a kart.
You know you've got a good event when you've got what we reckon is close to a 50 million's worth of Monzas parked up outside the track.
Yes.
We were just laughing at that fact that they're way out there and they get their own time down here, but it's a big event.
It certainly is. It's the biggest and best event in the USA for this type of racing, and it's probably in the top 3 in the world.
And speak a little bit to Rolex as a partner, because they've been a partner with HSR for some time now.
For this event, they've been longer than I've been coming in. I've been coming here 12 years. Rolex has been involved in this event, so it's a great partnership between the track and Rolex, and hope to see it continue on for many years.
Because I've seen that too when the HSR does the Classic 24 at Daytona, their namesake there, but it's still we see their presence so much in motorsports, so it's a great partnership here at WeatherTech Raceway and this event. And they set up a compound down there like no other, and it's a pretty sexy setup, if I might say. And then I do have a question. I just to back up just a second, but while I have a couple of British motorsport professionals here, who do you think our next British world champion will be? George Russell or Lando Norris?
Lando Norris.
Yeah, I think Lando.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting silly season, I think, to see where all these people end up. Yeah.
If the dominoes start to fall with Bottas, and I mean, having said that, George Russell is more than capable, and I also think, like Jenson Button, George Russell will win a world title.
Yeah, I do. His time will come. Yep.
Yeah, agreed. There's a lot of talent to be proud of there, and from your part of the world.
Well, let's ask an Andretti. When are we going to get another Mario? Please.
I've been saying, right? We've been just throwing out American names at every stretch, and I keep going to my go-tos. But yeah, I would like to see it. The American influx into Formula One's been the strongest it's ever been, I think, at this point with Liberty. But we're here working and lapping 8 of 9. This has been a very clean race. Something, David, you got to be very proud of. This has been a totally clean race. We got one lap to go.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, we've had all the races have been phenomenal. I mean, we've had very few yellow flags. Hardly any car-to-car contact, which is great. Yeah,
we went and checked out the damage. It wasn't. It was a flesh wound, as they would say in Monty Python.
Yeah. I think that was Charles Nurberg, who's in the 935 in this race.
Yeah, he is correct. Yeah, that was him and Bruce Canepa had a little. But apparently Gunnar was up here at the time.
Yeah.
And Gunnar was. He goes, they're great friends. Yeah. But Gunnar goes, I think I want to go downstairs and see how what this conversation is like. But
you said he only did it because he wanted lunch with Dorsey.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Final lap then.
Looking to have a special lunch with Dorsey, a special one-on-one lunch meeting with Dorsey.
Yeah, the Dorsey stories.
The Dorsey stories.
There's a documentary. So Group 3A about to complete as we look for the first time at the Brumos Porsche just for a moment there.
I love the Brumos colors. We speak about that a lot. And Peter Gregg and how he made those colors famous, and that legacy carries on for many, many years after after his his falling from his.
Well, you're racing Simon currently, right?
Yeah, I do race Simon. Simon and I are great friends, and Simon also started the Peter Gregg Foundation this year and asked me to be on the board for that, and I'm proud to be on the board. They have their first group of 5 students right now that are spending 90 days in Florida at their shop, and we're building a 944 turbo that Simon is actually going to go race.
Charles Nurberg then comes out of the final corner and will take the checkered flag here at Laguna Seca, crossing the line at some 111 miles an hour for his 3rd win of the day. Not a bad day at the office. Well, it's not an office.
Yeah.
My day on holiday.
He's quite the wheelman, is Mr. Nürburgring.
Yeah, he's been around historics a long, long time.
And driving just one of the real special cars here as well, right?
Yeah,
That's
I just can't believe there's this many 935s here. It's just great to see.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And it shows how important that car is to Porsche, because what was it, just last year? They did a modern rendition of the 935, over $1 million car, but beautiful. We have one down there, right? I believe on display in a racing livery, in Motul livery, down at the Motul display. And they also have, it's not a Singer Porsche in there. I forget who made the other Porsche that they have. It's a classic Porsche that's been completely redone. That's gorgeous. So if you're here in the area and you're able to visit the Historics event here at Laguna Seca, please head over to the Motul and all the other displays. It's excellent stuff for display.
Yeah. I just noticed Bruce Canepa's name coming on the bottom. That 935 Bruce is racing, he has owned since new. That's the only single ownership 935 in existence.
No way.
Yeah, which is kind of a cool story.
That is a totally cool story.
Looks like Charles got some issue here, pulling off to the right.
Yeah. Well, he's made it to the finish.
The good news is I don't see a trail of any fluid.
Yeah, there's nothing dramatic happening.
I'm guessing it might have an alarm light came on, or a temperature spike, or maybe he just ran out of fuel.
Yeah, maybe.
Something as simple as that.
Well, not before he took the checkered flag, and it's the number 70 of Charles Nürburgring in that 1980 Porsche 935 K3, who wins over Timothy Pappas in second, Carl de Quesada in third place, Ken Epsman in fourth, Ransom Webster fifth in the 1976 Porsche 935 K3, Patrick Long, the mighty Patrick Long in sixth place, Tom McGlynn in seventh, Martin Lauber in eighth position, Richie Goldsmith, who's had a busy weekend already, in ninth in that Decon Monza, and Chet Taylor rounding out the top 10 in our Group 3A run out. And in fact, they'll have another run out before the weekend is over. But sadly, our winner, well, he's got it going again. I just saw a puff of smoke out there, so he's got it running. But will the Dick Barber car get moving again? I think he is. I think he's going to be okay.
He probably ran out of fuel on the main tank, clicked it over to reserve, and fired it up, and off he goes.
There it goes. So that makes absolutely makes a lot of sense. And
beautiful cars out there, check them out.
So as we await the next group, my thanks to David Hinton for coming in here from HSR. A busy man. I didn't know you had time. I bet you've just got away from the madding crowd and joined us.
I thought maybe I was going to sit in the air conditioner, but I guess
no. It's not working. If you can help us out with that.
Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you for putting on a wonderful event.
Yeah,
really
your whole team at HSR, you've got to be absolutely so over the moon and proud of the execution of this event thus far. And I know from the booth, Jonathan and I have thoroughly enjoyed everything you do. And you guys run this thing on clockwork. It runs absolutely just on a perfect tight schedule. And it's just a true pleasure to be here.
Yeah, no, we got great people working for us, and we couldn't be prouder.
Well, when you got a sponsor like Rolex, you have to run on clockwork. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from Monterey in a moment.
Perhaps one of the most iconic Ferrari racing cars of all time from 1976. Was that the best year in Formula One history ever? It might just be, and the man who owns Niki Lauda's car from that iconic era stood next to me. Chris, what a fantastic collection of cars, but we're starting on the one at the end there. What a great machine.
It's got great history, it's fun to drive, and it looks bitchin'.
That is a great answer, sir. That is a great answer. I mean, I'll just give you a heads up, folks. We've delayed coming to Chris down here because we just had the thing getting warmed up, and the noise was incredible, and the crowd around it was something else. Chris, just give us a heads up. How did it come to being in your hands?
I saw the car here in maybe 1996, knew the owner, admired it, and asked him, hey, if you ever think about selling that, call me.
Yeah.
He said, sure, okay. And 2 or 3 years later, he called.
Wow, and you were straight on it just like that. I mean, I asked you just before we came live a moment or two ago, I said, what's it like, you know, when you get behind the wheel of that thing? I mean, that is the actual car. You know, I think the answer you gave was something about it's a big responsibility.
It is, because it's a famous car. It's got good history. It's very original, and I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
You know, so you can drive as fast as you want, but you got to be careful and not hurt the car. So
Yeah.
it's a balance.
Yeah, it's a great balance. I'm sure you really enjoy taking it for a spin around here at Laguna Seca. But I mean, the amazing thing is, as we come along your line of cars, the next one along the line, then we got Jim Clark's 1967 Lotus. Your collection just goes on and on. You've picked a few great cars here, Chris.
The Lotus is perhaps the most important car in the collection, and Jimmy Clark was a boyhood hero, and as most of your viewers probably know, that car was sold by Chapman to an American and raced in 69, 70, 71. So it's been in the U.S. for a long time, and I admired it forever, and the fact that I had a chance to buy it one day was like a dream come true. Never expected that.
Well, yeah, and that, you know, you made that dream come true. But when I asked you earlier, I said, how'd you get into all of this? And the dream started an iconic venue when, well, quite a few years ago when you were very young.
4th grade, actually. Field trip to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, common in Indianapolis, and that was it. I was smitten. Went to the race that year and have not missed an Indy 500-mile race since.
You've not missed an Indy 500 race since 4th grade?
Since 1965, 4th grade. Yep.
That is utterly incredible. If there's anyone watching us right now who thinks they can top that, well, let us know, because I doubt it. Have you ever heard of anybody else who's done that?
There's lots of people that have been to more races.
Yeah.
Last year was particularly difficult because no spectators were allowed.
Of course.
I managed to weasel my way in and saw the race and kept my record intact, so I suspect some folks lost their string, but hopefully not many.
Well, I'm very impressed, sir, so I think that's quite something. Coming back to this weekend then here at Laguna Seca, this is an iconic race circuit and it's looking great this weekend. The organisers have put on a fantastic event, haven't they?
They have. The registration was smooth, tech was very smooth, the driving standards are very high, minimal accidents or crashes, not many yellow flags in terms of oil, really well behaved race group, and events going very well so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because again, like when we were chatting before, you know, you've got a big responsibility with these cars, and you just said there people are being very well behaved because you're all here to go racing, but you all want to go home, and these cars have got to go home in the condition they turned up in.
Amen. And if you ding your car, you know, you're on the trailer.
Yeah.
You know? So there's a motivation to go fast but safe.
Come and take a walk with me, Chris. We're just going to have a little walk up to the other end of your pit garage here, because there's a Porsche that I want to talk about here. A very different proposition, but this 917 Porsche emblazoned with number 21 on the side. I'll come this side, and obviously the famous Golf colours there. As far as motorsport is concerned, you go anywhere in the world and you see a car with this kind of livery, and you know what it's all about. But just give us a little bit of background on this one as well, because another kind of highly prestigious and rare car that we got here this weekend.
This is a good one. Has good history, very clear trail of ownership. I'm the second owner, which makes it easy to track. And it's just a gas to drive.
Yeah.
It is fun to drive. You can slide it a little bit. It brakes good. It accelerates good. It's cool.
We've been chatting to quite a few people overall yesterday, and we got more to go over the next 3 days. But if I'm going to put in my top 3 of luckiest men here, you're probably right up there. You're jumping in. Well, what we got? 5 very different cars here, and you get to drive all of them. You got a sense of that. What's the word? I don't want to say luck, because you make your own luck, but a sense of that. You know what you got at your disposal here.
I am aware of that, and with these cars comes a bit of a responsibility, and that's why I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
And that's why when somebody comes up and asks a question, I answer it, and if you want to look in it, fine, have a look.
Yeah.
You know, the kid wants to get in.
Yeah.
We're simply part-time custodians of these things, and there's a right way to do it and a wrong way, and I want to make the cars available for people to see and experience.
Chris, you got a fantastic attitude and you got a fantastic collection of cars. It's been an absolute pleasure, sir. Please do enjoy your weekend, and can we come and see you again, perhaps tomorrow or the next day?
Hopefully I'll be here and the cars will still be running.
Fantastic.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track.
Car 20. All right. 8th row.
And that track is where we are right now. And getting ready for our next group action from the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2021. And coming up next, it's our Group 1A action. 1955 to 61, sports racing under 2000 cc.
Blue in color. Next to him, a 1959 Lotus 17.
And looking forward to this one again because it's quite an eclectic group as we go. I love this part because we really get up close to the cars. Tony Garcia doing a brilliant job as always, getting in the passenger side, making sure he gets the thumbs up. And waving to the crowd. It's the number 65.
21st starter, number 41, California.
Absolutely glorious cars. And it's nice to be able to get up this close before they go out and really get a sense of what we're looking at up close. Tony taking a look at the, 28? And that's the Elva Mark 5.
Blue and white. Next to him is the 57 of William Taylor from
now the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1955 to 1961 Sports Racing Group is brought to you by Race for RP. We're all in. Are you?
Bruce Miller alongside in car 38 from Alamo, California, 58 Lotus 11.
And as you can see, they're now starting to drift out of the pit lane and into the pre-grid, ready to go out here at Laguna and give us our next bit of action. Now, this is a group we've seen in action already today. We started the day off, so if you missed this morning's action, you're in for a cracking session. Look at the size of this group as well. It really is beautiful. And a great era of cars, of course. Lotus, very prominent. Porsche, Cooper, Maserati, Elva, the odd Sadler. We've got a Mark IV out there. There's the number 7, that's a Maserati. All the stickers showing how many historics they've been part of over the years. Look at those wheels, though. That's the one I'm thinking. That birdcage in there, fantastic.
Yeah, the birdcage, Maserati, Moss, Gurney, Shelby, etc. Those are some of the drivers that dog.
Yeah. So away they go. And that's a Cooper Monaco there. Spencer Treneray at the wheel. He'll be on the front row for the start of this. Another rolling start as we look at the rolling hills of Monterey. Looking out towards where Wayne Rainey lives. I was asking Wayne Rainey about how they named the corner, and he said that my good fellow commentator in motorcycles over the years, Dennis Noyes, once said to him, which corner do you like here? And he described turn 9 and said that's one of the toughest, coming downhill with a big lean. And of course they then named it Rainey Curve. But he then said
his favorite was actually turn 1 here,
which is kind of a weird corner because it's like a little jig. But what was interesting was Wayne said that when you lean a motorcycle over at top speed, you lose the revs go down anyway. So
gains revs.
Yeah, it gains revs, yeah. And he was laying darkies down on a particular line and then trying to match them. And so just to mess with his competition, he went 6 feet wide at one lap, laid a big darkie down so that the others competing would go, what's Rainey up to? Has he found a better line?
Right, exactly. And he also said he found the gearing. So he'd have the gearing, to where it would be right at the peak and really at the point to where it's at the rev limiter, if you will. Yeah. And in the two-stroke days, you just ran out of power, right? You just slammed the piston to the top of the head,
yeah,
and or the top of the hat, and you ran out of power. So he said it was almost like having your own traction control. They had traction control, you just had to get to that rev range. but he would use that gearing instead of everyone else would try to carry a gear back down the hill, and he said they spent the whole time down in the hairpin trying to collect themselves to make the corner, where he was out of gear, just using the momentum, and he was, like you said, laying those darkies, and he realized that he was the only one doing that. So then I was like, I'll go ahead and mess with these people. We'll lay one way out here.
Well, that was always, I mean, I followed Wayne Rainey's career, as several of our crew did over the years, and he was known for his smoothness as they come out of the Rainey curve and into 10, lining up. And yeah, it's great to have Wayne Rainey here, Bobby Rahal here, and a representative from the Andretti Hairpin Association.
Of course, and I highly recommend anybody out there, just get on YouTube at some point in your life if you're a motorcycle enthusiast and look up the Unridables.
Yes.
Look up the Unridables
great
and
doco.
watch the rainy days. And now we come to the green here.
On a rainy day. Here we go. Group 1A roars into action here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
And if you're wondering if you've been watching over the last couple of days and you're like, oh, I love the cars in the B group, and you're wondering where the B group's been today,
that's tomorrow.
Tune in for us tomorrow. That's when you're going to find our B groups.
Yeah. And straight away into the lead goes the Cooper Monaco of Spencer Trenere, but then loses out quickly. Oh no, he's back in the lead again as the 55 battles with him.
This was a great battle in the qualifying race earlier this morning between these two cars.
Oh my goodness. Goes Trenere. Lovely.
Nothing between the two, not leaving anything on the table here.
Laying their own darkies in through turn 3.
Right, I think they heard us talking.
I think they did.
Said,
what do you think, you're on a motorbike?
To talk about.
Well, Trenere back in the red helmet and back in the number 60 takes the lead again. Third place is the 84. That's the Sadler Mark IV of Randy Hill at the wheel. And Big T, Big Tom. Ooh, oh no!
Oh, we got one off.
Into the dust goes the 34.
That is the 34. That's the
Porsche 550.
Tommy Trebu.
Well, hopefully everything is okay.
Yeah, I mean, to go off like that, I think that seemed like it could have been a mechanical. You know, we had Ernie Becker up here. He told us about the mechanical that he had. You know, the tolerances were so tight in the brake caliper to the rotor that all it took was a tiniest pebble, and it locked the front brake on him. So you never know what could happen, and you never know in this scenario. So I think it just pitched him off. And
but have no doubt they are pushing and pushing hard. Well, he's back on track, I'm glad to say. He's already had some dent work to the front now. We had a look at that car, didn't we?
Yes, and it's that car there. What you love about that car is and here's a replay of what happened. Oh, it just got a little tank slapper. Got a little tank slapper there. So just got a little bit behind on the steering.
Big moment.
Yeah, big moment, but, you know, no worse for the wear. Dorsey will have a talk. You know, Dorsey's a great coach, too, and he'll give him some coaching advice on smoothing out your inputs in the wheel and keeping your eyes and not getting caught up in where the car is going.
On the second lap of 9, and we're now starting to see a breakaway from the leader, breaking away a little bit anyway on this second lap from Cameron Healy in second, Gregory Meyer in third place, Joey Ojelade in fourth, and then Gunnar Jeanette. We had a look at this car. What was he saying about it? Well, he was certainly talking about the flexible wheel, wasn't he?
Yeah,
the steering wheel.
The steering wheel's flexing on him right now.
Yeah, you can see it.
Wheel that thing.
Nice work, Tom.
That a boy, Gunnar, making us proud in here. No, we were asking him. You know, that's a Formula One engine from the era in the back of that car. As a matter of fact, that's a little V8 back there, and it's pumping out the little power, and he's having a ball. It's a 1.9 liter engine, and
very simple.
Very simple. And I was even asking the mechanic that was standing right there. You heard me, Jonathan, ask him. You know, how hard is it to tune these carburetors? Well, I think I was talking to a pretty brilliant mechanic because he just kind of nonchalantly waved me off like, what do you mean hard to tune these carburetors? But, you know.
He said, if you know what you're doing, easy.
Exactly. And you see a lot of roll in this car, and we noticed that, we pointed out, through turn 6, it actually bottoms out the right rear onto the fender. Is what
Under
happens.
acceleration, up the hill.
Yeah, look at Gunnar just wheel that.
Way!
Making me proud, buddy. Making us all proud. Way to do that.
Behind him, the number 11, the Lola, Mark 1.
Maybe
John
not the
Hill.
best for the momentum up the straightaway, but it certainly is exciting to watch.
Well, Hill's coming down the hill and into the Andretti hairpin. He's going to have to go around the outside the long way.
Well,
Gunnar Jeanette takes the whole track up.
Gunnar is the late of the late breakers.
Perhaps. Whoa, hey, Gunnar pushing it hard. and he was leaning on that rear wheel then.
What a great race this is between these two competitors. You know, John Hill racing that original Mark 1.
Look at the movement of the wheel.
By Herb Watson.
And he adjusts the wheel. Now he knows he's in a race. He's adjusting the mirror. Nice work, Hamish. That was great. Got to see him fighting the wheel, and then he goes, where is he? And moves his mirror, because he's right there, sir.
Using up all the road, making it, you know, making him guess where he's going to be. Smooth input to the wheel.
Yeah, gunner's working.
He's having to work, that guy.
He's got a rear gunner.
Yeah, he is.
I love it.
He's going to have some biceps on him at the end of that one.
Yeah. Great racing here, and yeah, I was looking forward to this because we've had 2 days of practice, which is fun. And it gives us a chance to take a closer look at the cars, but what we really want to see is see them race, because this is where it becomes fun.
For sure, without a doubt. It is at its most fun, and this is what they've all worked for, right? I said it in our opening shot this morning, but this is what the last 2 days have been for. Everyone wants to go racing. It is. We know there's nothing on the line. It's really comes down to pride and stories being told. But you know, those stories are told for years and years and years to come, and that's what it's all about.
Certainly is. 3 of the 9 gone then. A beautiful day here in the Monterey Hills as the reunion is back, and back with a vengeance.
Al Arciero running in P16. That was a feature that we had today, getting to talk to him, and you know, really rich really very rich racing heritage within the Arciero family.
Yeah, Arciero, synonymous with racing here in the region. The Cooper Monaco also coming through shot there. Fred Burke.
What a beautiful blue that is. I love the blue is a favorite color of mine, so watching that one pop on the screen really certainly hits my eye in a big way. So that's the 141. David Swig behind the wheel.
Yeah, look how far back he is.
I know, right?
Or it looks that way. I don't know, it might be deceptive, but it looks as though he's a long way away from the front wheels.
So this was a 1960 Northwest Championship car. It was also raced by Lou Florence in 1960, 1964 by Stan Bennett.
Paddock absolutely packed today, and you can see from the car park. You can always tell at Laguna how busy an event is by how full the hillside below the corkscrew is.
I was told once that you can anticipate how big of a crowd it is when you first come into a racetrack in the morning by how many hot pretzels that they put in the hot pretzel thing. And it was stuffed full today. So
it's always food with you.
Well, of course it is. I'm an Italian.
Oh, that's true.
You know, our food is love.
That's
true. Within our culture.
That's very true. Well, that's why I introduced you to the love of the sausage roll this morning.
You did, and it's been loving me throughout the day.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
You don't need another. You can climb Mount Everest with a sausage roll.
What did I say to you? I said, do you British, do you eat these a lot? And you said, yeah. And I was like,
do you know how to make a sausage roll?
I imagine you roll sausage and
you push it.
You push it.
Oh, I love my dad jokes.
Oh, I do too. I'm thoroughly entertained by him, my friend. Thoroughly entertained. I love that approach. Like you said, it looks like they're dropping off the face of the earth as they're driving away from you with that camera shot. A lot of people exercising the Zanardi line this weekend, I've noticed.
Yep. Well, why don't you explain that? Because that was when Zanardi was an IndyCar driver, right?
Yeah, Zanardi was an IndyCar driver, and you know, we've talked about Colton Herta a lot, and so Brian Herta, Colton's dad, was
in a big battle with Zanardi, right?
In a big battle, but I would also say one of the best you could ever find lapping here at Laguna Seca. He had a special way around this place and really dominated that race. Zanardi got a famous run up the hill out of turn 6, left the braking extremely late, way too late to make the corner, and at the bottom of the hill basically pretty much made that a straight
line.
And carried it, made it to the point that when he got in front of Herta, he was pretty well trying to gather himself, Alex Zanardi was, and by him gathering himself, slowed the car down so much, but he was right in the acceleration lane where Brian had set himself up perfectly just to keep going. Brian had to ruin his momentum. Zanardi goes on to win the race, and that move becomes famous. And then later on, with MotoGP, many years later, what happened there, Jonathan? Maybe you can.
Well, there's a couple. Casey Stoner made a similar move, and so did Rossi, who learned from it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A couple of the true heroes of modern day
MotoGP
motorcycle racing. Casey Stoner, who I feel we missed out on a lot of prime in his career. He
Now
retired quite
retired,
young.
and soon to be retired.
And then Valentino Rossi, who you almost had to wrestle out of a seat.
But to be
of
fair,
MotoGP.
Rossi is 84 now.
Yeah,
well, that's what it feels like, as if you've been watching as long as we have. Back with the number 60, the Cooper Monaco, leading the way.
That's a favorite of ours to look at as well. It's got a great livery with the white with the blue stripe, but it's just those sexy curves.
Yep.
It was actually it was raced in the U.S. originally by Bruce McLaren. You know,
right.
Yeah, so that's someone that we've obviously have a great affection for. We hear the McLaren name so often, and so many people don't realize, the casual fan, more importantly, really don't realize, you know, what an impact Bruce McLaren was as a driver.
Yes.
He inspired a whole nation in racing because he was a New Zealander. He was a great champion for all over the world. Wherever he went, he won races.
Well, they used to call it, down in New Zealand, they call it the Bruce and Denny show.
Okay.
Because Bruce McLaren and Denny Holm were the New Zealanders, the Kiwis, the Scott Dixons of their day.
Of course.
That took on the world, came here to America and swept around the world, and wherever they went, they won.
Yeah, they did. And I have a dear friend of mine, Mike Finch, who that was his inspiration to go racing. He goes, I moved to Europe. I was a Kiwi, Bruce McLaren. I wanted to be the next Bruce McLaren. So,
Sure.
And then he goes, I met a guy who taught me how to sell airplanes and broker airplanes, and I decided that I'd go make money instead of spend a bunch of money racing. But he's a brilliant man, and you want to talk about an awesome historian of the sport. I know that Mike Finch, if he was here, he'd be enjoying this day as much as we are.
7 laps gone of the 9 then in our latest group, which is Group 1A. They were in action this morning early on. We were watching them, and they're in action again. And just as we saw from this morning, they've seemed to elevated their presence and competition as the weekend has gone on. As we take a look at the 23, that's the 1960 Special. Douglas Brower at the wheel. That's a nice looking car, isn't it? The French red, white, and blue.
It really is. It is a gorgeous, breathtaking car. I love that kind. It wrecked and burned in Riverside in 1961, but got it rebuilt by the original builders. So this is as original as that car can get.
So it's been in America the whole time, and
it has
got refurbed. It survived longer than Riverside.
It did.
Now a shopping mall, evidently.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, right? That was such a classic racetrack. So many amazing classic battles happened at Riverside, and one of the things that I know that me personally in my life I'm bummed out about. I never got to get to Ascot Park, a famous dirt track in Southern California, and I never got to get to Riverside, the famous road course in Southern California. So
I'm sure you've been watching Dale Earnhardt Jr. doing Lost Raceways, right?
What a great program that is!
Great show.
Great program that is, and I love that about Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's
good broadcaster too.
He's a great broadcaster. I feel he and I have so many similarities in how much we love the heritage of the sport. We love the history it's built on, and we want to show the world all that. And I'm able to do it on the road racing side right now with the Historics weekend here, and I'm thoroughly enjoying this. And also, I know Dale Jr., with what he's doing with that Lost Speedways, is absolutely spectacular.
Now, he'd be fun for a weekend up here.
You kidding me? He would be an absolute blast. I don't know why he's not here.
I bet he would enjoy it,
He would. This is right up his alley. He loves this stuff. He's a beacon of the sport. He truly is a great ambassador for everything motorsport.
Jeff Gordon, local fella, he'd enjoy it?
I don't know any racer that wouldn't enjoy it, for sure. And that's the thing with the Historics. You don't see, we haven't seen any kind of stock cars here, have we? We haven't seen any
not yet.
NASCAR stock cars here at this historic event.
Well, let's make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Openly sending the invite over broadcast and, contact HSR and see what it would take.
How about that classic Lotus 17 in the perfect yellow wheels and British Racing green Lotus colors?
Beautiful. It's...
Here he is, dropping down the hill.
I love your education on the racing colors, the British Racing green, and I had no idea that was...
That's an important thing. Yeah. That's the first thing you learn. Britain has the racing green, Italy has the blue. Sorry, France has the blue, and of course Italy has the red.
I was going to say, Italy sees nothing but red.
Oh yeah.
And the Germany was yellow, right? Or
well, you could argue
silver,
that the silver arrows it sort of became synonymous.
Yeah, right.
Even from Auto Union to onward, to Mercedes. So. Boy, nice work.
Looks like we are working lap number 8 of 9 here.
That Lotus 11 almost joined Ocean's 11 then. He was heading for the beach.
That's Frank Arciero. So that's Frank Arciero behind the wheel of that. So Frank Arciero, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to talk out of turn here, I'm not speaking off of notes here, I'm trying to speak off of memory, but I think Frank Arciero was maybe the partner with Cal Wells with the IndyCar team that ran Hiro Matsushita back in the early 90s. There was Arciero Wells IndyCar team, so I would have to go down there and talk to the group there, but if I'm correct, and those are the same family, I believe it was Frank Arciero that was that partner.
All right. Well, this is our final lap here for our Group 1A. Beautiful set of cars, and our leader just weaving his way through some of the traffic.
My favorite part of that car is the fan tail on it. You know, it's got the fins off the back of it showing. It's a Speed Racer.
Yeah.
It goes Speed Racer is that's the theme music I hear as you see that car, you know, lap it around. You know, that Cooper Monaco as it goes around.
Well, near perfect conditions here. Oh no! And a little accident at the top of the corkscrew as somebody's become uncorked.
Hopefully everyone makes it through and respects the yellow flags as they come up there. That's a very tough spot to be in, to be spun just on the other side. That's completely blind, as you've seen the camera shot.
Well, it looks as though there might also be some damage there too. So, drama at the end. Who says they're not racing?
Right, that was being impatient working through traffic, right? Didn't want to lose an inch going through traffic. But, you know, it's really important to understand your gaps, the gaps that you have.
A little bit of body work. The checkered flag out, though, and Cameron Healy will take 3rd place, just ahead of Joey Boulajard and John Hill. Gunnar Jeanette, the man we were talking about in that Porsche, in 6th place. Rob Walton 7th. David Swig, we also mentioned him, in 8th. And Freddie Burke in 9th position, ahead of Steve Sinnett. Now I'll turn to my learned driver to tell us what happened at the top of the corkscrew. Let's have a look at it, because it was a bit of a moment there, and all sorts of things can happen.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see.
Adam, what do you think?
Here. Oh, wow, got a little bit too deep into that braking zone there.
That was the Cooper, the bobtail.
That was actually no fault of the leader at all. I didn't get to see the beginning of that, so absolutely no fault of the leading car. That was a slower traffic car. I think, honestly, I don't think they were carrying speed that they could have made the corner in. So the unfortunate side of that is...
Yeah, you can see the damage. I think he's got some rubbing on the bodywork, but you can see how the bodywork's been moved by where it's been hit from behind. The car's okay. Well, the car is running okay, but it's not the way you want to bring it back.
No, he suffered the worst side of that, and then with the damage there, they're going to pull him off.
It's not too bad.
But yeah,
it's a flesh wound.
No, it is a flesh wound, right? My brother's a TV repairman. He's got a killer set of tools. He'll buff that right out.
All right. So you've used that line before, I know.
Yeah, you know that's a Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
I know. Spencer Trenery wins in rather dramatic fashion in the Cooper Monaco. Got a bit of damage, but gets through. Gregory Meyer in 2nd place with the 1959 Sadler Mark IV. Cameron Healy in 3rd. Joey Bojalard in 4th place. John Hill in the 1960 Lola in 5th. Gunnar Jeanette 6th. Rob Walton in the Maserati Tipo 61 in 7th place. Then David Swig, Fred Burke, and Steve Sinnett in 10th position in the Lotus 11. So there's your top 10. Drama, indeed. So let's head down once again. Kev Harris has been beetling about and working that paddock as he always does, and it looks as though he's with Jim Skillicorn.
Well, I tell you what, boys, I have found a great spot right now down here, just across from where the wine tasting is taking place, I might add. I've hooked up with Jim Skillicorn from the Horses Carriage Club of America, the Salinas, California division. Jim, what a great exhibition you've got going on here, and we're stood by one of your cars, one of many you've brought along, and just give us a heads up on what's going on, because it looks great.
Well, thanks. Again, my name is Jim Skillicorn. I'm the president of the Salinas Valley region of the Horses Carriage Club of America.
Yeah.
There's about 50 plus regions throughout the United States of the Horses Carriage Club of America. And WeatherTech Raceway, Monterey Motorsports has invited our region to participate, to have several cars on display. So we have 12 horseless carriages on display today. Horseless carriages are pre-1916 vehicles. So the vehicles that we brought are 1915 and older vehicles, also known as the brass era.
Yeah.
So right here, we're standing right in front of one that I brought. It's a 1915 Model T Ford. It's called a Touring because it has a back seat. It also made one-seat cars, which are called Roadsters.
Yeah,
so we brought 12 cars, and beautiful day. We're just honored to be here today.
And it is really great because it's such a big event for Ford Motor Company here at the WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, 55th anniversary of the Pony Car Wars. But we're stood here alongside the Ford Model T. Henry Ford himself, this is the first one. You can have any colour you like as long as it's black. And that's what you got.
That's what we got, yeah. So, and like I said, this is a fine example of a 1915 Model T Ford. What's interesting about the 15 Ford is the first year that it had a cowling, so you no longer could see the wooden firewall, and it had electric headlights, where 1914 and older, you could see the exposed wooden firewall, and it had acetylene gas headlamps.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the gas headlamps in a moment, but we just stroll across to the Model T here to this beautiful sort of burgundy one here. Different proposition again, another one of your cars. Tell us a little about this one.
Yes, this is my 1909 Mitchell Model K. It's a 30 horsepower vehicle. It has a 405 cubic inch, 30 horsepower engine. Yeah. It's really interesting. There's no starter, no battery. It's hand crank only. Again, it has acetylene gas headlamps, and of course the bulb horn. There's no electricity, so that's all you the warn people in the intersection.
It's fantastic. And Jim, I've just got to make this point because you found this, and when you found this, it was in a box in pieces. So not only did you put it all together, but you had to fabricate some new pieces to keep it authentic and to get it in the condition it's in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So unlike a Model T, where there was 15.5 million Model Ts made by Ford, the Mitchell Model K 1909, you can't just go to the local auto parts store and find a part for it. So recently I even had the bronze throw-up bearing made for the leather cone clutch. So yes, I found this car 12 years ago in a barn in Pierre, South Dakota. Brilliant. And when I had it shipped to me, sight unseen, it came in cardboard boxes and on pallets. So then I had to start putting it together. So through many phone calls and emailing, I was able to have the prior owners, several of them, piece together from that barn, search the barn, go through this packed barn with all kinds of stuff in it. And they found different things that I wouldn't able to fabricate myself because I wouldn't know what they looked like.
Walk with me this way, Jim,
Sure.
because it's really good. And this all started because I think your father-in-law about 12 years ago said, do you want to try my vintage car? And you went, yeah, I'll have a go in that. And then now look what's happened.
Okay, so also about 12 years ago, 13 years ago, my father-in-law and I were sitting around on Christmas Day after all the festivities had ended. He said, hey, Jim, you want to go for a ride in the old car? It's like, all right, let's go. So I loved it.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you, though, it's been very addicting since then. My wife and I have purchased 7 horseless carriages. I'm actually restoring 2 others.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether to thank my father-in-law or punch him in the nose.
I think you need to thank him, and I'll tell you what, you can thank him for bringing this one, and I will too, because if there is a cold beer in the back of this, as soon as we get done, you and I are jumping in this, and we're going to share a beer, because it's just great. And I mean, you guys are having a fantastic weekend here at Laguna Seca, and you've got a great spot. People should come and find you where you are at the raceway.
This is a lot of fun. We've been, like I said, so honored to be here. I was nervous because these are not the show cars that people think about when they come to Monterey during Car Week. These are the drivers. We drive these on tours. Every month we have a club event, and it's just so fun to get these cars out. And not only do we smile, but everybody that sees us on the roadway, they stop and wave and they smile too.
Well, this is the thing, because people might not realize this, but you know, some of these came here on the trailer, but a fair few of them, yourself included, you're going to get in them, you're going to be driving them home.
We're going to be driving them home at a top speed of 38 miles an hour.
So if you're anywhere on the highway near Salinas and the WeatherTech Raceway here in Monterey later on, there's a bit of a tailback. It's probably because, I would say, Jim is on the road in one of these. 38 miles per hour. And how long do you think it'll take you to get home?
About 20 minutes is all. I live pretty close.
There you go. 20 minutes downhill. Jim, thank you ever so much. It's been an absolute blast.
Absolute.
If people want to find out more about the club or get involved, what do they have to do?
So they can actually go to the National Club website. I'm one of the National Club board members. The website is hcca.org. Stands for Horses Carriage Club of America. So hcca.org. Go on there. You can explore what the cars look like. They have a classified advertising area, so you can purchase one.
There you go. Buy a car, join the club. Thanks ever so much. Right, we're going to be back after this short commercial break here from the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion.
The driver from Auburn, Washington, a 1985 Mercury Capri, white in color, alongside in car 16, David Murray, Woodinville, Washington.
So here we are back, ready for our next group, which is, well, it's an interesting one. 81 to 91, IMSA, GTO, GTU, and Trans Am. So quite a, yeah, I mean, you could swap seat between GTU a little bit and Trans Am. And, a 10-year period where I know my cohort here, Mr. Andretti, is a big fan of. Obviously, your brother John raced in IMSA, and fond memories for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, these are some. This is my lifespan, right? This is like the first 10 years of my life almost.
Yeah. But it was at a racetrack.
It was. My first memory in life is at a racetrack, a place called the Indianapolis Speedrome. It is a little bull ring there, and I'll never forget. It was 1980. It was 1983. My brother John. He was racing, and they were in an epic battle. Him and Rich Vogler, the late. Epic battle, and my brother John came out on top, and I just will never forget the hero's welcome he had when he came home that evening and in the kitchen, and it's just such a fond memory for me. So that really sparked my interest and really made my brother John my hero. And so when he made his move into IMSA, into sports cars, and what we're looking at right here, it was really a huge thing for me, and it's such a, to relive this part. It's special because we miss my brother John, and he left such a great legacy on the sport. And this right here was really what started it at a high level for him.
Great work there, looking in the cockpits, the only chance we really get to do so, and really enjoying having a look at these cars stationary, and then we'll sort of compare them as they move around. Don't forget the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1981-1991 IMSA, GTO and GTU Trans Am Group is brought to you by Haggerty Insurance. And you can head down to the Haggerty display here at Laguna Seca. It's just above that Lexus sign you see there. In fact, just above that Lexus sign is where we're perched. So it's just outside our commentary booth.
Some of the best seats in the house here. That's funny. I get that. Like earlier this morning, I got a text from Gunner because that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to come up here and be able to watch.
Decent view.
And he got get the best view. He goes, I love to talk, about what we do here, and if I get to watch the race while I'm here. This is actually, speaking of Gunner, his favorite car. He always speaks of this 935, the last of the air-cooled 935. So that's a special car that wins Porsche.
Yeah,
962.
Yes.
I am so. Dude,
yeah, and also the
Wins
and the Wins sponsorship.
Steve Wynn, many people know that name.
Wealthy guy.
Yeah, he's got a few bucks.
Yeah,
he's got a few bucks. Little place in Vegas.
Yeah, and Macau too.
Yeah, and Macau too. So
there's a wiring system. How'd you fancy playing amongst that?
No, I mean, honestly, a modern Trans Am car, not too different from that.
Really?
Yeah, it's a mess of wiring. It's one of those that
he almost took Tony's camera with him. Then
I am so glad. Hey, look at the '74 Ranch Resort. That's George Robinson. That's an old George Robinson car here. That's Roush chassis number 16. Raced as a Budweiser Gray Eagle Capri and Mustang, 1986 and 87. So George Robinson raced in 90 and 91 in IMSA GTO and Trans Am full seasons, 2 times at Daytona. So the car got restored to that original 1991 spec and the number of the 74 Hunting Ranch team. So I know the Robinson family quite well. I've spent some time at this 74 Ranch Resort. if you are ever so inclined to go down there, it's a wonderful hunting ranch. One of the best chefs I've ever been able to tan is his name, and he's a phenomenal chef that they have down there. But they set it up nice, and it's called the 74 Ranch because the original property size was 74,000 acres.
74,000
acres. So it is since.
How do you herd the sheep on that?
You got a big fence.
Yeah,
you got a big fence. So I always tease George every time I see him. I said, "You love a big backyard more than anybody I know." But it's a beautiful piece of property. Takes great care of his people. Has one there. He has pet giraffes. As a matter of fact, on his property, he's got like 6 or 7 giraffes that roam around. So it's a really neat place to be. So it's cool to see that car. I have not seen that car in such a long time, but I know the men that worked on that car. Jimmy Frazier and the gang, and were a big part of that car. So I can't wait to talk to Jimmy about that car.
Well, like I said, quite an eclectic group of GTO, GTU, and IMSA and Trans Am cars coming down the corkscrew and heading down through Rainy Curve and just starting to line up. They basically come into Rainy and then sort themselves out and let the pace car pull away. The pace car will pull off just after 10 and let them have it.
This is really right there between turns 10 and 11 when the butterflies start. The grid is tight. You're tucked up on. You're smelling the fuel of your competitors. It's adding a few more beads of sweat to you because you don't have the airflow that you had. The heat of the engine, not only yours, but those in the competitors around you. This is such an exciting time. Why we race.
Here we go. 8A blasts into action here at the Rolex Reunion.
And blast do they. Down in the Andretti hairpin.
Side by side, how about this?
Bruce Canepa.
Oh, Bruce, and does he make it? Oh, no! Well, he put him off. I don't think they touched.
He
but
sucks him
into
around,
the kitty, both of them have gone off.
Dirt tracking out there. That little Spicer Buick sitting dead in the water. It's going to come. Oh, I think they got.
No.
Please don't tell me he got stuck.
Well, he's half on the asphalt, half off it. There he is.
I think it's high centered.
That's it. Yeah, high centered.
High centered.
Stuck.
Oh, that's a bummer. Gunnar said Bruce does a great job of spooling up the turbos and getting those starts, and he certainly didn't disappoint, did he?
Well.
So I am wondering, because the Toyota was the fastest. Remember the Toyota, the Mark III Toyota, AAR Toyota was the one that actually won the qualifying race. Should have started on pole, but because of that contact, I think, with Bruce, I believe they might have put him to the tail. That might have been his penalty, was to start towards the back here.
Yeah, good point. So we had a big incident early on in this. The lights flashing, though, on our leader in the cannon. There he goes.
Yeah, that's a really neat 962 that Bruce is driving there. That's chassis number TS.
Off goes Bobby in the truck.
96289. Bobby's going to wheel that truck around. We're under a double yellow condition here, so the pace car will come out, collect the field, pull him down to a pace.
But the good thing is we've got plenty of time in this one.
Yeah, that just started. That always happened to turn 1 right off of that thing. What do they always say in a driver's meeting? You can't win in turn 1, but you certainly can lose it.
Yeah. Well, that may have been. There was no touching though involved.
No. Well, I tell you what happens there. Bruce came around him in such a speed that he pulled the air. So these cars are so aero dependent. He literally pulled any bit of air that was on top of that Spicer Buick, pulled it right on top of his 962. And I think that's what pulled the Spicer around. Or it could have been cold tires, and it was.
Well, he spun on his own for sure. Give him a push. Go on, there you are. The boys are out there. No, they can't push it. A couple of planks under the wheels. That'll get it going. Let's have another look. What do you think, Adam?
So taking a look here again, Bruce is going to get late on the brakes, get some really good run out there. Look how tight they are. See what I'm talking about? When you pull in the air off of the car, literally pulling the air off the car.
And the door came open
Flew
too.
The door right open on that. And that's a Spice GTP Buick. Again, got high centered there. The driver that we have behind the wheel there, Cal Meeker.
Well, he's already been on the podium already.
You're a passenger at that point, though.
Yeah.
I can't stress that enough. These cars, as Gunnar was talking about, how aero dependent they are, that, we were talking, remember I asked him about aero wash. Do you experience the aero wash in those GTP cars? as bad because they make so much underground downforce with the tunnels. And he said, yes, you do. So if they are that aero dependent, then I would imagine that would have shown that.
Well, great. Well, we can get back. Here's another look
view
at
of it.
Again from above, of course, this time.
I see zero contact, really.
No,
and,
but it was too close, and I think he was kind of pulling up a little bit. And while he was doing that,
look
that
at
led to
Bruce
that.
dirt tracking out there. I mean, a man after my own heart. I know Bruce a little bit, and he's a great guy. He took he had a little bit of time to give me when we were down there at lunchtime, as we don't have much time, and but it's just nice to exchange pleasantries and to wish him luck for his
Say
day.
hello, yeah. I reckon the pace car will come off this time because there's nobody to deal with. Those trucks will get off at turn 3 or 4. The car is cleared and will rejoin at the back, and that means we can go racing again. Let's see, he comes out of 10, and it looks to me as though he's heading for, yes, he is.
Yeah.
So we'll go racing again, and the leader's pulling away. The first two already starting to get racy as they come into the final corner.
If Bruce is the king of starts, I'm guessing he's pretty.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But really, I mean, the 10 car there of Joe Robillard, he wasn't leaving anything to question. But look at how when it spooled up, Bruce just really took off. Laid on the brakes in those 962s. Ooh, a little bit of
lock up there.
Yeah.
But he's got it. Oh, he thought about it again, did the 63. That's the Mercury Capri.
That was a Roush team car in 1984.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about Roush, but what a name synonymous with American racing, huh?
And a man who's still out there kicking, right?
Yeah,
He's still, going strong. I don't know how many plane crashes he's survived, but he's an avid pilot, and went through a little stretch of bad luck there where he was going down on his airplanes, and but the man is like just almost unflappable, and as you see one of those examples, rolling up the hill. That's a Mazda.
That Hans sponsorship, would that be the early Hans device? Because it looks like the same logo.
Oh, it was,
tough question.
It is. I didn't get a look at the logo, so it
when
is
you
a
see
tough
it,
one.
you'll recognize it.
But
Whoa! And another
spin
spinner
at the bottom of the corkscrew, so that's a really touchy place to be. That's
the Pontiac Firebird.
That's a 53 car. That's Ken Epsom. That was built for Huffaker for Trans Am. That's a Firebird, a Pontiac Firebird.
Yeah. Well, it looks as though he's got going again, so hopefully there'll be no need as they cross the line, 144 miles an hour in that Trans Am. Camaro, green and white, George Crass leading the 33.
Dr. Robert Hubbard's been involved in racing a long time, the inventor of the Hans device, so it very well could be, on that car as those cars. He was from Atlanta, Georgia area.
And by the way, what an innovation that was.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
talk about things we can't do without these days.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I know for a fact that it saved me.
Right.
Personally, so I can speak from it personally. It's no different than when I'm teaching in a teens with performance driving on how to just be a safe driver, and I explain the seatbelt. You're never going to get me to talk anything but positive about the seatbelt because of how many times it saved my life and how many times it saved the life of my family. And in a race car, sure, but I know that even in a road car, you never know what the intangibles are. So, buckling up is definitely what you want to do.
Leading this group, the 101, the Porsche 962 of Jim Torres up the hill, leading this group of 4 cars. The back one being the Mustang. Let's have a look at the spin.
Little wide on entry, that's what caught him out. A little wide on entry, got behind on the steering by the end there. A lot of load up on the suspension, unloaded all at once, tank slapped her around. No worse for the wear, didn't hurt anything, no one got collected. Just gave us some entertainment, didn't it?
Yeah.
And probably, I would guess, that's not going to get you a full meal with Dorsey, but I bet you it'll get you a coffee with him.
Yeah. It's good to know. So back with the 101, the Win-sponsored car being overtaken by the Exxon-sponsored.
That was the Whistler. That's the Whistler. The Whistler Mustang. That is that's a Lynn St. James car. Lynn St. James piloted that car. Yeah.
Today. Yeah.
So she's got her presence. She is ever present at these events. A great ambassador not only for motorsports but for women in motorsports and empowering women in motorsports. I would, she's inspired so many. Back to that George Robinson car that we were speaking about earlier. There it is, in full livery. Giving a bunch of great memories to a bunch of great people out there.
Jim Torres now in that 101, now up to 7th place, just ahead of Gordon Johnson in 8th. Steve Schuller in 9th, and John McKenna rounding out the top 10. There it is, 7th place.
And look at the Spice Buick, you know.
Got going again, isn't it?
This is not going to let this race go by and without, you know, some attack mode. And that's certainly, this is a person that really felt like they probably had a chance of winning this race here this afternoon. So
he's not holding back, is he?
Not going to hold back. Going on the outside of Rainey around the 101, 962 win.
That takes some skill.
My goodness, and look at the gap he's pulled already. He's ready to go make a point of this whole race, that's for sure.
Out of the last corner they come then. And we're watching closely as across the strip at just over 138 miles an hour. He spun at turn 1, but he's on the run now in that 29 Buick. Sponsored AT&T. Beautiful sounds out there, aren't there?
Oh, it's honestly, I've been over the last little bit. So moved his way into the top 6 there, you know, with that Spice Buick. So that's a good run going for them, and again recovering from, you know, having that bad luck and having a spin there at the beginning.
Yeah, well, and like you say, no harm, no foul. Nobody touched each other, but it was just a bit of bad luck, wasn't it?
You know, poor Bruce, right? The 2 times he's been on track in that GTP car today, that 962, he's had a little bit of drama.
Yeah.
You know, he had to go off-roading a little bit, do a little bit of a Baja, if you will, and then and then you know, in the earlier race, you know, had that door-to-door contact with the AAR Toyota, which I didn't even see make the grid for this race. You know, the one that lost his dive plane in that contact, it didn't even make the grid for this race. So I'll be curious to know as to what, if there's a story behind that.
Back with the leader.
Bruce Canepa definitely putting it through his paces. You know he's going to hit the right line. I don't think he could tell you even a ballpark of how many laps he has around.
Around this particular circuit, yeah.
I mean, his home is just over the hills here. You know, so he makes his way here quite often. Pretty much if there's an event here, you can find Bruce here. There's that Mercury Mercure that just ended up out of shot. That's one of my favorite cars here. And it's a favorite of mine because it takes me, again, like so many here, it takes me back in time a little bit. My sister-in-law, Nancy, that was a car that she had when my brother John and her first got together and were first married. And so we took a lot of rides to hockey games in that. You know, they had season tickets to the Indianapolis Ice and introduced me to hockey, and I still have a love of hockey to this day because of Capri Mercure. The Capri, if you will, is just a fun car for me to see in action out here.
I thought it was just a fight until I actually saw a puck eventually when they slowed it down a little.
There it is, the 10 win Porsche. That is a 962. Again, that is the favorite of Gunnar Jeanette as he speaks about the last of the air-cooled versions of the 962s. When you do go see that car, and it goes around the outside of the Capri, trying to low percentage move.
Low percentage move. In other words, don't do that.
Yeah, and that is the Hans. That is absolutely.
That's what I thought, yeah.
That is good eye on that. That is Hubbard. Dr. Hubbard was again, I would say that had some involvement with that car. Might have even driven that car. He raced himself. So.
Oh, okay. So Bruce Canepa on his way to a victory over Joe Rubillard in second place. Taz Harvey in the 63A in third, ahead of George Crass. Bill Ockerland, we haven't mentioned him too much, but he's there in fifth place, in the 33. Camaro, got a few glimpses of him. Up the hill then. They make it look easy. Trust me, it isn't.
What I love about that little Mazda there too is it's got it's got the last kudzu built, and it's a rare 4-rotor motor, 26B engine, and it's got such a distinct sound around here. If you've never heard a rotary engine, a rotary engine alone has a distinct sound. You add 4, and they're a 4-rotor.
Yeah.
That puts off a heck of a scream. So you can almost hear that car. You can when this group is active, you can pretty much stand, I bet, anywhere around this racetrack and hear that car.
And has anybody bar master in cars done it?
No, not that I know of.
They've done it. They've done rotaries in motorcycles.
Oh yes, but airplanes.
But no other car manufacturers.
Not that I know of. Oh, the George Robinson car was spun around there. We're on our final lap, and the George Robinson car dead in the water there, and looked like turn number 3 at the apex.
So the 962C will make its way finally up the hill for the last time. Bit of drama at the start.
But really been checking out ever since, just cutting the lap times and making it look really rather easy from that point of view. And I'm sure from inside the car with Bruce, it's a bit of a sweat fest. I'm sure he's working hard inside there, but having fun nonetheless, grinning ear to ear. A result is a result, and as we like to say, Bruce does a really good job of positioning himself in cars that are going to be competitive and have a good result here.
Just 2 corners to go then. The flames still flying out of the cannon sponsored number 14. And a great display of racing.
Coming around the final bend here.
And as if Porsche didn't need another win, they'll take one.
They'll take one. and the 962 as well, right? I forget how many pro wins that had, but it was definitely plenty.
So another group in the books.
Listen to this Mazda as it drives by. Did you hear it?
Yep, sounds awesome, doesn't it?
Here comes the Spice Buick. Nice recovery for them.
Yeah, great recovery, to be honest.
Yeah, really, to be almost on the same straightaway as the leader at the end.
And the rest of the field taking a checkered flag.
Love that. Love the Skull Bandit car. That Skull Bandit 03.
Classic colors here in the States.
That's a really neat car. Raced at IMSA during the 24 hours of Daytona, 12 hours of Sebring. I remember that car very well because my brother John was racing the Skull Bandit IndyCar.
Oh, right.
Right then, in 1987-88 seasons for my car. Oh, we had, looks like maybe
we got 2 cars gone off. We're getting some drama here.
Yeah.
No question about it. And more to come still. Plenty of action still to come, including Formula One. But it was sports cars. GTO, GTU, and IMSA. And the odd Trans Am car out there as well. Nothing odd about a Trans Am car. Coming up next, it'll be Group 2A. And we're now starting to get a nice little crowd at the top of the hill at the Corkscrew, and they're getting some action too. We had a spinner just a moment ago. It's lovely up there. It's nice and cool under the trees.
It is at 68 degrees. I know the sun's beating down, the California sun's beating down, but there's a beautiful breeze coming over you. And I mean, I gotta say, stepping outside, it's just quite a pleasure.
So confirmation of the Group A results. Bruce Canepa takes another victory, and so did Porsche. Joe Robillard in second place takes a 1-2 for Porsche, the 962. And then Taz Harvey in third, George Kraus in fourth place, Bill Auckland in the Chevrolet Camaro takes fifth, Chris Liebenberg in sixth, Gordon Johnson seventh, Keith Freezer in eighth position. Well, let's head down now again to Kev Harris. He's down on the paddock. What's he found this time? Over to you, Kev.
Hiya, Johnny. Well, I'm down here in the paddock, and I found a very important right now. He's the president of HSR, the Historic Sports Car Racing Company, who is sanctioning the body of the event. It's Dave Hinton. Dave, firstly, congratulations on a fantastic event this year. First year that you guys have been involved in it, and wow, I mean, it's just gone so well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's far exceeded our expectations. You know, coming in as the new sanctioning body, got a lot of pressure on us, but the HSR staff team has done a phenomenal job.
Haven't they just? I mean, I went out on the driver orientation with Dorsey Schroeder just on, I think, Wednesday. so welcoming, so friendly, got us out on the track, and that's the kind of thing that you guys have been doing. Everything from driver orientations to sort of stewarding and just running the show.
Yeah, we've tried to make it a bit more kind of user-friendly for the participants more than anything. And they all seem very happy. We've had a lot of compliments, so we're excited for the next few years now.
No, I can well believe it. And one thing you just said, the great thing is, what you just kind of alluded to there, everyone is so friendly. I mean, I've been walking around the show, and I'm a new guy here as well this year. I'm a Brit in America, and I'm loving it. And everyone we go up to, the passion, the stories, it's all here. And there are some truly unique cars here as well.
Yeah, I mean, this paddock is just full of racing history, and just walking around there, every row you just see something very special. And I think every petrol head is going to see a car which they connected to in some shape or form.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get that all in one paddock.
Yeah, it really is. And the fantastic thing is, as we stand here looking at the Rolex hospitality just across the way over there, you've got Ford celebrating their Trans Am. Just the way that the event has been laid out, it's kind of like almost like a new beginning. We're coming back bigger and better than ever as far as the Monterey, Motorsports Reunion is, and what a great starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the COVID break, kind of give everybody a chance to take a big deep breath and say, okay, let's make this something really special now, and that's what we're all partnering to do. And the team, the track's put together along with ourselves. I think we've got a winning formula, I really do.
You have got a winning formula, and exciting as well. Here we are on Saturday. It's race day. We've had qualifying on Thursday and practice and all that on Friday, and then here we are, race day. All going well out on the circuit. Some great racing taking place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming up next is the AC Cobras against the E-Types and Mustangs. I think Jim Farley, the president of Ford Motor Company Worldwide, he's on pole.
He's in a car, folks. The CEO of Ford in the USA, he's in a car. We also had Zach Brown from McLaren, CEO of McLaren. He's racing, well, he's supposed to be racing 3 cars. He's now actually only racing 2. But just fantastic. The guys at the top of the sport, they're enthusiasts like the rest of us.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I just walk around the paddock. I mean, I seen Jenson Button the other day walking around here. I just bumped into Eddie Irvine.
He's here, is he? They're both here?
Yeah, they're petrol heads, so they want to be here, checking this out, which is great for us, to have people like that show up at your event. We're thrilled to death.
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing is as well that I'm sort of picking up as I go around chatting to people, these historics, these vintage cars, you don't have to have been in motorsport all your life and then you move on to historics and vintage. You could be a young guy in your 20s and you start out racing these things because you just like them, because it was a great era.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a lot of people's first entry into racing, and some people start in vintage and then they move to professional racing, as well as the professionals retire and then come and join us. So it works both ways.
It really does. And what I like as well, they are unique cars, they are priceless in some cases, but they're still getting taken out on the track and they're still doing what they were designed to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's some cars out there worth probably $30-40 million out there racing, and the guys are racing them. So my hat's off to them. That's great. That's what they're designed to do, and they're able to do it. So that's wonderful.
Well, sir, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Congratulations on the event. We've got one day to go, but so far, I think we're racing towards the checkered flag and we're in pole position. Thanks for your time.
Oh, great. I'm ready for a pint.
I'll be right with you. Folks, and we're going to go off and grab that pint, I do hope, but don't you go anywhere, because when we come back, there's going to be more great action from here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion.
Relapsing polychondritis, known as RP, is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system attacks its own cartilage and connective tissue. If you think about where in your body you have connective tissue, it's everywhere.
It's a fatal disease. People are dying. We need to do more research, and we need to do it faster.
1 in 5 Americans have an autoimmune disease. That's about 50 million people. Joining our campaign can help them. 1 in 5, just keep that number in mind.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
More action, and as you can see on the pre-grid, our cars from 1963 to 1966, GT cars,
over 2,500 cc. Trolleys are up, the sun is out, and the cars are gleaming, quite literally.
Roger that.
Bizzarini. We've seen this car all weekend. I love it. GT Strada. There you see it. Lovely.
It is a lovely car, and you got Fudge behind the wheel, Chip Fudge behind the wheel. That guy. That's a fun name, Chip Fudge.
Yeah. And John Fudge is here too. And I could do with some fudge right now.
Fudge sounds good.
Yeah, fudge.
My sister, Mary Jo, makes the best fudge.
Does she really?
Oh my goodness. I'll have her make you some.
All right. So plenty of lovely cars here in this era. Driver Jim Taylor, the original driver of this one. So beautifully prepared. That's the beauty of all these cars.
Truly is. Yeah, the preparation. That's one of the things I think I enjoy the most of our walks that we take at lunch through the paddock is during the lunch break is because you get to watch the mechanics, the meticulous effort of these mechanics as these cars. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. It really is.
Yeah, yeah. There's the 16, the Shelby Cobra 289 FIA.
Yeah, that's Lynn behind the wheel. We spoke with Lynn, or Kev, I should say, spoke with Lynn, right?
Yep.
Yesterday, and his son. Real family affair here.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, what great work, Tony. TG bringing us the in-car shots.
Notice how the speedometer's over on the right-hand side, so you can't even read it.
Yeah, right. That's for your passenger.
That's for your passenger to get excited
Scare
about.
them.
I think that's great.
That's a beautiful livery, too. And so is this candy apple red, the silver stripe down the middle, the 8.
How many Cobras you got?
How many Cobras do I have? Boy, originals or?
Oh, well, no, not counting the replicas.
Oh, not counting the replicas?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see.
I don't think you're going to answer this question, are you?
None. I've got none.
Okay.
In my dreams, I have many. In dreams, I don't have a garage big enough for them all. But,
there you go.
But, you know, it's... I love to live vicariously through these owners, though, because, you know, like I said, Carroll was such an instrumental part of my life because of his not only what he did to our sport, but also, you know, just personally, you know, how special he was to me and how he treated me and how he always made me feel like I was the most important person in the room at the time. That was the brilliance of him, right?
Yeah.
He was absolutely, no matter who it was, I know that wasn't just me.
No, absolutely not. So we're getting ready for our next group. And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1963 to 1966 GT Group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival. If you haven't bought your tickets, if you haven't planned it, go online and check out the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival.
Look at our Tony wannabes out here with their
I know,
cameras,
what's going on? Tony said
over the walls.
Yeah, hanging out.
Yeah.
They're in his way, to be honest. I'll have a word. He'll just bulldoze over them.
Well, he's right there by the side pipes of that Corvette. That number 31. That is that's Craig Carter behind the wheel of that.
Oh, what a sound.
Yeah, this is music. It truly is. I met a musician, we were having dinner and found out that the person was a musician. I was talking about, you know, I could never get into music because I'm tone deaf. And he called me on it. He goes, "You're not tone deaf." And I said, "No, I can't sing." And he goes, "Having a bad voice and no talent in music is one thing, but you're not tone deaf. You wouldn't know when to shift. You wouldn't
Very
know."
good point.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I mean, you really are putting this in perspective. And what he was speaking to me was from experience. His father was tone deaf. And he said a tone deaf person, they speak with no inflection in their voice, and that's not you. He's pointed out like 2 or 3 different things that a tone deaf person, the way that they live, because they don't understand it to begin with. So he became a musician because his father was tone, and his father encouraged him to be a musician because he loved watching. He could pick up on the music by watching, but he couldn't understand it by hearing it.
That's
which was
wild.
Quite fascinating.
Yeah. It's amazing how our brain is able to rewire itself to get around obstacles.
Absolutely. My eye doctor tells me that all the time. We're given 2 eyes for a reason, because we can live perfectly fine without one.
Yeah.
He said that's a spare.
Here's another good story for you. I talked to Alan McNish. We had that Audi out here, and when he was doing Le Mans, when they went to the sort of silent diesel era, he was saying that just a whistle by at Le Mans, and he said for the first testing days, they pumped the noise of changing the gear. Yeah. Because he really didn't know when to change. Right. And he couldn't work out, it was too quiet.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You need that tone. You need to know. That's we judge that, right? I mean, so much of I don't even look at attack or anything like that. I'm listening. I'm listening and feeling.
Yeah.
Well,
you haven't got time to.
Yeah. Well, when the engine stops pulling and it starts, getting really to the scream, that you're out of power, and it's time to pull another gear and get into it. So
I just wait till everybody on the pit lane is waving at me to change gear, and I'm thinking,
well, if you wait for the rev limiter, you're way too late. Yeah. It's going to kill your speed, so you got to make sure that you're ahead of that.
Okay, they are lining up, and this is our Group 2A, 63 to 66 GTs. Beautiful.
Second time we've seen them on track here today. They did a qualifying race earlier this morning, if you tuned in. Very entertaining race. We're looking for a little bit of the same, aren't we, right now, Jonathan?
Yeah, and the guys at the back desperate to get caught up before they turn into turn 11 and head out. Here we go, folks.
From turn 11 down to turn 1.
A great ensemble of historic beauties. Flag waves and away we go here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Farley leads the way once more. He's already run one race, but he hasn't had enough yet. But he's got his work cut out now. It's a Corvette alongside him.
Deep into the brakes. Good side-by-side running here.
Hey!
Oh,
go on, son. Keep your foot in.
Look at the 32 of Robert Kelly. Are you kidding me?
That was brave. And if he, by the way, if he'd have lifted, he'd have gone right round.
No, he'd have been in trouble. No, you keep your foot in it. No, absolutely.
Love
keep your foot in it. And I absolutely love that.
Don't try this at home, though, folks.
Right. We call that opposite lock, butterflies open.
Yes, butterflies open. Butterflies absolutely open, and butterflies on the stomach as well.
Yes, sir.
AC Cobra in third place, the 96. And the 186 of the Shelby Cobra 289 leading the way, Philip Kadori.
The 96, that is Jim Farley. That is we've mentioned him quite often. He has been a star of the show for many reasons.
Yeah.
Star of the show because he's behind the wheel getting the job done. But also star of the show because this is a celebration of Ford.
Look at these guys go at the front. They are not holding back. Look at this three-way. Rainey up the inside. Beautifully done.
And Jim wants to make passes in Wayne Rainey because Jim Farley and Wayne Rainey are close friends.
Yeah.
And so he wants to make a mark there, so he has something to talk with Wayne about tonight.
Well, as David Hinton was telling us earlier that all the Farleys were down there at the kart track with Wayne Rainey early in the weekend.
Exactly, and what I was saying earlier, or just was saying before the racing got really intense there, was that
here we go, side by side, coming into the Andretti hairpin, using the exit of the pit lane and more, sorting themselves out. Line astern from high above the drone, and that 32 making some moves. The 1966 Corvette, beautiful machine.
It is the side pipes. I love the look and the sound of the side pipe, and they are not leaving but a sheet of paper between themselves.
No, that's what I was laughing at. It's just so close.
Absolutely brilliant. And, back to Jim. The celebration of Ford here, 55 years of the Mustang, and he is mixing it up right here.
Corvette for the lead, and takes it. Nicely done. Now, whoa! He is pedaling. I love it. This is absolutely insane and just what we want from historic racing. Although I'm sure Dorsey's turning at the moment. He's stirring his coffee.
I don't know if Dorsey chews on his nails, but I want to take a look, man.
I think he's doing laps in his Vespa right now.
Nod.
Look at this. Side by side coming into the corkscrew. Luckily they sort themselves out, but it ain't over.
No, Jim does not want to see that Corvette get away from him. He is man on a mission, making his way. Great little open up that line. I'd like to see him open up his line to Wayne Rainey a little bit to turn 9. I'd like to see him open that arc up because that seems to be where he loses the most time to our leading Corvette.
Well, the three of them are pulled away at the front. And the Corvette goes on to the green for a moment.
Now that would be an out lap, and you wouldn't be able to count that lap in MotoGP.
No, true. Exceeding track limits.
What a cool shot that is.
I love it.
Little lockup from the third AC Cobra in line there, or the third car in line there, that silver AC Cobra.
Here's another beauty though, that number 9, the Daytona. I love the back end of that Daytona. It just looks so right. Look at that.
It is perfect, isn't it? That is again a Rob Walton behind the wheel of that. Le Mans 1965 with Dan Gurney is where that car only raced. Dan Gurney and Jerry Grant behind the wheel. Unfortunately, did not finish, ran into reliability issues, but an absolute just beautiful car. Hasn't had any reliability issues here all weekend.
No, don't blight it. Don't blight it. There's Rossi's number, 46.
Yeah, and with the number 1 in front of it, which is appropriate. That's Chris McAllister, our good friend. We've seen him with the feature today with Kev, talking about his wonderful collection, and he is such a excited person, and just has a lot of fun doing this stuff.
Yeah. So this is at a dramatic start.
That's an ex-Elliott Forbes Robinson Mustang right there. That's his first race car. If you know EFR, so it's really a spectacular car in that sense. EFR is one of the true gentleman racers. I'm proud to be able to call him friend. Ernie Francis Jr. the Trans Am Series, I affectionately nicknamed him EFJ the first year I met him because I am such a fan of EFR, and I was like, if you can have any association with that man, it's not a bad thing for your career. So yeah, EFR has been represented here nicely. I can't believe that's his first race car. It brings me much pride to know that, because that is again the number I run right now on a Mustang in the Trans Am Series. That's pretty special to me.
Just had a message from America's biggest Corvette fan, that being John Massengale, saying, isn't that Adam Andretti on the mic? Yes, it is, John. Yes, it is.
That is me. That is me.
And there's plenty of Corvettes to watch out there today. Wonderful stuff. We've had a wonderful day here. Day 3 of the reunion. And look at this midfield battle. Yeah, we've been watching the battle at the front, but this is just as good. Look at this.
This is just as good. That's what's so fun about this type of racing is there's a battle everywhere. You're seeing a gaggle of 5, 6, 7 cars anywhere on track, and they're just having the time of their lives, keeping it clean, but having good hard racing out there all at the same time.
In the middle, in the thick of it, the Bizzarini.
The Bizzarini.
Yeah. John Fudge at the wheel. Here we go. Right in the middle of all of that.
That's a fun gaggle of cars, isn't it?
Yeah. A couple of Mustangs. Got your Corvette, your 996.
We've been a fan of that car all weekend.
Well, I like the aqua blue, the color.
Exactly. And it's that's just a perennial participant in this event here, and just in the amount of years that they've spent with that car here, the amount of laps there makes you a veteran around WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna.
And it's the same age as me, but looks a lot better.
In all fairness, they've changed oil in that probably more than
than I do, yeah. Oh, oil.
Yeah.
I need oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was what, I remember Richard Petty had when John was driving for him, had a blood transfusion, and he came back and goes, yep, got an oil change, ready for another 100,000 miles.
Good deal. So halfway through, 63 to 66. GTs. Coming up, Formula One in action.
This is just like the Thunder V8 era, the real big start of it here in the mid-60s. This is what really, showed a huge, brought in the infatuation, right? It was the sound, and that's what you and I talk about so much when the when you brought up the era of Formula One that's going to come up, and we even said we even made a mention. Liberty Media, take notice. We want the sound back.
Give us the sound.
We got to have that sound back. It's the sound that attracts us. It's the sound that gets us our blood going. It's a sound that makes you hang on to the fences on the outside of a racetrack and want to get in.
Well, I'm glad with the likes of Zach Brown in the room, so to speak, voting on these things, that we've got some good representation.
I would hope so. I would certainly hope so. I would think so as well.
Here comes the 14 again, the Bizzarini.
We love that car. It screams Italian. Look at that. Low to the ground, agile.
Red. Past the Mustang. The 289 just behind him. Steve Park pedaling away.
We got to do a feature with that family as well, the Park family, and a wonderful family affair. You see so much of this here, and we encourage you to bring your families out here. This is a true family affair out here. There's a little bit of everything for everybody. There's definitely you got all the fun food places. You even have an English pub down here. Not necessarily for the kids, but you got the ice cream, and you got all the good fun displays that are out here, the great people to meet.
British meat pies as well.
The British meat pies. And I do remember being a kid at these events, at any racing event, and that's the best thing you can ever be at a racing event, because when you're a kid, people actually sit you in race cars.
Now, it's starting to get a puff of smoke going on in that Corvette at the moment. I'm a bit worried about that, or is that just the mixture? What are you thinking as we see it?
Well, the fact that the lead has gone away,
it's starting to slide a bit too.
It could be that the car's going away from them, or that there is somewhat of a mechanical. But Jim Farley is right on his bumper now, and ready to pounce. Look at this. Look into the inside from a long way back into turn 10. Keeps about the same distance, same gap into turn 11.
Yeah, he's not slowing any, but I just did see a few puffs of... let's have a look. Coming out, see what I'm saying? Just as he accelerates away.
It looks pretty clean here on the front straightaway, which is good, but...
There you go, there's another one. Let's hope the 32 can hold it all together in that Corvette. The red, white, and striped.
Oh, Robert Kelly's
Whoa,
holding a pretty wheel.
Charlie. Whoa. Charlie Farley, I should say, but no, James Farley.
Look at this, getting a great run into turn 3.
Well, he's trying to go for double wins. He's had one win already, has Farley.
He has in the Trans Am historic earlier today. He did win the qualifying race, so he'll be starting for pole on our last feature race of the day. But he wants this one. You can tell. Look at him. He's filling the mirror. He's filling that mirror of the Corvette there. He's filling that one up of the Corvette of Robert Kelly.
Ooh, somebody's hit the dirt.
It looks like we got one off.
Oh, please.
Oh, it's clean. Oh, and it's clean.
It's very clean.
Thank
Nicely done. 186, that's Philip Kadori, who led early on, but just spun it round. Who says they're not pushing?
Exactly, and we love when something like that happens, and all it takes is a vacuum, to make it right. He's going to go in after this race. They're going to get the vacuum out, and that car will be as right as new.
Now, here's the battle as it continues down to turn 10. Different lines, looking for that way up the inside.
I believe Farley, Jim is just really trying to push our leader into a mistake here.
Okay, drive instructor, tell me what went wrong here.
That was just wide entry, too wide of an entry there. It's very slick track here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So when you get offline, it's slick when you're online. When you get offline, when the dirty and the dust and the debris and all that junk is out there, and the marbles from the tires, you just really have no hope when you go to cut the wheel. And I believe that's what happened there. No worse for the wear though. The gravel traps did their job, locked it down, and that 289 car.
Oh, James
Jim,
Farley getting in trouble for a moment there. Gets a tank slapper on.
And he is off.
Oh no.
Let's hope that when the dust clears is another clean getaway.
Oh, what a shame. He's been running hard too, running very hard. But they were both pushing very hard.
Both, extremely hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had some drama this afternoon, for sure.
Looks like it's just sitting backwards. Maybe got away with one there, which would be good.
Let's hope. Give the big thrill to the crowd just up there.
Certainly
that's
did.
the 996
And then,
that went off.
That's the top of the corkscrew.
That's a different incident, yeah.
That's the top of the corkscrew there. That would, that again looks like a late entry. I wouldn't be able to know without a replay, but that is definitely a late entry, I would guess.
He's stuck in the gravel there, and I think that's going to pretty much curtail the... Oh, no, he's got it going.
You got to run in. Just got to be real careful. Got to scoop up some gravel there.
Well, they brought the flags in. Good. Let's get this finished. Let's take a look at what happened here. Here comes your leader.
All alone now. It's easy sailing for our leader.
Should be. Don't say that. You'll put the muckers on him. Here we go.
Nope.
Blue flag's being waved.
That right there is...
Oh,
wow.
he came up the inside. He was unsided, wasn't he?
Yeah, deep outbraked himself. Wasn't going to make that turn. That was, I think, honestly, I don't think it was him outbraking himself. Let me take that back. I think that was the gaggle of cars almost came to a stop. You're blind on the approach there, and he came up on a bunch of cars. He went for the gap that was going to cause the least amount of rubbing. I got to give my hats off. Really, really, I think that was smart driving by Kyle Kelly up there. Really sharp to avoid a situation that could have been bigger. So hats off. Nobody's worse for the wear. No big deal. So my apologies for assuming that he drove in too deep, because to me, I don't think he did that. I think that was a total avoidance of an accident in front of him.
Final lap then for 2A from our 63 to 66 GT cars. Slightly bigger bore, and the 32 has been puffing smoke, but also putting on a great show. There you go. You see,
he's not acting like he's got a...
No, at all. He hasn't slowed at all. And they would have brought him in if they're seeing what we're seeing, so they're not worried about it.
And he's got gauges. You know, if the gauges are reading well, he's got good oil pressure, and the temperatures aren't spiking. That could be just something as simple as there's a little fluid, getting onto the exhaust pipe and causing a little puff of smoke, and not necessarily anything internal in the engine.
And heck, he's going to win the Monterey Reunion. He's not holding back.
This is big. Yeah, this is big. Just needs to keep it clean here. Nothing too big, nothing too fancy, because he's going to come around the corner and he's going to get this checkered flag waved at him right here.
Yep, Robert Kelly's put on a great show in that beautiful Corvette from 1966, a 55-year-old car, and still as fast as you like and as dynamic.
How did you do the math so quick on that?
What? 55 years. I know 66 well. England won the World Cup in 66.
Oh, yeah.
We only won it once.
That was the least of the English news.
It was a great year.
Jonathan Green was...
Look at that. Hey!
I mean, he loves to put the show on. Look at him laying ribbons down.
Oh, yeah, you missed that.
That was totally on purpose.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Here we go. Whee!
Look at him drifting this thing.
Drift City.
So is this the Monterey Rolex Reunion, or is this D1 Drift?
D1 Drift. We'll take it. It's vintage D1 Drift.
Vintage D1 Drift.
They'd love to see a 55-year-old car doing that.
Is that what's going to happen? We're going to have vintage drift events?
Now, he's the owner, right? I think he's the owner.
He is the owner.
Yeah, so you could do that when you're the owner.
Yeah, when you're the owner, you can certainly do that. Yeah, and it's the last time he's going to
get. The owner would get in trouble.
And that car's parked now for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
It's done its job, so he's going to go around, slide it around, and have a good time. Great, makes for some great GoPro footage from inside the car, and it's made it really exciting for you and I.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about.
You were. It looks like the right bank of that engine has got something. It could have sucked a valve, an exhaust valve, or have an exhaust valve getting ready to be pulled, or.
Well, we'll find out. We've got another day of racing, so.
What a great race, full of excitement.
That was really good.
That was fun.
Well, guess what's next?
Oh.
Formula Uno.
Formula Uno. No Jean Girard in this one, though.
The mighty French. Maybe he was just pulling the handbrake.
Right.
I love it. Jean Girard. I got Grosjean one time in an interview to say, "I'm coming to get you, Bricky, baby."
Have you ever seen Simon Pagenaud do the Jean Girard? Because he looks like him.
He looks like him and sounds like him and can do it
to the T.
He did
it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway a few years back for local news.
Here we go. How about that? definitely the owner of the car.
That is someone that is not having any fun at all here, at all.
No,
that is incredible.
None whatsoever. The crowd loving every moment of it.
Great replay.
We're having some fun here. So then, the Group 2A looks like this. Robert Kelly having an absolute ball in his Chevrolet 1966 5.4. Lorne Liebel, in the end, takes second place in the Shelby Cobra. Rob Walton in third. Chris McAllister in fourth in his Shelby Cobra. And Philip Kodori, who led early on, is in fifth place. James Farley, also after his off, went to sixth place, but he'll be back. Craig Carter, seventh. A.C. Augustine in eighth position. Peter Reed in ninth. And Frank Zucchi in 10th position in the Ford Mustang from 1965. Well, that race had everything. So we've been mentioning those Ferrari Monzas all weekend long. Let's have another look at them because it really is a fantastic display. We had a look at this yesterday. Kev was down there and, well, here's what he found.
How about this? If you're going to come to a car show in a place like Monterey at Laguna Seca, you're going to expect to see some pretty special cars, and we have ticked that box with a very big tick indeed. One of the most exclusive cars in the world right now, and we have over 30 of them. This is the largest collection of Ferrari Monzas that you're going to see anywhere in the world, and it's happening this weekend at the Rolex Motorsports Reunion. And Matthew Johnson here is a very lucky man, pro race car driver himself, and he's looking after some of the guys that own all of these. And Matthew, I mean, I'm not over-egging this. This is a huge, huge deal this weekend at Laguna Seca.
Well, only 499 of these Monzas were built, and we've got 33 on site here. It's probably the largest gathering that we're ever going to have of Monzas in one place. And everyone's favorite thing to do is just look at all the different colors and specs, because no two are alike.
Yeah, and this is quite incredible. Just being here at the moment, when you walk up and down, my jaw has been hitting the floor. We've been waiting to go live on this, and you just can't quite take it in. You might see one or two of these in your lifetime, but when 33 are lined up, it's quite something. And like I said, only 499 of them made. So if you got the kind of budget for one of these things, then you go to the factory and say, I want this, I want this, I want this. And that's what these guys have done.
Indeed. I mean, it looks like they probably took their favorite collection of Hot Wheels when they were kids and kind of brought those with them, right? And looked at everything and said, we should go for something like the green one with the yellow stripes. Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And just to give us a heads up on this for people who are watching us, and you know, you're not going to get much change out of, well, $1.5 million upwards, that kind of thing, £1.5 million probably upwards, depending on the extras and things you put on it.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been discussing anyone with the sales process, let's say, but 1.75 to 2 million, and we can anticipate in a limited production, it's only going to go up from there.
That's absolutely incredible, isn't it? You know, you're here this weekend, and you said something very funny. Matthew, pro race car driver, you work on Top Gear in the US and the UK, and you know your way around a racetrack. But tell me what you said. I said to you, have you driven one of these things yet?
I did, yeah. In fact, first and second gear, I took it to the fuel pump.
Only trusted to take it to the fuel pump. But what you have been doing, which is incredible, you're actually leading a parade of these things around the track here at Laguna Seca, and these guys got to take it out on the track.
Well, obviously it's a piece of art, but it's a piece of art with a lot of performance. And so proof in the pudding here is throwing it on the racetrack and allowing the owners to have some fun. Yeah. So you'll see some helmets in the cars. Everyone was belted up, helmets on, and following myself and a couple of other pro drivers around the track this morning. And tomorrow morning we're going to do the same at 7 a.m. Foggy morning of us ripping around in Monzas. It's a lot of fun though.
Could you trust yourself on a foggy morning in one of these things? I'm not sure that I could. I wouldn't dare go near it. Interesting fact as well. Tell us about it. The fact that they're not road legal. You won't see these things on the road.
Currently, they're not road legal. Supposedly, there's some path to being road legal in the United States. I don't know the complete story about it, but I believe that the owners were told it was not road legal and bought it on that premise. And it's a surprise, maybe, that it's going to be possible to be road legal.
So they really are kind of exhibition pieces. They're amazing pieces of engineering. Just out-and-out collector's items, and you know, only going to go up in value. 499 ever made, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And they're built with the same V12 you'll find in an 812 GTS. So they're 800 plus horsepower, you know, with a good launch, probably 0 to 60 in the low 2-second range. A lot of performance there, but for all that you feel performance, there's a lot to just see. Just standing and looking at the car, you see new details all the time.
Yeah, and they really are quite something. It's just one of the many things that you're going to see here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We got a lot of vintage heritage stuff down in the paddock, obviously, because that's what it's all about. But you can't have a glamorous car show in Monterey and not put on display things like this. And I mean, Matthew, a little bit later on, they're here, but they're going to get taken to Pebble Beach as well. I think, is it Saturday or Sunday morning? We're going to get them out so more people can see them.
Yeah, we're going to have a parade. All the owners will parade together to the lawn, and they'll be on the lawn on Sunday at Pebble Beach.
Yeah, great stuff. And what we've also got here, and we'll just have a quick, we haven't really got a picture of it, but you can talk about it because I'm looking at it. The elevation here, the corkscrew. We're standing looking at Laguna Seca, and we get a real sense of the difference in height that we've got here. You know, dropping from sort of like 59 feet down, and I think maybe we've got a drone in the sky who might take a look at it, but you get a real sense of going up and coming down, and you want to be doing that carefully in one of these things.
For sure. When you see in-car video of this racetrack, it's all kind of from the driver perspective, and the car is pitching down, so you don't realize it's a 5-story drop coming down the corkscrew. You can see the ocean from the top of it, but you wouldn't be looking there because you're worried about where you're going to go down the corkscrew.
Matthew, thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute blast. I understand the covers are going back on these things for now, and you know, I don't blame them. Look after them, but thank you so much for your time.
My name is Nancy. I'm a patient with relapsing polychondritis, or RP. RP is an autoimmune disease that attacks cartilage and, if untreated, can be fatal. To drive awareness and accelerate research, we established the Race for RP. Success on the track has opened doors to world-class healthcare providers, researchers, and autoimmune disease experts, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and new hope.
We are driving awareness and accelerating research in the Race for RP.
From London, UK, Lee.
And a worthy cause indeed. We were introduced to that at Nashville, and it's great to have them here as well on the West Coast. And a very interesting project too, racing for RP. A cartilage issue, degeneration, something that no one would wish for. Now, I would wish for one of these, though. Look at that. If there is no better look out of a Lotus, that is it. Come on.
I mean, classic look, too, with the period helmet, giving us a nice thumbs up. I mean, it's that was special. Really nice shot of also up inside the nose of that Lotus. I believe that's the Lotus 49. Yep. That Alex McAllister sitting behind the wheel of. Listen to that
Beautiful
sound.
You know, I mentioned that, you know, we had those, my introduction was by placemats at home. That's how sad I am. but that was with on the cars, was the Lotus. And I fell in love with these sorts of cars back in the day.
Look how much tire there is there. I mean, too, so much rear tire to claim that, you know, to just tame that Cosworth DFE engine.
And this is our Formula One group. Looking forward to this. Absolutely. They've already been in action early today. And we are looking for a cracking race again. Hopefully a little bit closer than the previous one, but it was good all the same.
Oh, and I mean, it's over before you know it. These Formula One
these guys do 9 laps quickly. And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1966 to 85, 1966 to 1985 historic Formula One group is brought to you by the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival, coming up soon. So have a look out for that. It's a new one, and I think it's going to be a cracker. So Formula One roars out here. We close the window. At least lest they shatter.
Yeah, it is definitely it's ear-shattering noise in a great way as it rolls by, and I wish you folks could see just the way that these cars are lighting up.
We're meters away, isn't it? Oh, it's great.
It's phenomenal.
Really, really beautiful sound. And as they roar off the line, we'll really let them. We'll let you hear them. And our Italian cameraman, Logano, from Verona, doing a great job up above the Andretti hairpin. Now, who's your money on?
Who's my money on? I mean, it was it's pretty easy to be on that Williams, on that the FW07 of Charles Nearberg. He really dominated the earlier race, took off, showed why Williams really dominated that era with the car. It was
good point. Yeah.
Patrick Head was this was really when he made the name for himself, right? Was with these cars. He took that concept. He took the idea that Colin Chapman had with ground effects and absolutely just launched it to the next level.
You know what saddens me a little bit, having known Patrick Head as well as I have, is when I started following Formula One in the mid-90s, the Williams Renault was at the height of its powers.
Sure.
Right? And people like Prost and Damon Hill, Nigel Mansell were all driving for sure. And it was really fantastic to watch. But in his retirement or in his later years, Patrick, was sort of obviously usurped, if you will, by the likes of Newey and several others. And it's worth mentioning, and I'm glad you're mentioning just what Patrick Head did for Formula One. And amazing.
The smarts. I mean, he understood that if you're going to create that much aerodynamic pressure, he was the one that understood the stiffness of the chassis the best. That you had to start incorporating the exotic materials early. You had to start stiffening that chassis up, and he was the one that really brought that concept to head. So no pun intended. But Patrick Head, definitely, the sport is indebted to you, just like they are all the great designers. The Gordon Murrays, the Adrian Newey's, as you mentioned, Colin Chapman's, Enzo Ferrari. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. As they grid up between turns 10 and 11, we'll see the pace car peel off.
And you left out the Americans.
Yeah, I did. I left out Darren Gurney. I left out the Pernellis and Vals Pernelli. And that's...
Here we go then.
That's bad form on my part, is it not?
No. Here we go then. Formula One from 1966 to 1985 here at Laguna Seca. Let's hear them roar.
Charles Neerberg wasting no time to get a jump on the field.
Good start from the Tyrrell in third.
I think there's good reason that we don't do a Formula One standing start.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it would be quite interesting, wouldn't it, to see these guys just hold the thing almost on the rev limiter and dump the clutch and go over the hill?
Yeah, and never use that clutch again.
And never use it again.
So the Tyrrell 009 F1, Cal Mika. It's a big day for Cal. He's been busy. He had a spin in the last race. He's out again. Third place at the moment, behind the Lotus. Williams, Lotus, Tyrrell, Arrows. What a wonderful! I'd love to.
That's a parody.
Great. Isn't that fantastic?
That is a parody. This is like, again, we say it so often, don't we? And you've gone back in time.
There.
Yeah.
Superb.
Gone back 40-something years.
We've got a nice group of Formula One cars from this particular era, and I say particular era. It's almost half of Formula One's history here. But some cracking versions of the cars and some wonderful history to them, including, as you mentioned, Chris Locke in that former Mario Andretti car that won the Japanese Grand Prix, the Lotus 77, the 1976 version.
That's right.
I've got it right finally.
You did. I mean, it's a challenge. It certainly is. It's hard to stay on top of that and get the numbers right. There are those pure historians that surely capture it and have that in between their ears and know that all those numbers and how they mean and how they fit. But it takes a real specialized. You have to almost target yourself on one brand to absorb all that. So it's I like to spread myself a little thin through each of the brands and find a little bit of piece out of each one if you can.
Well, and I also, like that Arrows that's out there, I don't know a great deal about the car itself, but I spent a lot of time with Jackie Oliver in his final years with Arrows and know his history and what he brought to the sport. Another fantastic guy.
And Wade drove a wonderful qualifying race. Really, that Arrow seems to really come alive towards the longer end of the run, like towards lap 7, 8, 9. That car really seems to come alive and really come to his own for Wade. Listen to them crack through the gearbox as they come down the corkscrew.
Ooh. Tyrrell rather wide, but makes it. Coming into Rainey again, and the field spreading out as that Williams, Charles. Is that Neerberg or is it no?
And the Williams at Neerberg.
Yeah. Coming across the line again, we're looking right at the 32, that Arrows A4 we've been talking about. Wade Carter at the wheel.
So the Mauro Baldi drove that car. It was,
Mauro Baldi has a name.
Yeah, Mauro Baldi. And then Brazilian Grand Prix, he drove that. The U.S. Grand Prix at Long Beach, the Belgian Grand Prix, the Monaco Grand Prix, and the Detroit Grand Prix. A place that I am proud to have called, that I've won on the Isle of Belle Isle. The Trans Am Series.
That's no mean feat.
No, it's one of my crowning achievements in my career to win that race there. And it's anytime you win in the Motor City, that's a big deal.
Very special.
And so,
especially Trans Am.
Yeah, just to compete there is special. So, Chris just really getting it done in that Lotus 77, as you mentioned before. I love it. He has the helmet painted like my Uncle Mario. So that arrow down the middle of the helmet, the where that came from was
what's the story?
Yeah,
there?
so when Mario was driving for Vels Parnelli, and it was the Viceroy was the sponsorship, and Viceroy with their Silver Crown package, they wanted their drivers to have the silver helmet with the red arrow.
Oh,
so
okay.
everyone that drove in that era had that, but Mario liked it so much he kept it. And that became his trademark.
He still wears it when he does the two-seaters,
That became his trademark, and it really became the trademark for my Uncle Mario's side of the family. They from my cousin trademark.
Yep.
When he moved over to Formula One, he modified the trademark and actually put the American flag across the bottom of the helmet. Troy Lee Designs was the one that was the one that gave him that concept to do so. And then Marco, through his career, evolved that design, but always kept that arrow, but it was in different colors, and he did different shapes, and Marco definitely played with the creativity a little bit more. And then my cousin Jeff, the whole time my cousin Jeff competed, it was with that same look and that same helmet.
Charles Warner going a little bit off-piste.
That's in that Shadow, correct? That's a Shadow.
Yep, the Shadow DN9. But gathers it all together, and as you can see,
Shadow made some of the most interesting cars in the Can-Am history and Formula 5000 and Formula One.
The 70s was their era, right?
It was their era. They made some. I was at Amelia Island, the Concours d'Elegance there, a couple months ago, and that was one of the things that I was so astonished by was the Shadow go-kart Can-Am car. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it looks like the size of a go-kart, like little go-kart wheels, but it has a big block 427 cubic inch engine in it. So it's everything. They built such extreme things, and you just get fascinated with Shadow if you look into what they did and everything that they did.
There's your Jägermeister car, number 9, March. The only March we've got out there at the moment.
You think that we haven't talked much about March, that's from your neck of the woods.
Yeah. Wonderful history too.
Amazing history in every form, right? From IndyCar to IMSA to World Endurance to Formula One.
And when you look who drove March cars, some of the greatest. Absolutely.
Without a doubt, some of the great. Who designed March cars? Adrian Newey.
Yep.
Was probably the last great designer they had at March would be my guess.
There's another Shadow, DN5.
So that's a 71 car there. That car raced in the 76 F1 World Championship with Jean-Pierre Jarier.
Jean-Pierre Jarier. Great. I love that guy.
Yes.
Now, but there was a long time before we saw drivers from France that were able to compete.
Now, some people think that he was the actual driver in the Rendezvous short film. What do you think?
I think he was.
Yeah. To know the streets of Paris like that.
Yeah.
And in a Ferrari, right?
Right.
It's one of those things where it's always been a debate, right, on who was driving that famed Ferrari.
Who else could they think would have done?
I don't know. It's that was always the thing, and I know that was always, Jarier was always on our mind as the one that did that, and I always wanted your opinion on that. So now that I have it.
There you go.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, look up the short film Rendezvous, for crying out loud. It's one of the neatest things of pop culture in that era that you'll ever want to care to find. It's just a fabulous shot on a gyroscopic camera from the 70s on the front end of a Ferrari, going through Paris at the crack of dawn to rendezvous with a lovely young woman dancing up the stairs.
It was the first Ken Block Gymkhana lookalike.
Okay, absolutely. Except with no police participation.
No.
Done completely. There's a wonderful story behind it. It's great folklore behind that little short film, and I honestly encourage, if you are watching our programming with us, you will certainly get a lot out of Rendezvous.
You're watching Formula One displaying round the beautiful Laguna Seca circuit here in Monterey. Just absolutely fantastic. We had them out this morning, and you said, "Oh, I wish we could see them again." And I said, "They're coming back."
Coming back, yeah. And, I hadn't flipped to the pages of my schedule that got me to the end of the day yet. And that was my problem.
I tell you what, Ken Tyrrell will be delighted to see his car still running today. I was delighted enough to spend some time in my early career, his late career, at the end of Tyrrell's reign, as it were. Ouch.
So that's in a Val Pernelli.
He's gone off fast, I'll tell you.
That's gone off with some speed here.
Yeah.
The visor is up. So for the folks at home, when the driver puts their visor up, that's a signal to let everyone know that I'm okay.
Yeah.
That's
the other one is NASCAR when they put the net down.
The window net down. That's a sign to the safety crew that we're okay. So that's a good sign that the visors come up. I know he closed his eyes immediately, but I bet that's because the sun was in his eyes.
And he's fed up.
Yeah, and he's a little bit upset that he's sitting backwards.
John McKenna is the man at the wheel.
We're at a full course caution here.
Yeah, no surprise. And I think that's going to put paid to this little race in Formula One. But we're going to get a replay. Adam, I'll let you observe and give us your opinion.
Let's see what we got here.
Oh, it's the corkscrew.
Oh, got a tank slapper up there at the top. Gonna spin just into the gravel. No harm.
Oh, no.
No foul. Just gonna roll it back.
Yeah, not as anxious as I thought, actually. Yeah, he thought he could save it. He might have saved that. No, up went the visor, and yeah. Welcome to the corkscrew.
Right. That's exactly right. So that was just one of those, got a little behind on the steering, got a tank slapper going, but no harm, no foul. And like you said, I believe that'll draw an end to our session, or draw an end to the race for the Formula One cars here.
It's going to give Charles Nurberg another win, though, in the 27.
He's stacking those up like it's his job.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, he is a perennial member of the fraternity that is Historics here in the US of A. Very popular figure, a bit like Bruce Canepa, been here for a long time. There's the safety car, and right behind it is that resplendent Lotus.
Yeah, that's a wonderful car. And just the sound of that Tony was getting. Those shots before it went out, and it was just warming up, and you could hear that Cosworth DFE. It just really sings. It's on song, 100%.
So we're under safety here, but I think we're going to end under safety here. And does that mean that the 15 is going to win it, the 49? The Lotus 49 with Alex McAllister? I'm presuming he is related to Chris.
I would assume the same, but I do believe the checkered is out, and I do believe the victor, or I think the pace car did not pick up the leader at that point. I think they just picked up the first car that they had in sight just to try and get the field bunched up so that we can ready to go for our last session of the day, our last race of the day, one that I know I anticipate very greatly. It's one that holds very close to my heart, as you just said. Trans Am, this is a historic Trans Am here. Probably, I think it's the largest car count of any of the groups.
I think you're right.
They come out in the droves here, and every one of them is just, from the look to the sound to the way that they race, it's just, it's one of those things that we could tell why it's our finale for the day, don't you think, Jonathan?
Yeah. Well, those are the featured cars this weekend, Ford and the Trans Ams. Each year, the Rolex Reunion has a featured car or name or theme or mark. And, so each and every year there's been a different one, and they try to roll them in when there's an anniversary, particularly for a particular mark. And, 55 years of Ford and, of course, 55 years of Trans Am.
Yeah, it's been really a really beautiful time here with Ford, and they like we mentioned, just a great display of not only their cars of the past and their racing history, but what they have now and what they have going into the future with their Mustang Mach-E. And also you got the Mustang Mach-1, the modern era Mach-1 is full of the cutting edge technology with an internal combustion engine.
It's been a long but fruitful day here. Great racing and putting on a show, no question about it.
It absolutely. You get to the end of the day and the energy level is still very high here. The crowd is still here. They've been here all day supporting this. They're waiting for these Trans Am cars to come out as well. They're stars of the show. So this is, but the energy's so high, and when it all goes down, as we leave here, Jonathan, it gets almost like an eerily quiet around here after we made noise to the fullest level for a full 8 hours.
We don't want to upset the neighbors. Wayne Rainey will complain.
Exactly, and I mean, even under lunch, they had no break out on track, right? There was always something going on, whether it had been a rally or whatever, but there was always something going on track. So as the cars are exiting the groups here, the Formula One group is exiting the track there on the backside of the paddock. It gets them off just a little bit sooner. Looking at the results here, Charles Neerberg in the 1981 Williams FWOC.
The Williams, Gregory Thornton second, and the number 1 Lotus. Cal Meeker third and 14. That's a Tyrrell, 1979. Wade Carter fourth in car 32, the 87 Arrows. The Williams of Bud Muller, 82. Model number 61 finishes fifth. Lee Mull is sixth in car 6. That's a 77 Lotus, another 77 car. Alex CRP, Ron Maiden finishes 7th. 61 Martin Lauber 8th and 33 at Tyrrell. Chris Locke 9th in car 5 at 76 Lotus, and Danny Baker completes the top 10 in car number 30 of 76 McLaren. Unofficially, that's the finishing order we have. No question about Neerberg, Thornton, and Meeker. Wade Carter pretty competitive, as well as Bud Muller. Top 5 cars, all very, very fast.
So here we are, and here's our rundown as P1 was taken on by Charles Neerberg. So giving us a great little rundown there. Formula One cars are off the track. Going to do a nice little look around with Bob, the truck driver, is looking around, making sure that we have everything nice and clear out on track and nice and safe for the last session to go out with the Trans Am cars. Last group of the day here. Okay, well, let's go to Kev and Johnny. I believe they got a special feature from a special place here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Thanks, Adam. How about this? We finally let him out of the booth to enjoy some California sunshine. Johnny, we are spoiling you. It's the end of day 3, and finally, you've been let free.
Yes, I'm delighted to be out in the California sunshine, but what a day.
Oh, exactly what a day. I've been running around the paddock and, I've learnt many things, but you've been in there watching the racing for the whole time, and just from your eyes, where you and Adam have been sat, what has it been like? What's the racing been like for you guys?
Well, they have absolutely stepped it up. The risks some of these guys are taking, and we've had quite a few prangs in a weird way. Not that I want that, nor does any of the very careful owners of these cars, but we want to see racing, and that's what it's all about. And these guys really do push the limits as much as they dare. We saw one of the owners, the Corvette that won in the previous race. Now, he is the owner, so he was doing burnouts and sliding and literally putting on a drift fest. But the point is they're having a lot of fun out there, and so are we. I'm really enjoying how much Adam Andretti doing his first historic weekend is having.
That's what I was about to say to you. It must be so good for you having the main man in the box there, current race car driver, current Trans Am driver, sitting alongside you, knocking it out of the park as far as historic broadcasting is going as well.
Without a doubt. His knowledge, and of course, he's in his 40s now, and given the amount of time he spent around racing, he was literally born in the paddock. When you've got a name like Andretti, you can't get away with it, or from it. And I asked him if there are any of the Andrettis, women included, that don't race, and he said, not that I know of. We've all got something going on. So, he's loved it, and I think he's going to be here again anytime soon, because he loves doing some historics, but of course he's a regular Trans Am driver too.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you're up up to these days as well. Been the voice of motorsport for a very long time, and for the last few years basing yourself full-time in the US, so people have heard your voice. They might not have seen your face so much, but covering Trans Am currently.
Yeah, very honoured. Actually, I was, very honoured. I've done a lot of different motor racing, and being from England, to be able to literally take one of the Royal Championships of American racing, the longest road racing series in America, Trans Am with its history. I was very privileged and continue to be so, and I'm learning on the fly what it means to the Americans and what it means now to the rest of the world too. And I think I was talking to David Hinton about the same thing, is that I don't think the Americans realize how much we envy what they've got too with muscle cars.
We really do, and I tell you what, we envy the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway here. A lot of investment has gone into it. It's looking just great, isn't it? I mean, you've been here many times before. What's it like being back in the booth and seeing some of these pictures all around the circuit?
Really impressive, and I mean, I've seen this paddock in different forms. The old tower that used to be over there is gone now, but they've now built a new building, and it doesn't change greatly, but the setup changes, and you never beat the sun, do you? It's always foggy in the morning and then beautiful sunshine in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what as well, what we've done here, folks, is we've pulled Johnny out, not just to give him some California sunshine, but because we wanted to get some height on the scene, because just over our shoulder we can really see the corkscrew and that elevation change. I went out in a Mustang Mach-E GT earlier, got some hot laps in that. You feel the 9 stories that you drop down that thing. Have you been lucky enough to have a few laps in that ever, or have you just commentated on it?
No, I've been down there, only in a road car, but I've been there, and I've done some passenger rides as well. But it's, I mean, you literally, it is like a roller coaster. Your stomach does go up into your mouth. It doesn't matter what speed you're going to, because it's just a sheer drop, and people don't realize that. Because the other part of it, I think the scarier part is approaching it, because as you get to the top of that hill, you suddenly think, where's the road going? Because it disappears into the ether. Funnily enough, there's actually a shooting range on the other side of there. So you don't really want to go any further than that. But no, and then it drops down to the left, and I can understand why it's been such an iconic corner and remains so.
Yeah, and all circuits have their sort of iconic individual uniqueness, but Laguna Seca, it's got that and so much more. And how good was it just now watching some of those classic F1 cars coming down here? F1 these days is superb, but the noise of those vintage ones, it still can't be beat, can it?
No, it can't be beaten. Of course, Long Beach was where they raced Formula One here in this part of the world, but not at Laguna Seca, and it's just glorious, and I'm sure for the fans too, because they love Formula One and they love to see more of it, and now with Liberty owning it, I think we might just see more Formula One races, modern day era. Fingers crossed. Well, we're going to Miami next year, that's on, but I think there's going to be more to come. Who knows what Roger Penske might cook up.
Well, we shall wait and see. Now, last race of the afternoon then, we've got some 1966, I think 1972 Trans Am cars going out. They make a hell of a noise, and being a Trans Am man, you must be really looking forward to this one as well.
Yeah, and for the fans, this was what they call the golden era of Trans Am racing, the golden years. And why they say that is because 66 is when Trans Am started, but it wasn't until, if you want to put an absolute point here, Laguna Seca 1970, when it really started. Right. George Foreman, Parnelli Jones, Mark Donoghue, all of those guys were here, plus the manufacturers were invested and the fans were invested because they knew the marks, they knew what the cars meant because they were driving them on the roads, but we had the best drivers in the world, both American and European, and from around the world, and that's why it's called that golden era.
Well, and what an era it was, and we were honoured to have Parnelli Jones and George Foreman here just this afternoon, presented with a birthday cake. How about that?
In their 80s and still rolling. I love it.
And still waxing lyrical and bossing it up on the stage with stories galore. Right, so folks, don't go anywhere because Johnny's going to be sent back to the booth. Like I say, vintage Trans Am cars out on the track when we come back after this short break. See you in 2.
This is Velocity International. Prepare to feel the velocity as you witness legendary cars taking to the curves of Laguna Seca Raceway for a weekend packed with historic racing, live Formula One demonstrations, and so much more. Look under the hood and into the history of some of the most decorated race cars ever produced while enjoying luxurious amenities, world-class wine, and gourmet food. Grab your tickets and we'll see you at the track.
To work at these races. Check them out.
Welcome back, folks. We're looking down there on the front straightaway here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We got my friend Jonathan back, joining us back again. I get left alone for a second. I'm supposed to do the rundown, and I forget to turn on my microphone. So I totally do my.
Oh, welcome aboard! I've taught you so much.
I totally do my rookie mistake, and
no, I've been doing it all day. You kidding?
I finally get left in the booth alone, and I just can't be. I got to be supervised all the time, is what clearly happened there. So my apologies.
You're a racing driver.
You checked out
Supervision at all times.
The finish was of the Formula One race, and but great piece that you and Kev did up there, and what an awesome place to be here.
Yeah, and look at these cars. This is what we're talking about: 66 to 72, the golden era, and yep.
You guys
Thumbs
did
up.
a great education on Trans Am up there. I was sitting here just kind of glowing with pride, being a current competitor in Trans Am, and you know, I always said that the day I won my first Trans Am race, and I knew I was in the history books in Trans Am, I felt a great relief of my place in motorsports history.
Let me ask you this: when did you first jump into a Trans Am car, and how was it?
It was in 2014, or 2013, excuse me, and I was with one of my best friends in the world is AJ Henriksen, and they own ECC Motorsports, and he had done ARCA racing his whole life, and they had kind of grown stale on ARCA racing or on just oval track racing, period, and they wanted to go road racing, and the TA2 class had just been introduced. And he was close with Chaz Howe of Howe Chassis, and they bought I think they bought maybe 3 of the first cars that Chaz Howe produced in TA2 for here, and you know, AJ had never gone road racing before, so I was kind of coaching him over the phone and telling him things and racetracks he had gone to on his lap time. So he said, why don't you come out to Autobahn for a test and see, you know, I want to see how you look in this thing. And went out, and the testing went really well, and then really didn't hear much of anything. I get a call on our wedding anniversary. My wife and I are having breakfast, and AJ calls me and says, hey, I got a race I'm going to do down in Florida, and I need a teammate. You know, would you share the car with me? And I was like, absolutely. And we went down there and had a great race weekend, and I can honestly say the rest is history. They gave me an opportunity at the next season to race the TA2 race at Road America. We finished 6th. We went to Mid-Ohio a month later, and we won. And after that, AJ's dad, Arnie, came up to me and said, we're going to go for the championship next year, and that started my Trans Am career.
Wow, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And currently fighting for the TA2 championship as we speak. Wouldn't get a full season in this season because he came in last minute to replace Doug Peterson, and since then, Doug was so impressed, he owns the team, and he has put Adam in the seat and almost winning at Nashville, and we'll get him at the front. He's already had a 2nd place at Mid-Ohio, and, well, it's only a matter of time. I think it's going to be a VIR. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you. I feel very, I feel on top of my game, like never before. I work with Jim Leo at PitFit. We do a lot of not only physical training, but a lot of neurological training, and I'm feeling great benefits from that, and I'm really, really anxious to get to Watkins Glen, our next event.
Yep, looking forward to that. I've not been to the Glen. I'm looking forward to ticking it off. And the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion 1966 to 1972 Trans Am Group is brought to you by Hagerty. Hagerty Insurance, part of this wonderful historic event. No, I know, of all the events, I've not been to the Glen.
The man who's been everywhere in motorsports. Everywhere.
I know, everywhere.
Everywhere.
The Korean Grand Prix.
It's missing.
Done it.
Missing Watkins Glen.
Yep.
And I mean,
3 weeks away.
I mean, the most beautiful area too. I mean, if you've never been to the Finger Lakes of New York and the Adirondacks.
What do you fly into?
Where do I fly into there?
Syracuse, maybe.
You know me, if I like to drive.
Oh, of course.
So like I fly into, like I would fly into Scranton, and then you get to drive up to the Appalachian Mountains and take some fun windy roads. That's my personal preference. I always drive from Indy, so I haven't flown into. I think Elmira, New York, is the closest airport that you can fly into.
Here we go then. Historic Trans Am to finish off the day in style here. We had a lovely parade with George Fulmer and Parnelli Jones earlier. But folks, if you like the sound of motor racing, this is it.
You should see the people running from the paddock to get to the pit lane.
Yeah.
To get just a closer glimpse of these just absolute thundering beasts driving down.
Well, you won't know this, but I sat in the stands for the first practice of Trans Am, your session at Nashville last week, And of course, Nashville's not had a street race in its history. Nashville's had racing, plenty of it, but that crowd were just in glee when they heard those muscle cars coming at them over the bridge.
And I got to tell you, because of the concrete canyons we were driving in, that's the loudest the inside of a TA2 car has ever been to me.
And probably the hottest.
Yeah, it was hot, but it's loud. I mean, it was inside the car, it would almost rattle your head. It was so loud because the sound absolutely had nowhere to go.
So the pace car will take them round and line them all up. And we've got some really, really fantastic cars to look at.
Oh, I mean, it is the who's who of classic Trans Am, classic cars, period. A couple of AMC Javelins, and there are countless Ford Mustang Boss 302s, countless Camaro Z28s, absolutely name it. I mean, there's even a Shelby Trans Am out here, Pontiac Firebird. We've got the Tempest, the Gray Ghost.
The Gray Ghost. And I haven't paid much attention to the Ford Shelby notchback race car.
Right, yeah, that'd be good to get a shot of that, maybe or two, while they're out there racing. Also, there's a Ford Falcon out here. I love the display for that car. It says, yes, a Falcon is in Trans Am. And that was the actual ad that they ran in the magazine. When you talk about the manufacturers being behind it, they were behind it. Yeah. And so much so that they sometimes had more than just a Mustang entered. They had a Falcon, representing the brand.
Here we go then, coming down the corkscrew, getting ready, and that famous number 15 leading the way. So ingrained in everybody's mind, that orange Mustang 302 boss, Jeffrey O'Neill at the wheel. I've been trying to find Jeffrey all day, but he's been pedaling around in several different cars.
He's been busy.
Busy boy.
We've seen him a bunch.
Oh, he loves his
historic
racing. So the sun's starting to go down here, and we will get ready for the start of our final race here, day 3 of the Monterey Reunion 2021. And it's Trans Am, historic Trans Am from the golden era.
Should be Jim Farley on pole, our Ford CEO.
Again.
Celebrating. Yeah. It should be him on pole here, coming to get the green flag as they come around turn 11.
Here we go then, Trans Am in its element, where it became so popular. Laguna Seca, Monterey, California.
What a great start. What a great side-by-side start all the way through the field as the rest of the field is coming through turn 11 in this large field, side-by-side, down into the Andretti hairpin.
Good start by Ken Adams in the 69 Boss 302.
It's good, clean racing throughout the field. It gets single file there through the Andretti hairpin, at least through the top 6, getting more door-to battles all the way through the rest of the field. Coming into turn number 3 here, some side-by-side racing again. They got to sort themselves out here sooner or later and get into the single file run and get into racing later.
And that number 16 once run by George Fulmer, the 1970 Boss 302. James Farley at the wheel, as he should be, the CEO
Absolutely.
of Ford.
Yeah, he's in that Peter Gregg, Mustang, and that was a car that Peter Gregg drove to great success. Peter Gregg, a legend in sports car racing, but more so with Porsche, right? I mean, people never would associate, or rarely would associate, unless you really know the sport, Peter Gregg with Trans Am in the heyday here, and with a factory Ford.
Yeah, nice. Simon Gregg's still running.
Yeah, Simon doing his dad proud in so many ways, not only as a former Trans Am champion himself, perennial contender, but also what he's done by launching the Peter Gregg Foundation and leaving a lasting mark on the sport.
Spreading it out already down through the rainy curve. The top 3 pulling away. Good battles here for 4th.
And these tank slappers that we get out of the Trans Am cars, this is what's made Trans Am famous. And these tank slappers, I'm telling you folks, if you tune in to our races nowadays, you're going to see the same thing. A lot of heavy cars moving around and getting some fierce competition.
Well, it's 15 versus 15, and Jeffrey O'Neill leading the other 15 involved. And then just behind, down towards Andretti curve one more time, into the hairpin.
That number 42, that Sweet Savage car, it's one of my, I just love the color of it. Sweet Savage was super sweet, as they called him, and it was just a really neat person. Everyone revered him. You always hear everyone say nothing but kind words about the man, and so it's just it's just so great to see again more of his, because people associate him with IndyCar. They associate him with not so much with the Trans Am and his success in Trans Am and the mark that he made there. But that's where Sweet Savage really made a great name for himself. That was a change for the lead, I believe.
Yep. And we're looking at the 69, number 19. Or do we have a problem, I wonder? Passed him a little bit like he wasn't there, so maybe he's got a problem or missed a gear or something.
It was a little bit out of character in the sense that these cars, you don't really pass like you're tied to a post at any point.
No.
And that's kind of what that happens. So I don't know if he, like you said, missed a shift. Might have had sometimes you get an ignition box glitch and you got to just click a switch ignition box. So sometimes those are the things that happen. So I think that everything looks like it's back up to speed and hasn't lost any more pace after losing the lead.
Well, a wonderful time in American history, the early 70s, roaring muscle cars, motor racing at its height, sponsorship beginning to come and money being spent on racing.
You're not lying. It was definitely that beginning of that era of motorsports partnerships and using branding and marketing to really promote your products. And that's really when we discovered how loyal the race fans are and how loyal you wonderful race fans are out there to us, because you understood at that moment that, to continue this sport, to continue to progress it by supporting the people that support us, that's what gets us out there. So we thank you in so many ways as competitors.
16 comes back with a vengeance, so I don't think it was a problem. It might have been a missed gear.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you called a really good shot on that one with the missed gear. Got right back around Ken Adams, around that 1969 Mustang Boss 302. That was an independent car right there, that number 45. It was built by Paul Petty and Richard Reventhal of Lime Rock, Connecticut.
Well, that's another factor in Trans Am is, there was factory entries, there was huge manufacturer money being spent, but you still could take a shop floor Mustang or Camaro and do something with it. I tell you what, I think it's to do with where he is on the track, because he's got him back up the hill again.
Yeah, I think there might be a gear that's out in that car.
Could be.
Sometimes you lose third gear or second gear, and if you've lost a gear, let's say he has to go from first to third, then that's why those gaps will come. But that's why he's also able to. So it's a really good show for the rest of the time that we're out here.
And I'm right in saying, like I said, going back to that previous story, you could take a car from let's say the dealership, like the demo car, for example, and be coaxed into taking it out on a Sunday and demonstrating what it could do, and then putting it in front of the shop floor on a Monday and saying, hey, did you see it race on Sunday?
Absolutely. That's what this was built on.
Here we go.
And there's a change for the lead again.
Side by side, we got a drag race here at Laguna Seca, just as it was in the day.
It's Jim Farley putting on a show for us. Is this what's happening here? Because that is really impressive to see. And honestly, the spirit of Trans Am like that is still there today. You could go buy one of these cars from either Chaz Howe. You could buy one from Mike Cope Racing. You could buy one from Scott Lagasse with the M1 chassis. And you could come compete. Franklin Futrell is a great story of this year's Trans Am in the CA2 class. They come as a club racing family. They come into Road Atlanta, a place that he knows very well, has spent a lot of time instructing there, and he absolutely waxes the floor with them in a very difficult class. So that is the spirit of Trans Am, and that is still very much alive. We have great teams. Mike Cope Racing is a very large team. Steven Miller team is a big team. Mm-hmm. The team I drive for, Peterson Racing, is a big team and a fantastic team. And I consider those teams to really be the giants in our paddock now. But you could come in and you could be David and still defeat Goliath inside the Trans Am paddock, and that's what makes it so special. And that's why we have big car counts in our series.
Yeah, and just as it was back in the day, you could get a young driver, I'm thinking like a young Mark Donoghue making his name in Trans Am, Ken Miles and many others. But, the beauty of it is in our modern day Trans Am, we still now get the Sam Mayers coming up and looking to NASCAR. Connor Mosack last weekend almost winning himself. We're getting youngsters coming through and making a name for themselves before wherever they want to go, whether it's sports car racing, whether it's NASCAR, whether it's any form of racing.
For sure. The talent pool is deep in Trans Am. We talk about it all the time, and Rafa and I talk about it all the time. That Rafa Matos, who's been to the top tier of American motorsports with IndyCar, when he drove for Jay Penske's team at Lutzco Dragon. He was at the top of the sport, and he was at one of the what we consider the most competitive.
Still
right
is.
now
He's leading the
with
Trans Am
IndyCar.
Championship.
But
Yep.
yeah, and TA2, we talk about all the time. The talent depth is just as deep in TA2 as you'll find anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
Deeper than anywhere, deeper than most places. So that's why when you win a TA2 race, it feels that extra special. It feels like you've really beat some of the best of the best.
And in relative terms, as it was back in the 70s, in motor racing terms, this isn't unobtainium. This is relatively stock racing, production car racing, and that's why still in Trans Am we keep that vein going. Sure, we've got tube cars and so on in TA, but we've still got the GT cars, we've still got production cars involved.
Yeah, that is the beauty of Trans Am. We have, like you said, the purebreds, the tube frame cars, and that are built to do one thing and drive around a racetrack at top speed. And then we have the GT cars that are absolutely street cars that have been converted into race cars, just like the spirit of what we're watching right here. Every one of these cars we're watching lapping. That was a showroom car at one point.
Yeah.
And they took it off the showroom floor. Sometimes they acid dipped them. Sometimes they did some
Well, just
plates of
explain
trim.
that.
Yeah, so the acid dipping is you basically dip the steel, you dip the chassis in acid and let it eat away at the steel. And
boys in motor racing
then
are
you take
sneaky,
it out
aren't
and you paint it up, and you just hope it stays together, honestly, and doesn't.
What about if the
fall
engine
apart.
drops out?
Well, then you got caught.
Yeah.
Then
Look at this!
I'm pretty
Three-way
sure the
battle,
cat would be
come
out of the
on! What a race. Into the lead goes the 45.
Putting on a show for the fans at the end of the day. I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better than this. Hats off to you.
Yep, Ken Adams leading the way. James Farley, second place.
Gosh, we got the 15 car there. That is Jeffrey O'Neill. As you're saying, you're trying to get all. He is wheeling that Mustang. He is absolutely putting it through the paces.
Look at this, four-way, five-way battle now. Closing stages of this one. We've got another good group battle here. So we've got two distinct groups, but they're not far off each other. We're gonna close this all up before the end of it.
The run
A
up the
10-way
hill.
battle for the win.
That was a great run up the hill from turn 4 to turn 5 to turn 6, excuse me, and seeing battles all the way through this field. I mean, you can't really blink at any point. You're going to miss something.
Tremendous. Into the corkscrew. Look at this. 1 and 2, 3, 4. Nothing between them. Fifth place right there. Down through the rainy curve. Lap 6, about to go on to lap 7. Nothing between them at the front. It's Ken Adams who leads in the 45, but James Farley all over the back of him. Looks to the inside now. Will try to outbrake into the last corner. Does he pull it off? Well, either way, they're going to come out side by side. Yep, they do.
There is not a seat that has a butt in it right now on the
Nope.
front straightaway. They are all on their feet watching the 3-wide battle down the front straightaway for the top 4 positions.
This is fantastic. Look at this. This is how modern day Trans Am. This is like Nashville last weekend.
That's it. I mean, we got the Sweet Savage 42. We have that up there. That is, let's see, let me look at my notes. Peter Reed in that Sweet Savage number 42. What an awesome job he's doing up there at the front of the field.
Well, as they battle, we're starting to get even more cars involved now. Coming up to one of the back markers, I noticed that the Mustang of the number 70, 69 of Drew Alcazar had been in the pits and out.
Okay.
But
That must
hopefully
be
he's
the-
okay.
yeah.
That could be him. Just in front. Wow, it's got everything, this.
Oh, this is
The
like
closest
you said,
race we've had all day.
This is exactly how you want to end the day. This keeps the palate wet for tomorrow morning. Makes you really excited to come back. And these cars, I mean, what a celebration of Trans Am. What a celebration of Ford Motor Company and the Mustang. 55 years. We're seeing the past, present, and the future here. It's such an exciting time.
The Pony Wars reunited once again at the Ultimate Reunion. Monterey Rolex sponsored reunion. Down the hill comes the Tempest. The Grey Ghost.
Love the story. We mentioned that as the Gray Ghost. It came in that gray color, and these were brightly colored cars. You can see, for the most part, that filled the field, and they got
lead
snickered
change.
at. Nice.
Oh, second place change. Excuse me.
Jim at it again, but they got snickered at when they showed up with this gray car, and then that snickering went away very quick as at Lime Rock it was a very wet race, and it was a torrential downpour, and the commentators, as they finished second, worked their way through the field, finished second only to Mark Donahue, and the commentators stated and named the car the Gray Ghost, and it stuck. The fans went wild, and here we are all these years later, 55 years later, still calling it the Gray Ghost.
We've got a DNF coming up. I think one of the cars has just dropped back.
It does. It looked like it went dead in the water.
Yep. It is Jim Farley, I think, sadly.
That's a shame. He's having such
a
fantastic day.
He's had a lot of good luck today. His luck's turned, maybe. Not to worry. He's enjoying it either way.
I'm sure the smile is still very heavy on that face.
Yeah, I hope we can coax him into coming up and talking about his experience this weekend, because I'm sure it's phenomenal.
I would love to see Jim up here. Absolutely, he's a mainstay in our paddock when we're doing our Trans Am races. He's a huge supporter, and there he's doing vintage racing in the SVRA side as well. And so that's what I love about the guy. He's absolutely everywhere with our sport.
Yeah, look, he's got his hand out the window, slowing it right down and letting everybody pass him.
And that's a shame. We were almost to the finish of the race. We got one lap left to circulate. Down the corkscrew. They got half that lap done. We got about a lap and a half left.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracking last lap, I think.
It will. It'll be a cracker.
Here we go. Through the rainy curve. Line astern, our top five. If you add that 6, 7, and 8 not far behind, and they could easily catch up if these guys start swapping paint. Mike Joy at DNF, sadly. And likewise, Jim Hay. Here we go, then. Slight change and a slight lead.
Woo! Thread the needle
sad.
there.
Look at that, side by side. Love it.
Jeffrey O'Neill
doing the business,
making it happen.
Into the lead he goes. Final lap. Oh, back he comes on the inside.
It a race. I mean, we can't call this one. You're not. I mean, if you're in Vegas, you can't bet on who's going to win this race right now. There's
absolutely
no way.
not. So Patrick Byrne, Ken Epsom, and we've got Patrick Long is being put in the 15 as well. So it's hard to know who's. We don't care. This is great racing. I'm not even going to worry about it. I think we've had a few swapsies.
Yep, Jeffrey O'Neill's would be in P2, and I believe we're looking at William Connor is in that other, the orange.
Listen, it's just a fantastic spectacle of what it was like back in the day of the glory days of Trans Am racing, as it still is today, as they all come up to the top of the corkscrew for the final time. There's nothing in it, absolutely nothing. Back goes the 45, into the lead. The maroon.
Look at that. That's
car of Ken Adams on his way. So 2 corners to go.
The gentleman agreement to go single file through the corkscrew went out the window.
That went out
right
the window.
Here.
It's going to be a 3-way battle. Last corner then, and the last battle of the day here at the reunion, and what a way to finish it.
Tail happy as they come to the checkered flag. Fantastic finish.
And across the line they come to finish what has been a cracking finish to the day. 4 cars within a second of each other. Who cares who's driving them? It's just a great battle.
Yeah, it was. It was a great battle all the way throughout, and that was what an awesome way to end our day. I mean, not only Trans Am glory, but they relived the glory days by giving us absolutely the battles of the day, without a doubt.
You name me another sport, skiing, basketball, where you could use the same equipment of the day and pull it off.
We got our own Kev Harris out there just
he's just had his mind blown
about what he just saw. And I mean, I've been loving watching. I mean, we said it with a genuine heart. Is there anyone having more fun out here from across the pond than Kev Harris?
I think we sold Kev. He's had a lovely day.
Oh, he has.
So then, we finish our day in style, Trans Am style. The Muscle Cars of America putting on an absolute showcase.
For sure. A huge thank you to everybody that worked the track. Huge thank you to the safety crews and everybody that makes it possible. HSR, you know, we had some guests here from HSR today throughout our day, and that was fantastic. Everybody that joined us in the booth, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Another fantastic day with you. Hope you don't mind the 8 hours you get to spend with me every day in here, but I'm certainly enjoying my time.
No, it's the 20-minute drive home that I most enjoy.
That's when we take all the chances.
Not at all. Tabitha, if you're listening, not at all.
Oh, she knows better. She knows all too well.
Hey, and by the way, it's Group B tomorrow. All new cars.
All new cars
How
tomorrow.
much do you like that?
And so much excitement to bring everybody. You're going to have another fantastic day. It's gonna be so bittersweet to bring all this entire weekend to an end. We've certainly just thoroughly enjoyed it. I really hope that it's coming through because it's absolutely genuine. Our results.
So Ken Adams in the 45 does take the 69 Ford Mustang Boss 302 to victory over the 15X of Patrick Byrne. I was not sure whether he was driving that, but 1967 Shelby Trans Am. The 42 of Ken Epsom took third. Jeffrey O'Neill, right in the thick of it in the 15, takes fourth. Joshua Bieber takes fifth place. Chris Leibenberg takes sixth. Patrick Long, yes, he was in the 15A, I was right. Seventh place overall in the Mustang. And then John Hildebrand, 8th, Forrest Strait in 9th, and Robert Canepa in 10th position. And then a little further back, Peter Kloot in 11th place, Kevin Sittner in 12th, Nick DeVitas in 13th, Craig Connolly in another Ford Mustang in 14th, John Fudge 15th, Richard Goldsmith 16th, John Romano in 17th place in the Chevrolet Camaro, James Halsey in 18th, Brian Ferrin in 19th, and Carl Stein in the Shelby Trans Am from 1966. A little further down, Link Reed. Peter Reed was up at the front at one point, Terry Underwood up there in the Shelby Mustang, Gordon Johnson, Rick Jeffrey, Dennis Singleton, all heroes, Anthony Hart, Gary Underwood, Mike Eddy, and Michael Eisenberg. 30 cars putting on a show. It just doesn't get any better. And we've got one more day to do and one more day of great racing to bring you. But I hope you've enjoyed what has been day 3 of the WeatherTech Raceway. And as the cars come in, my thanks to Adam Andretti, to all our guests, and to all our great camera work out there, to Greenlight Television putting on the show, and for HSR for organising what has been a wonderful return to racing. You want a reunion? You got one. And we've got more to come from me, Jonathan Green, until tomorrow and the final day of the 2021 Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion. We'll see you then.
I'm going all in, and I'm never gonna...
Have you ever wanted to accomplish something so badly you live, breathe, and even dream of it at night? Yeah, we get it. That's why we're all in to support Race for RP, to drive awareness and accelerate research for relapsing polychondritis, an autoimmune disease affecting the body's cartilage. Learn more on how you can be all in at raceforrp.org.